7 Days to Cuddle, an open-world survival horror that combines crafting, building, and zombie slaying into one incredible Eggsperience. In this game, you scavenge for resources through a zombie-infested world, establishing and fortifying your base. Every 7 days, an increasingly dangerous horde will bear down on you, testing your limits. To further increase the intensity, I will also be cranking up the difficulty of the game before each horde, all while tackling every in-game challenge that's available. From the heart-pounding first few nights quietly hiding in the dark to the relentless chaos of the late-game hordes, we're pushing through it all. Will I survive the gauntlet? Will this difficulty be my undoing? Welcome everyone, I'm Exceptional, and I hope you are too. Grab your gear, take a deep breath, and let's get into the action. I wake up in a bit of a daze with nothing but a couple of basic supplies and a note. It's simply a friendly reminder that if we don't pay on time, there will be consequences. Thanks for the gear, but I still owe them one. Well, that's interesting and all, but I think I'm just gonna throw that one out. If you've played this game before, you're likely expecting to do the starting questline. Now that the game has fully released, that has actually been replaced by the challenge system. The basics of survival challenges will teach you the exact same lessons that the opening questline used to. This first page of challenges are more or less your guide on how to play the game. There's a second tab containing more advanced challenges, which I'll cover more in depth, but first we have some other priorities. I'm naked and have no weapons in a very hostile environment. At the start of the game, it will give you a small grace period where zombies will not be spawning directly around you, but that doesn't last long. The first challenge introduces us to the base level of harvesting resources. In the challenge menu, you can choose to track a challenge that you're trying to complete. This will put a progress tracker on your HUD, as well as in these early challenges, it will actually highlight the resources on the ground. Those of you familiar with Minecraft mechanics will be happy to know that you can in fact punch wood to start this game, but it's not that efficient. Initially, I feel it's better to go after these scraggly bushes until you can at least start making tools. Small stones are available scattered around the ground or from the larger rocks, but they have to be harvested. Harvested ideally with a tool, which now that we have our starting resources, we can craft a stone axe. The challenges do not require this, but I usually start my game off by at least chopping down a single tree. Wood is one of those resources that will never not be useful. We do also have to collect more stone, and so now I'm gonna go harvest one of these larger stones using my stone axe. The stone axe is an interesting kind of hybrid tool at the start of the game. It can be used for pretty much anything, including upgrading and repairing blocks, which we'll get to when we start building a base. I continue the opening challenges, crafting myself a primitive armor set, a wooden club, a primitive bow, and then I'm gonna need some arrows. Strewn around the world are birds' nests where I can grab feathers and eggs if I'm lucky. Keeping yourself fed and hydrated is among the survival challenges that you'll be facing in this game. Crafting those stone arrows completes the Basics of Survival challenge set, which, after redeeming, will give me another quest. This quest reveals the location of our first trader. It looks like he's just shy of a kilometer away, so I've got a bit of walking to do. On the way, though, I can already start scavenging the world for resources. In this game, pretty much everything around you can be turned into some kind of resource. This car, for instance, I can loot for a couple of goodies, but I can also take it apart with my stone axe. This would give me a couple of basic resources, but I'd rather wait on that until I get the wrench. That way, instead of getting a bunch of random scrap iron, I get more useful materials like mechanical parts, electrical parts, engines, leather, cloth, gas. But you know, it's a little tough to harvest those specific components with a stone axe. Before I get too far ahead of myself, I should also spend my skill points. Completing the intro challenges has given us 4 to spend. There are 5 primary skill trees: perception, strength, fortitude, agility, and intelligence. Each tree has its own strengths as well as its own weapon specializations. For this playthrough, I thought it would be a lot of fun to go primarily into the fortitude tree. Our melee weapon of choice is going to be our fists, backed up with machine guns. 1 point in Brawler is going to increase our punching damage and stamina efficiency with punches, and then I'm definitely going to be grabbing cardio. The only way to get around the world at this point is with our legs, so cardio feels important. I'm also going to be taking a point in lockpicking as well as parkour. Hardcore parkour is going to pair beautifully with our cardio point so that we have more early game mobility. One of the greatest advantages you have in the early game is your ability to outmaneuver the zombies. The final point into lockpicking will become more important as the game progresses, but I actually took it for a reason that you might not expect. There are crafting skill magazines that we're going to find throughout our adventure. Reading enough of these magazines will unlock new recipes for us to craft. Depending on where you put your skill points, you will receive more books from certain series. The lockpicking skill will help us get into higher tier loot caches, but initially I want it in order to find more Forge Ahead books. The Forge Ahead series is geared towards workstations. Playing the way I do, workstations are going to be key to my success. I pretty much make a beeline to the trader because I want to start questing as soon as possible. On the way, I snag a couple of extra resources, but as you can tell, zombies have started spawning in the world. It's early days, so I am still able to outrun them, at least during the day. But this is our first trader compound. Unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with Trader Wrecked, and I have to give a small language disclaimer here. This guy has an attitude problem. I can turn in my first quest for him, being rewarded with a stone shovel. This lends perfectly for the first quest that's available from him, the Intro to Buried Supplies. I absolutely accept it, and let's take a quick look at the trader's inventory. If you hadn't guessed, the traders not only give quests, but you can also trade with them. It's okay, I'm slow too sometimes.
Watch yourself, stranger. I know some fellers that break legs for coin.
Trader X specializes in food and drink. He will trade in other items, but the majority of his stock will be geared towards those. This was actually a fairly palatable interaction with Wrecked. I'm sure we're going to see more of his true colors soon. I scoot my way over to the Buried Supplies quest marker, and ooh, chicken! And ooh, good shot me! The primitive bow actually has a reasonable amount of arrow drop, so I'm kinda happy that I was able to show you that I am at least sometimes a competent shooter. I use my all-in-one stone axe to harvest up the chicken, but then I can use the bones from the chicken to craft a bone knife. Just like I mentioned with the car, the stone axe will get us a bunch of resources from the animal. The bone knife, however, is meant to harvest animals, and so it will actually get us more resources for the same amount of work. Alright, I clear out one more zombie, making my area safe, and let's start this first quest. For Buried Supplies, when you activate the quest, it will show a yellow ring. The supplies are underground somewhere within that yellow ring. As you continue to dig blocks within that radius, the radius will begin to shrink. Each time the radius shrinks, though, it has a chance to spawn zombies. You can see some of that wood that I harvested going to use right away as I'm crafting a few building shapes. Pressing and holding R on PC will bring up your radial menu, and I can actually choose what shape I want these blocks to be. This menu is nowhere near the total amount of shapes available, but at least it's going to give us the basics. I can choose to have them be ladders, which I can then use to climb right back out of the hole that I'm digging. I do not want to be stuck down here with a zombie. I continue digging around for the buried supplies, eventually finding it with a couple of pretty lame food items inside. An old sham sandwich, probably with some mold growing on it, some murky water, and rotten flesh. Delicious. Anyway, claiming these supplies out of the berry supplies will also spawn zombies in the immediate area. This does complete the quest, so you're under no obligation to fight them, but I like the Eggsperience. Upon defeating a zombie, they have a small chance of dropping a loot bag. Inside of this one, I find a different type of book. We've discussed the crafting skill magazines, but these are perk books. There are 19 series of perk books, each with 7 books within. Though it's not an in-game challenge, it's definitely a challenge that I'm assigning myself to read every single book in the game before the end. By the way, in these early days, I am going to be such a loot goblin. Anything that I see on the ground, I'm going to be picking up. Back at the traders to turn in my quest, he offers us one of 5 bundles. Since I'm going to be going for a fortitude build, focusing on machine guns, I'm definitely going to be going for the pipe machine gun bundle. This opens up his actual questing menu. Every single day, his quests will reset with a few different options. There are buried supply quests, like the one that we just saw, but I don't intend to do too many of those in this playthrough. There are also fetch quests, grabbing supplies from buildings, clear zombies, clearing all the zombies within a building, and as we progress there will be fetch clear quests, a combination of both, and infested clears, which are clear zombies but with double the zombie spawns. I want those ASAP. I take a clear quest from him, but I'm gonna have to do something about my inventory. Carrying too many items will slow your character down, as well as it increases the amount of noise you make. So what do you say we start putting down some roots and select our first home base location? I want the trader to remain fairly accessible to me, so I'm actually going to take the first place that I lay my eyes on. As I enter the Hirsch farm, you'll notice the name is also accompanied by 2 red skulls. Every single location, or POI in the game, is going to have a difficulty assigned to it. This can range from 1 being the most easy to 5 being the most difficult. Even on day 1, messing around in a tier 2 POI might lead to a bit of trouble, which it does almost immediately with a zombie dog chasing me from around the corner. You'll notice a common thread throughout this playthrough. Dogs, no matter how equipped I am, scare the heck out of me. I try taking the upper ground to gain the advantage, but swinging a club at a feral zombie puppy is not going well for me. I take another hit and the screen blurs. I'm now concussed. You'll notice a debuff popping up in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. The stun is only going to last a couple of seconds, but the concussion is going to last 2 hours. That's real-life hours, not in-game. Then the dog really sinks his teeth in, and now I'm infected as well. Once you're infected, the infection will continue to spread until it's treated. The dog is down, but that was the first enemy in this place. Granted, it was a dog, and they're terrifying. The 2-hour concussion debuff can also be treated with meds. By the way, the other 2 stats down there are the blue stamina bar and the red health bar. Some debuffs like this concussion will also decrease your maximum health until they're treated. This place has not been that crowded with zombies, which is great because I intend to make the farmhouse my own. Upstairs, I end up waking up a couple more zombies, with one bursting out of a closet and one coming at me from behind the desk. Zombies inside POIs will be sleeping when you initially encounter them. If you make too much noise, the zombies will wake up and start chasing you down because you look tasty. I'm a little flustered, so I try to get some distance and use my bow and ooh, sorry buddy, that must have hurt. Yeah, he's a little upset with me. Luckily, despite my concussion, I'm able to outmaneuver both of these guys, taking the fight outside and eventually taking them both down. Gosh, those lumberjacks are tanky. I actually totally forgot that I got that pipe machine gun bundle from the trader, so let's open that now and get ourselves a weapon? The pipe weapons are the lowest tier of firearms in the game. Even so, it's nice to have the option. My shenanigans down here definitely woke up more zombies, but now with a fully loaded pipe machine gun, I can mow them down and finish them off with the club. I don't want to go too crazy with the ammo after all, it is finite. Alright, heading back upstairs, it's time to start doing a little bit of looting. I loot the magazine pile on the ground, and the Forge Ahead book is actually going to unlock our first tier of workstation. I unlock the Dew Collector, which is going to give us a renewable source of water. I do a bit more rummaging around, and it's time to do our first bit of crafting. I type in SEC because it used to be a secure wooden chest, but now it's a wooden crate. Old habits die hard. I've been playing this game since Alpha 16. I prefer my resources being up off the ground, so I plop down the wooden storage crate right here. I also make a couple of other basics like a campfire, a land claim block, and a bedroll. The land claim block does not do much in single player, but I will be using these as markers for my home bases. Yes, you heard that correctly. Bases, eventually. The campfire is used to cook things, and the bedroll marks my respawn point. You know, just in case I die. I drop off everything except my ammunition in the box, and what do you say we do a raid? I make my way to the quest marker and actually scoot right past it. When you activate a quest, it completely resets the POI that you're doing. This makes the available loot in-game infinite. It also allows you to do cheeky things like this, like looting the mailbox twice. While I don't plan on exploiting this very often, I just can't help myself sometimes. Something to note as I enter the POI is that the path through the POI is generally marked with lights. Ignore everything Smeagol said in the Dead Marshes. You do want to follow the lights. A really nice thing about doing clear quests for the trader is that the zombies within the POI will show up on your compass. Not all at once, mind you, they will spawn in as you progress through the POI. You will encounter a lot of locked doors, but there is always a path through. At least, I'm pretty sure there is. I'm doing a little looting in the kitchen, hoping and praying for food. Especially in the early game, I feel that hunger is more threatening than the zombies half the time. Another mechanic that I haven't touched on much yet is the noise mechanic. I'm able to crouch down and you can see a noise meter appear just above my stamina bar. This is going to allow me to sneak up on zombies and get bonus damage. Different weapons have different bonuses, and the bow has a 3.5 times damage multiplier. As long as the zombie does not know where you are, you can get sneak damage on them. You can also see on the compass that I did not wake up the second zombie in the room. You can see my noise increase as I tiptoe over the zombie that I just tickled. That makes enough noise that the second zombie wakes up and is now aware of me, so I cannot get the sneak damage. Instead, I ask her if she wants to go clubbing. You'll also notice these piles of debris on the ground which act as noise traps. You are able to go full stealth mode and break these, but I'm just not doing that right now. Bring it on! The quest is completed, so I know that all the zombies are dealt with, so let's get lootin'. Every POI has a loot cache at the end of it. Tier 1s have a simple wooden crate which has a couple nice things in it. The bar brawling book is always nice, giving me a 5% damage buff with each kill up to 15%. That is specific to combat with my fists, by the way, which I intend to start as soon as I find some knuckle wraps. I continue looting, and one thing I'm always excited for are the bookcases. Slowly but surely, we'll be able to craft ourselves into better and better gear if we don't find it first. Right next to the bookcase, you can see that this floorboard looks a little weird. There are a lot of tiles like these in the POIs which you can break to generally find even more loot beneath. These tiles are also on walls, you can break pictures on the walls to the same effect. This game definitely calls to the loot goblin within me. With everything clear at the end of POIs, you'll generally also find these key racks. Hitting them will open doors, generally giving you a way out, but later it will open additional paths within POIs. This was just a little house. We have much bigger places to raid in the future. Cool beans, let's head back to the trader and get our reward. On top of getting some Eggsperience and Dukes, the currency in the game, we're able to choose one of 5 options. With my infection at 3.8% and climbing, I think the jar of honey is best here. Of the 3 medicines used to cure infections, honey does the least with only 5%, but that's all I need right now. Generally speaking, I don't tend to go much above 5% when I'm infected, but it does happen. Sometimes for the life of me, I cannot find antibiotics. I grab another quest from Wrecked, might as well go with the fetch, and I head home to drop off all my loot. That last raid used up all my arrows, so I queue up another 19, and let's head to the next job. On the way, I'm making sure to grab every single mailbox. I want books. The quest marker's at the back of the house, and that's a doghouse. My eyes and ears open up, well, something else puckers. I hate guard dogs. Let's kick it off, and you can see the lantern guiding me up the ladder. Looks like it's another top-down raid. I'm not being stealthy at all right now, and speaking of keeping your ears open, I find that a lot of the time I hear the zombies before I see them. Even when they're sleeping, they're kind of giving off this little bit of a moan. I knew this guy was up here somewhere, we just had to find each other. At this point, I am going to be looting absolutely everything in front of me, so inventory management is going to be a problem. When I first started playing this game, I had so many problems letting things go. I'm also picking up things like these wooden chairs in the kitchen so that I can scrap them for additional materials. I continue my way through the POI when suddenly the floor drops out beneath me. You have to keep your wits about you because there are a lot of drop traps in this game. I might have been able to predict this one with the general disrepair of the building around it. While doing the final fight for the quest is not required, I'm here, so I might as well do it and get the loot. As you can see with the fetch quest, or if you don't have any quest at all, the zombies do not show up on your compass. 4 in an enclosed space is a little bit hectic, so out comes the machine gun to save the day. Surrounding the loot this time are a bunch of these crates. I can use my stone axe to beat apart the crates for even more loot. These boxes are all themed, and the loot will reflect that theme. These Shotgun Messiah boxes are obviously geared towards weapons and ammunition. I grab the main loot, nothing too exciting here except for Batter Up Volume 3, so our club will be a little bit more effective, but I plan on replacing it pretty much immediately. I also found a pipe pistol, and one more weapon on the toolbar is always welcome. Yes, hello Wrecked, it's always a pleasure. The different types of quests offer different rewards, with the fetch quest being the least rewarding. I do still get my choice of 5 items though, and this one is going to be the Crafting Skill Magazine Bundle. They contain 6 crafting skill magazines, and I want books. I decide to accept the last fetch quest from the trader, but it's 9 o'clock. I'm not doing any more raiding today. Things get a little bit more intense at night. Zombies will spawn with an increased frequency, as well as they all will run now. No slow, shambling zombies at night. The transition to night happens at 10 o'clock or 2200. Given that I have a little bit of daylight left, I'm gonna use these last few minutes to harvest up a bit of wood. If you've seen my Stardew video, you may know that I like keeping myself busy. I also want to make the home base just that little bit more safe and decided to clear out another building. That thing I said about usually hearing the zombies first? Not this time. Holy moly, where did that guy come from? I grab the last little bit of loot, and as I head to the house, the clock ticks to 2200 and the night tone sounds. Get me somewhere safe now. Using my stone axe and a little bit of the wood that I just harvested, I shore up the front door. Hopefully we don't have any visitors tonight. Just in case, I'm gonna fortify the second floor door too. I open my magazine bundle for some armor, some handguns, and more Forge Ahead. You love to see it. For the first night, I'm generally just hiding in a dark corner, trying not to make much noise. But you know me, I can't sit still, so let's make this place a little bit more functional, shall we? I'm gonna craft up a couple of additional wooden crates and clear a bit of space up here. If you press and hold the action button, you'll get a radial menu. With these wooden crates, I'm able to type in a name that will display on the front of them. For now, I'm gonna split my loot into 3 categories: food, drink, and medicine for my player, raw materials for our base and the world around us, and weapons. I sort everything out, then grabbing the materials to continue crafting. With the materials that I gathered today, I am able to craft myself a pair of Tier 1 knuckle wraps. Goodbye, wooden club, it's time to get my punch on. I also gained 2 more skill points throughout the day, so I invest 1 into machine gunner, and while trying to decide where to put my last skill point, I get totally distracted by the other tabs. These are the various perk book series that I'm going to be filling out throughout the playthrough. Then in the final tab, we can see our progress on all of our crafting skill magazines. I do some poking around, and as you can see, I can now craft a Tier 2 stone axe. This doesn't cost much, so what the heck, let's do it. Then I get even further distracted checking out the challenges tab. This definitely makes me feel like I accomplished something today. I redeem all of the XP awards. Most of these are pretty simple, things like hugging 5 zombies, doing a trader quest. But then I take a quick look at the second tab. These challenges are going to be a bit more difficult to complete. There's challenges for gathering, farming, healing, surviving, hunting, and zombie slaying. Most of them are pretty self-explanatory, but the healing one might be interesting. I'm alone in this world, so in order to heal 50 lacerations, I have to get 50 lacerations. Oh boy. Probably one of the most challenging is to survive 10 blood moons. I'm only 6 days away from the first blood moon, and they can get pretty intense. Cool. Wait, what was I doing? Oh yeah, the skill point! I hum and hawed about this for a long time, eventually going with healing factor. Since I'm going to be spending so much time in close combat with the zombies using my fists, I figured that additional healing was not a bad idea. Speaking of our fists, check out these knuckle wraps. Yeah, I'm ready for some action. Once it's no longer nighttime, that happens at 4 a.m., so I've got a little waiting to do. But why sit quietly when I can instead start breaking the stairs that lead up to my room? The reason I'm breaking these is to break these zombies' path to me. I'm going to be giving myself a different access to the second floor here, which the zombies will not be able to use. This will allow me to stay fairly safe, so even if the zombies know where I am, they still can't get to me very easily. After that, I get to work on the exterior, giving myself a new way into my base. And I'm also going to be giving myself a path to the roof. This is because I intend to use this silo as my horde base. I'm going to keep putting away with this. I'll see you in the morning. As the clock rolls to 4 a.m., the morning chime sounds. The world just got a little safer, so what do you say we go find some trouble? I've got the fetch quest that I picked up from the trader yesterday, so I can head there first thing. I could use a warm-up. Don't mind me double looting the mailbox again. Like I said, I want books. I've been patiently, or maybe not so patiently, waiting to test out these new knuckle wraps. These 2 boys look like good test dummies. Oh yeah, feel the power of my fisticuffs. I just have to keep my evasion tactics on point. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. If I don't manage that, however, one really cool thing about fists is that it can help prevent infections. Popping a zombie in the mouth will actually knock their teeth out, preventing them from infecting me through biting. You just have to appreciate the subtle things like that in this game. One thing to note about doing these quests is that the noise that you're generating inside of the building can attract zombies from the outside. I find it to be good practice to occasionally step outside if you hear that the walls are being attacked. Dealing with that guy leveled me up to 4, so I have 1 skill point to spend. I drop it into the main branch of Fortitude, but I'm still only level 1. You can see that the skill point has been turned red, indicating that it's being reduced by something. That something being the concussion that the puppy dog gave me on the first day. That was a traumatizing encounter. I make my way to the second floor where the loot cache is located, guarded by the last few zombies. I get my punch on when the big guy here decides to crouch down low. This is a crawling mechanic that zombies have, which allows them to sneak through tighter areas. It also allows them to dip and dodge one of my shots while taking a swipe at my ankles. Rude. I keep using my mobility to my advantage, kiting the zombies outside, taking out the first 2. All that remains are the biker, but the bikers are kinda nasty. Biker zombies have additional armor compared to others. Headshots are less effective because they're wearing a helmet, and they hit like a truck. This guy knocks me down to 28 health before I manage to take him down, after many, many punches. The main loot is now mine, but it's not that exciting. Sometimes the RNG rewards, and sometimes it does not. With the quest completed and my pockets full, it's time to head back to the trader. As I make my way down from the POI, I get a debuff that we have not seen yet. This is the hunger debuff. Right now, all that it's doing is reducing our maximum stamina, but as the hunger progresses, we can actually die from this. The same goes for our hydration. You can see how your food and drink are doing on the main display, just below your toolbar. Food is the green bar, and your hydration is the blue one. I have nothing in my inventory worth eating, so let's hope the trader has something? I claim my reward, taking another crafting skill magazine bundle, heck yeah. Then, with a fresh roster of jobs to choose from, I'm taking a tier 1 clear. While Wrecked himself didn't have anything that looked super appealing, you can also shop at the vending machines. The snacks machine contains a rotating stock of canned food as well as some candy. The candies don't provide much food, but they will provide buffs. I'll discuss those a bit more in depth once I can afford them. With the money I have right now, I actually can't afford anything, so I guess we're staying hungry for now. Last night I built out that small platform coming out of our second floor window, and now I'm gonna build the access to it. I start building ladders 2 tiles from the ground level. That's measure 1 from keeping the zombies from accessing it. I can jump up and grab the ladder, but they will not see that as a viable path. The second bit of breaking zombie pathing is that I'm spacing out the ladders by 1 block. Your character must have some wicked upper body strength because you can totally climb past an empty ladder block. And once again, the zombies will not see this as a viable path. While dropping off my loot, I take a quick look at what I have in the food box and, yummy. It's gonna be a breakfast of cat food and chili. When you're surviving, I guess you just take what you can get. I wash it down with a coffee, which actually gives us a beneficial buff. For just over 3 minutes after consuming the coffee, our stamina regen will be 15% faster. This lends very well to my ways of the fist. I make my way to the next clear quest and activate it. As I start doing the preliminary bit of looting, yes, this is the second time I've looted the mailbox, you can hear another one of the sounds in this game that may haunt my nightmares a little bit. That is the noise of a screamer. There are 2 varieties of screamers. The less threatening of the 2 is the POI screamer, which we're encountering right now. As far as I know, she lacks the ability that the other variety of screamer has. They're called screamers because they will scream, bringing in a wave of zombies. The more threatening variety of screamer will spawn when there's too much heat in the chunk, but once again, that's a mechanic that I'll have to come back to once we're actually generating some. While my fist will remain my primary weapon, I feel there's no reason to not be using the bow for a bit of stealth damage in these early raids. A couple of clean, stealthy headshots can really help you progress through an area quickly. This is one of those raids that has a required drop in it. By that I mean we have to drop into the next area of zombies, and we will not have a guaranteed path back out. First, let's do a little bit of harvesting. These carpet rolls up here are great sources of cloth. Also in this raid, before jumping down, I can get a couple of sneaky stealth shots in before jumping down. This is not always possible. Yes, even stealth damage on his big toe would count if I could hit it. Never mind, let's just hop down, he doesn't notice us, perfect, and headshot, I win. Cool, I snagged the main loot, nothing too exciting here again. But with room in my inventory before I become encumbered, I decided to continue harvesting some resources around here. These construction sites are littered with pallets of materials that you can harvest up using your tools. This pallet is full of cement, which I can convert to concrete later. And this pallet, as you might be able to guess, is filled with stone. These pallets actually give a decent yield of materials, so I feel it's definitely worth picking them up. Just like the key rack that I showed yesterday, this has a button that you can press to open the garage door. Before I leave, I am going to spend a bit of time grabbing a few additional resources from these pallets. Back at the trader selecting my quest reward, there aren't really great options this time. Another type of book that I haven't mentioned are the schematics. While the crafting skill magazines will teach us how to craft better gear and armor, the schematics will teach us how to make things like mods. Since they are unique and I foresee a lot of crafting skill magazines in our future, I choose to grab the barrel extender mod schematic. This will likely not be relevant for a long time because I do not have the materials to craft this yet, but it's nice to have. I grab another clear quest because they're rewarding the most experience at the moment anyway. And while dropping off my loot back at home, I decided to see if I could craft a forge. Using some of the cloth that I harvested and glue that I found in the world, I make some duct tape. Taking a look at the forge recipe, the last things I need are a wood log and cobblestone rocks. The wood log I can craft out of wood, no problem there. And the cobblestone rocks can be either gathered from the pallets like I mentioned at the construction site, or it can be crafted with 1 stone and 1 clay soil. With what I harvested from the pallets, I have more than enough right now, so let's craft a forge. I drop everything back in the chest, keeping the iron, clay soil, and coal in my inventory. I clear out a bit of additional space for the forge. I place down the forge, so now we can start using this thing. The coal that I kept in my inventory will be used to fuel the forge, while the iron and clay I'm going to be putting into the smelting slots. Turning the forge on will then start melting these resources so that we can then craft things with them. Cool beans will let that smelt as I go do the next raid. Aw man, there's not going to be a mailbox at this place. No double looting this time. Given how many punches it's taking me to kill these zombies, you might be questioning my decision to go with fists. Trust me, they're gonna get a lot stronger as we progress. I always enjoyed these smaller POIs because the loot feels so dense. This first room has so many shelves for me to explore. My looting shenanigans bring out a couple of twins from the other room, but they're just kind of sawed-in-half crawly zombies that aren't that threatening. But they do still take a whole bunch of punches to defeat. I make my way around back, continuing to pop off any stealth shot opportunities that I find, and it looks like this place has an underground bunker. Let's see what's down there, shall we? Ooh, but first, pardon me as I loot everything in sight. Muhahaha. Because I don't know what to expect in the next room, I am going to be breaking the noise trap on the ground. The one outside and the one inside the room. I see a stripper zombie, so she's the first target. I don't really have a clear line of sight to her head, so I am so sorry. Alright, let's risk moving into the room a bit, and there's a giant guy right here. That was a great snapshot. Good job, me. I can definitely finish this guy off with my fists. But he does manage to give me a bit of a tickle. Another one of the crate varieties are the Crack-a-Book crates, which, as you might be able to guess, are my favorite. Call it a personal bias, but I feel the loot I got out of the Crack-a-Book crate was far better than what was inside of the main loot cache. While searching through the cupboards down here, I also find a cooking pot. This is less impactful now that I have a forge because I could craft my own, but it's nice to just find one. I'm gonna be able to add the pot to our campfire, which will allow us to cook different recipes. Assuming we have them unlocked, that is. As I finish up the looting, another debuff appears on my character. We're now hungry, creeping ever closer to the starvation line, and we're dehydrated. The cash that I'm making from doing these quests is going to be invested into food and drink pronto. Since my home base is on the way back to the trader, I decided to stop in to clear up my inventory. While I'm here, let's install the cooking pot into our campfire, which you can actually see visually. The campfire now has a cooking pot suspended above it. The two other items that we can gather for it are the grill and the beaker, which also make visual changes. Very cool. I stuffed my inventory with everything food-related, and let's see what we can craft. Coal can be used for fuel again, or you can use wooden items. The only thing that's different between the fuels is the amount of time that each item burns for. With the campfire fueled up, I can make baked potatoes and charred meat. Not great, and as you can see, I have everything required to craft bacon and eggs, except for the know-how. Aw man, I want to eat my eggs. The good news is that there's no food spoilage in this game, so at least I don't have to worry about that. I cook up what I can before I starve to death, also boiling some of the murky water that I found around the world. Back at the traders with 828 dukes in hand, let's buy some stuff from these vending machines. I buy a red tea and a yucca juice, and then in the food vending machine I buy a couple cans of sham. It's not great, but it's keeping me alive. Despite the grumble in my tummy, I am not taking the charred meat as a quest reward. I feel the crafting skill magazine bundle is almost always the best choice. I snag the next quest from the trader, another fetch, because like I said, I don't want to be doing a lot of buried supplies. This is primarily because I just want to stick around town and get my loot on. I make my way down to the quest marker, and you can not only steal from people's mailboxes at their homes, but you can also loot the giant mailboxes on the street. I'm not sure if I mentioned this. I want books. It's a pretty straightforward raid with an ATM machine within. These ATM machines are locked, and once I find some lockpicks, we'll be able to take a stab at that. You can also beat apart the lock with a tool, but I feel that just takes way too much time at this point in the game. I make my way out back where I can climb up to the roof for the final battle. Here I'll mention that while dogs are probably the most terrifying enemy in the game, the vultures are the most annoying. While they're a little bit more challenging to hit, at least they're easy to take out. I finish off the zombies, wham, bam, boom. The main loot is once again not that exciting, but I do now have a pipe rifle and another book. Filling out this Lucky Looter series early definitely plays into my style. I add the pipe rifle to my toolbar so I have even more gun redundancy. And oh, right, before I leave I should probably get the supplies for the fetch quest. While you have an active quest, if you leave the area, you will fail it. I'm not saying that that's happened to me in the past. A lot. After picking up the supplies, I now have another debuff. This is actually new to the 1.0 release, but they've implemented a limit on how many quests you can do in a day. While I could still turn this quest in for the full reward, I would not be getting tier points. Upon gathering enough of these tier points, we will level up with the trader. This will unlock the next tier of quests. Tier 1 through 6 are available. Tiering up has other benefits, which I'll discuss when we get there. Because I will not be awarded the tier points, I am not going to turn this quest in today, instead holding it for tomorrow. That does not, however, mean I get the rest of the day off. Back at home, let's see what these resources that we've melted in the forge can be used for. The first order of business is making a grill for the campfire. This will once again expand the cooking I can do at the campfire once I learn the recipes. After that, I queue up my first batch of forged iron. Queuing up these recipes removes the resources that we've been melting into the smeltery. I will need to melt down more iron. I install my grill at the campfire, which is now also displayed. Beautiful. But given my limited cooking knowledge right now, it doesn't really do much for me. I really wanted to save my eggs for more compound recipes like the bacon and eggs, but I think I'm just gonna have to boil a few of them. What's the saying again? Beggars can't be choosers? While all of that is cooking away, with the knowledge that I've unlocked through my raids, I can now craft myself tier 3 knuckle wraps. With how quickly I'm tanking the durability of my tier 1 knuckle wraps, this feels like a no-brainer. Higher tier gear generally comes with better stats like more durability and damage. You can also unlock additional mod slots, but I haven't found any mods yet. It's around 7:45, so with the additional time left in the day, I'm gonna do a little bit of freelance raiding. No quests, just clearing out areas looking for loot. One resource I'm very much looking for right now are polymer scraps. Using my stone axe, I can hack apart things that look plasticky, like the little shopping basket, the cooler, the plastic garbage can. This also leads me into a little hallway where you can see a fire trap. Fire is, as you might imagine, hazardous to my health. If you trace back along the gas line that the fire is coming out of, you can usually find a valve to turn it off. This one was quite easy to find, but as you can imagine, more advanced POIs come with more complicated puzzles. I continue on through the POI, and in this place I actually have to get to the main loot area by climbing a rope. You gotta have your wits about you in this game, that's for sure. I do turn off the fire trap just in case I need room to maneuver. The fire traps will hurt zombies, but they do substantially more damage to the player. When they were first introduced to the game, people were definitely exploiting them. I finished the upstairs battle, but apparently there's one more. It's another one of the death drop scenarios where I have to drop down with no way out. Oh gosh, that's a biker and there's definitely somebody else in here. Machine gun, please save me. Oh, let's make that 2 people in here as I empty the clip. Oh, key rack, activate it and run out as I take a hit. But now that I have some area to maneuver, I should be okay. Maybe just a little more machine gun. With them defeated, let's check out the main loot. 2 crack-a-book crates are always a welcome sight, and since this is a Tier 2 POI, it has a leather trunk instead of a wooden crate. More advanced POI, more advanced loot. Makes sense, right? More advanced loot that I totally leave behind. I grab everything except for the leather trunk because it's past 10 o'clock and I'm a little panicked right now. While I am slowly becoming more comfortable in the world, I am nowhere near equipped enough to be confident at night. I survived the trip home where I'm gonna get back to crafting. I've crafted myself a little bit of food and now I need a bit of drink, crafting some goldenrod tea. That is freshly unlocked knowledge, by the way. I quickly redeemed the experience rewards from the additional challenges that I completed today, and now that I have the knowledge unlocked, let's see what it takes to craft a workbench. I pretty much have everything except for mechanical parts. For a reliable source of mechanical parts, I'm gonna need a wrench. A wrench that I don't know how to craft yet, which also requires mechanical parts. And reading another magazine in the Salvage Tools series. I'll add that to the list for tomorrow, and let's spend the skill point I got today. Since I not only need the tool, but also the knowledge to craft the tool, I decide to go into salvage operations. This will increase the probability of finding salvage books, and maybe, just maybe, finding a wrench instead of having to craft one. Alright, with that handled, I think it's time to start thinking about the horde base again. After all, it's not even midnight yet, and there's still quite a few nighttime hours to burn through. Step 1 is going to be creating myself a fighting location. Ugh, stone axe. This is going to take a minute. Finally breaking those 2 blocks opens a hole pointing to the field north of me. There is a little bit more material to clear out outside of the hole, but this feels like a pretty good place to build a fighting position. My stone axe is broken, and instead of repairing it, I can now craft a Tier 4 stone axe. I'm becoming so smart. Given that I'm in Reno mode, a little extra durability is always welcome. On my way back to the fighting position, though, I'm getting distracted by my path into the silo. If it just so happens to hit the Shan during the horde night, I don't want there to be any obstacles in my retreat path. I'll just fill that in with a cube for now. I quickly chop away the stack that's sitting outside the silo so that I can start building. Back in the shape menu, I'm going to be grabbing a wedge. Holding down the rotate button to open my radial menu, I can choose the advanced option. This enables advanced rotation so the block will be able to flip into any orientation I want. I spin it the way I want it, and what do you say we get building? One sec, I forgot wood. I, of course, need resources in order to upgrade and reinforce the blocks that I'm placing. The base building blocks that you're able to pick back up with the action button only have 50 hit points. A strong enough sneeze will break them. With my stone axe in hand and 8 pieces of wood in my inventory, I can reinforce the block. I can no longer simply pick up the block out of the world, but it now has 500 HP, 10 times what it just did. I continue building out a small bridge with a staircase that leads to the fighting position. I want to create the easiest possible access for the zombies to get to me. That should guarantee that I don't have any coming up behind me when I'm not expecting it. A mechanic to keep in mind while you're building in this game is that there is structural integrity. As I continue building out this staircase, you can see the indicator color shift from green to pink. The color change indicates a change in structural integrity, meaning that if I continue placing blocks here, there's a chance that they'll all fall down. That's easily managed by simply building a new pillar up from the ground. A quick tip that I can offer while building is to split your stack of building blocks. Because you're generally building out of a couple different shapes, I find it really convenient to have a few varieties available on the toolbar. I'm feeling pretty happy with this staircase, so the next step is going to be to reinforce all of the blocks. Next, I need to start thinking about the fighting position itself. I want it to be as strong as possible. The goal of this fighting position is to bottleneck the zombies. Just like the Greeks at Thermopylae, as long as I can hold this position, their numbers account for nothing. I start off with a wooden hatch. I'm able to open and close it, but these zombies are not. I was kinda hoping to retain the ability to move through this opening. We'll see how that goes. I then also add a little bit of reinforcement around the edges of the fighting window. I quickly run out of wood, so that's added to the chore list, but for the night of day 2 leading into day 3, I'm feeling pretty good about this. After all that building, I'm feeling a little peckish, so let's tie into some food. Because my food options are so limited right now, I decided to risk eating one of the sham sandwiches. You can see that eating this will provide 15 food, but reduce our health by 5 points. It also comes with a 12% chance of giving us dysentery. I lost many a run on the Oregon Trail to dysentery. The risk ends up backfiring, and I now have dysentery. Fortunately, I am able to cure it using some of that goldenrod tea that I brewed earlier. I now have just shy of 30% of treated dysentery. Just above that, you can see my dysentery medicine from that goldenrod tea, which is at almost 40%. As long as I don't eat anything that's going to further my dysentery, this will slowly cure itself over time. If the percentage of medicine was lower, however, it would tick all the way down and then begin to tick back up. Just like with the infections. So I guess I'm dealing with the squirts for a couple hours. While I wait for Trader Rec to open, I start gathering a bit of the wood that I need. I go to turn my quest in, and this is probably the hardest choice that I've had to make so far. With my dysentery still affecting me, the food that Rect is offering is very tempting. Oh, but crafting skill magazines. Oh, but actually cobblestone rocks too. These are actually all extremely useful rewards. Who am I kidding though? Crafting skill magazine bundle, yes please. I also grab another fetch quest at the old creepy church. And glorious news, as I go to leave Rec's place, our concussion finally wears off. It's the morning of day 3, and I'm finally back to full health. Completing that quest also leveled me up, so I'm going to put my 3rd point into the fortitude skill. And I get to enjoy the full effect of that because my concussion is no longer reducing my fortitude. Everything is coming up Millhouse this morning. Gosh, you know, it's just a good news kind of day. I'm so pumped up that I'm gonna pop in the headphones and enjoy a little bit of zombie slayage. Time to get some quests done.
Let's get one next trip.
Well, that was a whole bunch of fun. Completing that last quest, I'm going to be taking the lockpicks. I won't be using these on any ATMs, instead saving them for the Tier 3 POIs. Speaking of higher tier POIs, that last quest gave me the final point that I needed to tier up. I get to choose another quest reward, of which I think the bicycle is bar none the most valuable. My ability to get around the world more freely is increasing by the day. The available quests will not update until tomorrow morning, but I will now be able to start doing Tier 2 quests. During those few quests, I also started finding different pieces of armor. These are also new to the 1.0 release. There are now 16 different armor sets available. Each set has its own specific advantages. In the early game, it's very much a case of just taking what I can get, but in the late game, I'll definitely have to do some reading to determine which of these sets fits me best. All of these armor sets are craftable after all, which I love. It gives so much freedom to the player. It's approaching late afternoon, and that's a lot of daylight left to use today. I pop down my shiny new bike, and I'm gonna get the last Tier 1 quest of the playthrough done. The bike definitely extends my range and speed at getting around the world. I smash my way through the quest, and while looting, I find a bit of dye. die will allow you to modify the color of your gear. It has its own slot separate from the mod slots, which I can now talk about. I install the black dye into my knuckle wraps because awesome, and you can see that I have one mod slot that has a structural brace mod in it. With higher tier gear, there is a potential maximum of 4 mod slots. This adds yet another avenue by which I can customize my loadout. Weapons, tools, and gear are all moddable. I finish off the quest, claiming the loot at the end, which has a pretty nifty book for me. While sneaking, I will no longer use stamina while sprinting. I find in these early days, while I'm still trying to be a little sneaky and careful about how I approach the world, books like this are so valuable. Back at home, I'm immediately annoyed by the fence that's blocking my bike's path. That's easily solvable with a stone axe. Remember, this world is yours to do with as you please. Riding my bike around my compound? Yeah, right. I'll just go right through. Despite being at my quest max for the day, I do decide to turn this one in. I now also have a decent stack of cash, so let's see if Rekt has anything that I want. Check out this brilliant play. I'm so focused on the crafting skill magazine to teach myself how to craft a wrench that I completely ignore the 3 that he has available to purchase. Brilliant. I take a quick look at the books he's offering, and Urban Combat Volume 5 is another huge one. Now I can walk over landmines without detonating them. Yes, as I progress into more advanced areas, there are higher chances of landmines being around the world. They hurt a bunch, and now I don't need to worry about it. I also buy the crafting skill magazines he's got for my fists. I want the next tier of those as soon as possible. And remaining blissfully unaware of the wrenches for whatever reason, I head back home to gather a bit more materials. Plant fiber is one of those resources that you don't really need much of, but it's really annoying to go get it. I'm just gonna harvest a bunch right now. It's nearing the end of day 3, so I'm finally gonna finish clearing out my home base. I clear out the barn, then grabbing the main loot, which has one of the most exciting items in the early game. A triple storage pocket mod. My inventory is a 5x9 grid. You can see that the bottom 2 rows are all filled out with the encumbrance icon. This means that I can fill my inventory up to that point, and then I'm going to start becoming encumbered. The more encumbered you are, the slower you move. I can now add the pocket mod to my primitive outfit. I can now carry 3 additional items in my inventory without suffering the consequences of encumbrance. I've mentioned it a few times, but mobility is key. Especially for me. Gotta go fast. I take a quick look at crafting the wrench, which I can now do, though I still don't have the mechanical parts. I then spend my latest skill point on Miner 69er. This skill line focuses on harvesting tools. The stone axe as an all-in-one tool is great and all, but I want to expand my options. Foolhardy as ever, I'm outside at night, ground level, pounding apart a car. The idea here was to try and get some mechanical parts, but this thing's only providing me with iron. Well, so much for that idea. I popped back upstairs to continue crafting instead. With the plant fiber that I harvested, I decided to craft myself a full primitive set. I'm now able to craft tier 5 primitive gear. Even the tier 5 variants are quite cheap to craft and will provide at least some defense. I'll be starting the tier 2 raids right away, and yeah, dogs. I now also have all the resources I need to craft my first dew collector. While that crafts, I check on my forge to see how it's doing. These housekeeping tasks, like maintaining the forge, I'm gonna show less and less of as the playthrough continues. After all, we're on day 4, and this video is already over 50 minutes long. My next big step with the forge is getting myself an anvil. The anvil acts similar to the cooking pot for the campfire. It will allow me to craft additional recipes within the forge. Just outside my front window, this sandbox-looking thing is the perfect place for my dew collector. I pop that bad boy down, which is now passively going to collect water for us. As you can see, it also has upgrade slots. Initially, it will only collect murky water. Once those are filled out, it will produce more water more quickly, and it'll be pure water instead of murky. I then spend the remainder of the night working on my fighting position. First, I not only upgrade everything that I placed yesterday, but I also upgrade it a second time. You can upgrade from wood, which has 500 hit points, to cobblestone, which has 1500 hit points. There are 2 tiers above cobblestone, but I'm a little ways away from having access to those. Upgrading to concrete gives it 5,000 hit points, and then steel has 10,000 hit points. All in time, young adventurer. With all of that upgraded, I need to put a little bit more time into the fighting position itself. The lone hatch would not stand up very long against the horde. I start hunting through the much broader shape menu for a shape that will allow me to block zombies while still being able to use melee through it. I want to be able to punch my way through as much of the horde as possible, conserving my ammo for if and when I'll need it. I go with the double pillars, which should block the zombies from getting in while allowing me to punch out. You'll also notice that I'm doubling these up to provide as much strength as possible. I then choose the ladder scaffolding for the lower block, which is going to be a mistake. You'll see why in 3 more nights when the horde is here. I'm out of materials again, so I spend the last bit of the night doing a bit more resource collection. I spot a deer who I managed to take out. That's definitely going to help with my food supplies. But I took it out with my hunting rifle, the super loud hunting rifle. I harvest up the deer, then moving over to the nearest tree to get a bit more wood. Wood, of course, being infinitely useful, and oh, get down, be quiet. This is a wandering horde. Wandering hordes spawn randomly in the world, and if I'd used that hunting rifle just a minute or two later, they all would have come after me. I remain unnoticed as they continue past me, but that was a close call. It's a good thing I wore my brown pants. Excuse me as I cower upstairs until morning. It's a new dawn, and that means it's time to get busy. Now with Tier 2 quests available, I can start doing some infested clears. Infested clears take POIs from the previous tier and ramp them up with double the zombie spawns. Ever since these infested quests became a thing, I have been obsessed with them. This infested clear is going to be right across the street from home base. I'll catch you on the other side. Whew, that was a fair amount of zombies. I grabbed the final loot, replacing my pipe pistol and getting another book. This is where the game gets one up on me. After the action-packed clearing of this place, I've been lulled into this false sense of security. The quest has been completed, so surely there's no more enemies in this POI. That kennel at the back end of this truck is nothing to worry about, right? I cleared all the zombies. Let's take a quick look. Oh my gosh, that's 2 dogs. Run away, run away. Machine gun save me. Oh, but I didn't reload it. There's only 6 shots. Oh gosh, panic, panic, pipe pistol, please save me. Oh, this game sure gets my heart going sometimes. Whew. I mean, at least at the end of it, I do get to harvest them for more resources, so that's good. I licked my wounds all the way back to the trader.
You stop staring, asshole.
Yeah, Rect, you're such a... Give me another quest, I'm sick of smelling you. I grabbed the Tier 2 clear, resetting the building that I was raiding the other night with the fire traps. It's a straightforward clear, this time grabbing the leather trunk at the end. This rewards me with some better loot, including a couple armor crafting kits. These are specific for crafting the armor sets. The primitive armor is, well, just that, primitive. Back at home investigating my drink options because I am a thirsty boy, we hear a sound that hasn't come up yet. That is the sound of an airdrop. Every 3 days, a plane will fly overhead of your character's current position. Somewhere in the radius around you, it will drop a supply crate. Real quick, I get some water on the boil and turn in my quest with Rect for a bit of glue. On the way to the next quest, you can see that there's an additional marker on my compass. By default, the supply drops will be marked on your map, but there is one thing to be aware of. If you log out and then log back in, the marker will no longer exist, despite the fact that the crate does. If for whatever reason you have to exit the game before collecting your supply drop, be sure to mark it on the map with your own marker. By the way, these supply drops don't always land in the most convenient locations. This one is pretty much inside of a POI, but luckily I can grab it from outside. It's great when they land on the roof of a building. They always come with some nifty supplies, and this one has a bunch of books for me, so I'm frothing at the mouth just a little. At the next quest, I can also show another advantage to the bike. While looking at the bike, once again holding the action button to open the radial menu, we can access the vehicle's inventory. The bike has 9 additional storage slots that I can use without impacting my encumbrance. Now I can bring home even more loot. Mwahaha! You might also note that I'm choosing to hold on to all of these books instead of reading them right away. I'll tell you why after I get this itch out of my system. I complete the quest, another infested clear, and I have another thing to note about the infested quests. In the main loot area of an infested clear, there is an additional loot cache that spawns called the infested cache. These are generally filled with a bunch of ammunition and weapon-related pieces. Just outside of the POI, I've got a couple of friends, and it turns out that they're actually part of another wandering horde. The wandering hordes are obviously much more manageable in the daytime. As far as I'm concerned, this is all free Eggsperience. I turn in the quest for more crafting skill magazines, you bet. Then I check to see if Recht has anything new in his inventory. The traders will rotate their stock every few days, and you can see the restock date at the top of the menu. Today was a restock, and I find myself a tier 4 wrench, which I buy with zero hesitation. Mine. This unlocks another avenue of resource gathering, which I'm gonna get busy on as soon as I'm done questing. The next quest is actually a fair distance away. If I didn't have the mobility that the bike offers, I don't think I could have gotten this quest done today. It's all the way down in a second Pine Forest town. A new town means new mailboxes, and I grab every one. I use my 6 stealth skills to finish off the last couple of zombies, and since it's so late in the day, I'm actually going to spend a bit of time here. I clearly don't have enough time for another raid before night falls, so instead I'm going to be harvesting a bunch of resources down in the basement. I can start using my wrench to take things apart, as well as the ever-reliable stone axe to harvest a bunch of these wood piles. Similar to the pallets at the construction zone, they give a fair amount of resources, which again, with a few minutes to kill before night, I think it's worth it. The last couple of things that I'm going to do here are grabbing the main loot, which reveals a small problem. Books that drop are randomized, and we can find duplicate books. With this Wasteland Treasures book, I can either read it for a bit of experience, I can sell it to the trader, or I can scrap it for a bit of paper. And the last thing that I'm going to do here is, for the first time, I'm going to pick a lock. There's no minigame or anything for it, it's just a random chance. As the timer ticks down, there's a chance to break your lockpick, which happens. But as long as you have additional lockpicks in your inventory, you're able to pick up more or less where you left off. Inside I find an upgrade for the pipe machine gun, a tier 2 instead of tier 1. And a couple of steel knuckle parts. The steel knuckles are the final tier of fist weapon, and I'm a little ways away from being able to craft them. The way home is then not super eventful, and that's mostly because of the bike. As long as my stamina holds out, I am able to pedal faster than zombies can run at me. Back at home, it's time to take a look. What I need is in a book. Reading Rainbow. The tier 1 nerd armor that I found has an interesting attribute that it adds. While wearing it, as I read the crafting skill magazines, I have a chance of gaining 2 points instead of 1. At tier 1, it's only giving a 5% chance for an additional point, but at tier 6, it will give a 50% chance for an additional point. With hundreds upon hundreds of these magazines to read, I am all for that. The day's activities leaves me with 4 skill points to spend. I'm going to put 2 into the main branch of Fortitude, bringing it to level 5. This now unlocks the 3rd tier of the Brawler perk, which I'm also picking up, making our fists do more damage for less stamina. It's also past time to invest in pain tolerance. I'm getting beat up a lot. I spend a bit of time crafting, and the most notable thing that I'm going to be crafting tonight is a pair of iron knuckles. The iron knuckles are the mid-tier between the knuckle wraps and the steel knuckles. I can even jump straight to a tier 2 set of knuckles because books are the best. While I wait for everything to craft, it's time to get my risk on and go ground level again. As long as my eyes and ears are open, I should be good to break down this tractor with my wrench. You can see the myriad of additional resources I'm getting taking it apart with the wrench as opposed to the stone axe, which was only giving iron. Scrap iron. I also take some time to take a few other things apart down here, like the truck as well as the broken cement mixer. My iron knuckles are now done crafting, so let's get those swapped onto the toolbar. I take the mods out of my knuckle wraps, and I want you to pay attention here. You'll notice that the level 3 knuckle wraps only have a single mod slot. Then the level 2 iron knuckles have 2 mod slots available. The levels as well as the tier of the gear increase the amount of mod slots. That way the gear always feels like it's getting stronger. This wasn't always the case. The mod slots used to be entirely dependent on the level of the gear, so your tier 5 iron pickaxe might just be better than your tier 1 steel pickaxe. That is not the case anymore, and I love it. I'm gonna spend the rest of the night playing with my wrench. I'll see you in the morning. As usual, I'm starting my day with a little ray of wrecked sunshine. I turned in yesterday's last quest claiming the weighted head mod. I put this immediately into the second mod slot of my knuckles. These two mods are now increasing the durability of my knuckles as well as giving an increased chance to knock zombies down. Being able to knock down the zombies allows me a little bit of crowd control when I'm facing those bigger groups. Before heading out for the day, I was crafting a little something in my inventory while I was talking with Wrecked. The mechanical parts that I harvested last night have allowed me to craft a workbench. While being able to craft anything that your character can, there are also recipes that are specific to the workbench. I can't take advantage of that right now, but putting down the first workstation is a great milestone. I finish off the next infested clear, and just outside of it I find another wandering horde. I get so gung-ho to run out and meet them that I jump off the second floor story and sprain my leg. Until that sprain is healed, I'm dealing once again with a reduced maximum health as well as I can't sprint. Sprinting or pedaling too hard on the bike will now not only hurt us, but could lead to a break. The good news, though, is that these new iron knuckles are monstrous. Why would I need to worry about my legs when my arms are far too busy sploding zombie noggins? I didn't really feel like pedaling all the way back to town on a sprained leg, and that quest ended up giving me one more skill point. I'm gonna put my first point into living off the land. This skill is geared towards the farming aspect of the game. While I'm not quite ready to jump into agriculture, I can start setting myself up, and the first point will allow me to harvest double from wild crops. I'm gonna spend the time while my leg heals wandering around this field collecting any chrysanthemum, cotton, and dandelions that I can find. Cotton is gonna be useful a bit later, but the dandelions and chrysanthemums are gonna help our hydration situation immensely. Not only can I brew some teas with them, but I found the recipe for purified mineral water. Probably one of the best drinks in the game? I continue questing throughout the day, coming home to drop off my supplies again. Things are getting a little bit crowded around here, so I also decided to expand my storage. Editing me is kinda laughing right now. It's kinda fun to see me running out of inventory with only 3 crates. Such humble beginnings. I'm also taking some of the flowers that I harvested to brew our first batch of pure mineral water. This is going to remove a huge amount of pressure from my hydration. Now I just need to worry about food. While that cooks, it's quest time again, clearing out the crypts for Wrecked. I just gotta say it, these iron knuckles are feeling so good. I turn in the quest. Of course, it's a crafting skill magazine bundle. You can pretty much just assume that this is my default. And with a fresh wad of cash in my hand, let's see if Wrecked has anything I want. I buy the first of 3 tools for our dew collector. The gatherer upgrade increases the rate at which we're collecting water. I drop it into the dew collector, which, yes, has been collecting some murky water. I have been grabbing it, but I don't feel the need to show you every little thing that I'm doing. Otherwise, this video would be like 10 hours long. With the books that I've been reading, I've unlocked more cooking knowledge, and I'm finally able to make some bacon and eggs. These are probably my favorite early to mid-game food. As long as you're reasonably diligent with looting birds' nests as well as taking care of any animals you find in the world, you should have enough materials to craft a good few of these. With food and drink on the go, it's time to see what else I can craft. Today I actually unlocked the next tier of machine gun crafting, the AK-47. On top of requiring basic resources like forged iron and duct tape, it also requires machine gun parts. These, like the steel knuckle parts that I found earlier, can only be found in loot. They cannot be crafted. Being skilled into the machine gunner trait, though, on top of increasing the chance of getting books that are relevant to machine guns, also increases the chance of getting parts for machine guns. I only need 1 of the 10 that I found so far for the Tier 1 AK. The Kalashnikov is going to be the first item that I craft that requires being crafted in a workbench. After getting that queued up, I also now have the know-how to start crafting some iron tools. Unlike the stone axe, which does a little bit of everything, these iron tools are more purpose-built. The axe for wood, the pickaxe for stone and ore. Upgrades, upgrades, I love it. The AK is done crafting, so let's see what mods I have available for it. I have a retracting stock making hipfire more effective, and a rad remover. I won't be encountering, or at least I hope I won't be encountering any irradiated zombies anytime soon. But despite that, the Rad Remover mod is still useful to have in the weapon. Just having a mod, regardless of what it is, sitting inside of a weapon does passively increase its stats. Awesome, let's get that loaded up, and oh yeah, I also found a 9mm handgun, but that's not very exciting. It only replaced my pipe pistol, which honestly didn't see a lot of use. I'm feeling pretty strong right now, so what do you say we find a bit of trouble? Spread around the world are police cars. They are locked, so you can lockpick your way into them, but I really am trying to save my lockpicks right now. Option 2 is gonna be beating your way in. This comes with a bit of risk though, so before I harvest the last bit of durability, I'm gonna let my stamina recover. That's because when you break into a police car, you set off the alarm. I let my stamina come back so that I could break through the alarm phase a little bit quicker. No matter how quickly you turn off the alarm though, zombies are coming. I run way away from the car just to be able to get a sense for what's coming at me. Let's break in this AK. You may also notice that a couple of these zombies have glowing eyes. Ah, holy moly, I'll talk about that once I dodge the cop vomit. Alright, back to the thought. There are different types of zombies in the world. While there are a bunch of individual zombies, they also come in different types. The ones we've seen so far are just the base level shambling zombies. The ones with glowing eyes are the next tier up, feral zombies. They're faster, hit harder, and have more health. Another variety that I just mentioned are the irradiated zombies, which are another level up from feral. They glow green and will regenerate their health. That's actually what the Rad Remover does. It removes the irradiated regeneration. I take down the last Big Mama, and let's see what's in this police car. Yep, that's a whole lot of bupkis, but that's okay. The police cars actually have pretty good loot tables. Back at base, the new tools are done crafting, so I spend a little bit of time updating my loadout. With the brutality I'm able to unleash with my knuckles now, backed up by an AK and a 9mm handgun, let's just say I don't feel the need for the bow anymore. I also put the new iron tools on my bar, which is starting to look like a pretty functional loadout. Last but not least, I should spend these skill points putting 1 point into lightning hands, which increases our punching speed, and 1 point into intellect. Once I have skill points to spend again, intellect level 2 will allow me to purchase Grease Monkey. Grease Monkey specializes in vehicles. Don't get me wrong, I'm super thankful to be on a bicycle right now, but there are much better options. You know, once I figure out how to make them. I also take a quick look to see how my books are looking. Things are starting to fill out, with probably the most impactful one right now being the Bar Brawler series. I want to rely on my fists as much as possible in the early and even into the mid-game. I'm also slowly becoming a more competent crafter, but it all takes time. And for the first time in the series, I actually sit still during the nighttime. I took a bit of time just to read through all of these armor sets and try to figure out which direction I'm leaning. I also take a quick look at the map, and here you can really get a sense for the scale of the world. Everything that I've done so far has been in this tiny little area. That's why my priority, on top of surviving the Horde night, is to get as mobile as possible as quickly as possible. There's a whole world out there to check out. The next morning, my priority is going to remain on questing. I want to level up my questing tier with the trader as quickly as possible. Even with the slight nerf to questing that they recently introduced, I still feel it's the best way to kind of power level yourself up in the early game. As I continue questing through higher tier POIs and leveling up myself, my game stage is increasing. Game stage is a calculated value which pretty much represents your progress in the game. It adjusts a few different mechanics like the size and composition of Screamer hordes, Wandering hordes, the Blood Moon hordes. As it increases, it will generally make things more and more difficult for you, but it also increases the probability of finding better loot and higher quality items. As you may notice, I am starting to encounter a few more difficult zombies like soldiers and more ferals. Completing the quest leveled me up, and I'm going to drop that skill point immediately into Grease Monkey. The next tier of vehicle is going to be the mini bike, the first gasoline-powered vehicle. At the next quest, I'm faced with another one of the top-down raids, but I have a little bit of trouble getting into it. He lines up the jump, and fail, and my leg is sprained again. Ow. As you can imagine, since sprinting on a sprained leg is bad, jumping is also probably bad. Instead, I'll take a moment to remind you that this is essentially a sandbox game. To heck with jumping up there, I'm just gonna build a ladder back up. I have to take my sweet time going through the raid where I can point out why doors are awesome. As a door becomes more damaged, it will start to reveal holes in it. You are able to hit the zombies through those holes, which is so nice. I can at least get in a few hits on the Bernie boys before they break down the door and really come at me. In the main loot, I also find a really nifty mod. The bandolier mod, when put into your chest or legs, will increase your reload speed by 15%. After turning in the quest, I do a bit of shopping with Rect, and I decide to buy some rogue boots. These are going to increase my safe fall distance by 2 meters, which clearly I need. I clear out the next quest, and I'm definitely starting to feel a lot more confident in the world. You can tell because I decided to take on this dog with my fists. While successful, he does take a bit of a chunk out of me, and now I'm fatigued. I'll add vitamins to the shopping list. I turn in the quest, going, of course, for the crafting skill magazines, and it seems like my efforts are paying off. I tier up a second time. I'm offered another choice of 5 bundles, and I'm looking straight at that mini bike parts bundle. Unlike the tier 1 unlock where I was simply given a bicycle, this only comes with a few parts of the mini bike. 2 wheels, a battery, the chassis, and 3 books. From my wrenching adventures the other day, I have all of the materials that I need. However, I do not have the know-how to craft the handlebars. Maybe I can get lucky and find them, but I'm not too far away from being able to craft my own. No time for that right now though, daylight's burning and now I'm definitely on the hunt for books. You know, because it's been like 30 seconds since I last mentioned how much I want books. I'm doing a little scout around town and ooh, I recognize this place. There should be a few bookcases within this house. Let's go clear it out. I clear my way up to the second floor and excuse me, I'll just close this door again. Left? No, right. No, left. No, right. No, left. Yes, left. The zombie on the right is actually getting hung up in some traps. Though I don't usually use them myself, they can be quite useful, inflicting damage and slowing down zombies that are coming at you. I finish off these 2, heading inside, and ooh, look at them. Sweet, glorious books. While there wasn't anything exciting within them, I'm still happy, because I'm stubbornly refusing to read any books until I get home and can wear my nerd armor. I'm actually going to be popping out of this POI to go drop off items in my bike. I build a cheeky ladder taking me back to where I was, drop off my books, and let's finish this place. Oh, would you look at that? Looks like this guy was having a party up here. Oh, but then the construction worker come out and the greasy Mo follows. You know, never mind. I don't want to know what you were doing up here. This is our first look at a tier 3 POI. The main loot is now inside of a reinforced chest as opposed to the wooden crates and leather trunk that we've seen to this point. Reinforced chest as well as all subsequent main loot caches are gonna be locked. This is why I've been saving my lockpicks. Oh, and the skill is definitely helping more as well. Starting to loot some tier 3 caches at the end of day 6 feels pretty good. Back at home, it's time to speed read a bunch of these books wearing my nerd armor. I only have 3 of the vehicle adventure magazines, so here's hoping I'm pretty close to that mini bike. I have another skill point, and after some consideration, I decided to put my 3rd point into the intellect tree. This is going to make the physician skill available to me next level. While making my healing more effective is great, splints and casts will now instantly cure sprains. I need that. I do a quick look through my magazine tab just to see where I'm stacking up with my crafting skills. Assuming the nerd armor gives me no additional points, I need 3 more vehicle books to unlock the mini bike. Close, but not tonight. My storage is already getting full again, and instead of adding additional boxes, I'm gonna go a different route. With my stone axe in hand and forged iron in my inventory, I'm able to upgrade my storage crates. Just like the blocks at the fighting position. This unlocks 2 additional rows or 16 additional slots in each of my crates. One of the schematics that I found at the tier 3 place I was just at is the ergonomic grip mod. I grabbed the materials I need to craft one of these because once I have it installed in my fists, it's going to decrease my melee stamina usage by 10%. What can I say, swinging these big old knuckles takes a lot out of me. I also found a wooden crossbow which I'm using now and then for some opportunistic stealth shots. Instead of crafting bolts from stone, I crafted up a few iron arrowheads in my forge. This allows me to craft iron crossbow bolts. As you can imagine, they deal more damage than the stone ones. I load the first bolt in, and what do you say we give this thing a test? Ready, aim... just kidding. AK, ooh, good shot me. I then use the last few hours of the night to head back out and continue on some wrenching adventures. Since I don't have a whole lot going on at night right now, I think it's worth it to go out and harvest vehicles. It's fairly low risk, and I'm hoping that I won't have to go harvest these types of materials again for a good long while. While grabbing a quest on the morning of the 7th, I do a little bit of shopping as well. The perk skill books and magazines actually sell reasonably well, so after I've read them, if I find duplicates, I generally save them to sell to the trader. I'm also going to grab myself a bellows, which is another upgrade for the forge. I don't think this enables any additional recipes in the forge, but it does increase the smelting speed by 50%. While my primary priority is going to remain questing, it is day 7, and I have to be aware of the time today. First thing in the morning, I am going to be exploiting my ability to double loot this POI. With my 1 point in living off the land doubling my harvest amount, I'm going to grab all of the corn, yucca, and blueberries before I reset this place. Then I do it all again. I also level up while doing this and complete my farming corn challenge. This POI is quite good for food. Including the crops on the outside, there are also little balls of bacon within. This is a great place for the iron crossbow's sneak damage to shine because these boars are the first wild animals that will actually attack me. They're not immediately aggressive all the time, but after you poke them with something, they will come after you. Those stealth shots, though, they can be so satisfying. After making the area safe, it's time to get my harvest on. I'm actually starting with these gore piles on the ground. They provide a few materials, the best of which being the bones and rotten flesh. The rotten flesh in particular is going to be incredibly useful when I start setting up a farm. I also harvest the Piggly Wigglies for a little bit of fresh meat because I need to eat, although you can eat rotten flesh. Gross. I polish off the quest, grabbing another bar brawling book. That's always nice. And instead of immediately leaving the POI, I'm actually going to hop my way over to this silo. By no means am I aware of all of the hidden stash locations in this game, but underneath the stack of hay at the bottom of this silo lies a crate. It's off of the beaten path and fairly well hidden. Ooh, the loot. Give me more, give me more. All right, let's get out of here.
Wipe that smirk off your face. Doing one job doesn't make us pals.
Oh yeah, right, Wreck. This is definitely not my first job for you. Get a grip, buddy. In a rare turn of events, I'm actually not going to be grabbing the Crafting Skill magazine bundle this time, instead grabbing Urban Combat Volume 6. After reading it while in combat, my armor no longer slows me down. A huge benefit for mobility. As I make my way to the next quest, you'll notice that the day number has shifted to red. This is the game's subtle way of informing you that something is coming. While your eye's on the compass, take a look at how many zombies are starting to show up in these POIs. While I am starting to feel reasonably geared up, this iron crossbow is saving me a lot of effort. I get away with clearing out the majority of the zombies before one wakes up. Achilles here is struggling a bit with pathing, so I can take him out and then finish off the last two. Back outside, the pilot was kind enough to drop the supply crate in between the trader and I. Thank you very much. It contains a few basic supplies, including a claw hammer, which is actually pretty good. This is the next tier of repair item, where the stone axe takes 3 swings to upgrade a block. This will only take 1. I continue questing through the afternoon, where I get to introduce another enemy type. These horrible, squealing monstrosities are spiders. I pretty much regard them as the dogs of zombies. They walk around on all 4, screaming, and they jump at you, which is horrifying. It's an AK occasion for sure. I clear them out, and I get to show you the disadvantage of relying on lockpicks. Please excuse the vulture outside squawking at me. Every time you pick a lock, you have a chance to fail breaking the lockpick. Despite my point in lockpicking, I break 5 lockpicks in a row, running out. The day is getting on, and I'm not particularly confident about my ability to beat my way through the lock in a timely manner. It pains me so deeply, but this is getting left behind. You know, I was gonna give this vulture a pass, but he is relentless. Shut your beak, please. I grab my crafting magazine bundle, of course, and do a touch of shopping. I decide to buy a tarp, the second upgrade for the dew collector. Now the dew collector's storage is going to max out at 6 waters instead of 3. Oh, and that's right, I forgot to mention. Every single town will have its own individual trader. That quest was actually for the second wrecked in the other Pine Forest town. As I pedal my way back to my wrecked, I guess, you can hear some very ominous sounding thunder. This is the game's less subtle way of letting you know that something is coming. 2 wrecks means doubling up on questing, so you bet your butts that I've been doing that. It's 8 o'clock though, which leaves me 2 hours until nighttime. The entire world around me is starting to glow with a hue of red. The Blood Moon Horde is coming. Back at the base, I'm preparing myself, grabbing an inventory full of ammunition, repair supplies, but oh wait, books! Surely I have a couple of minutes to crush some magazines real quick. Right, focus, Horde. I finished my preparations, making sure to have medicine, food, and I also grabbed a pipe shotgun that I found. It hasn't even been fired once yet, but hey, who knows, I might need 1 additional shot tonight. I get some teas brewing, and it's time to get into position. Oh, wait, there's one other thing I can grab. I've got time, I quickly run back to the house and I grab a few beers to add to my toolbar. As the music ramps up and the first attacker charges at me, I get a little bit of froth on my upper lip. While making the screen a little fuzzy, the beer is going to increase my punching damage by 200% for just over a minute. I'm hoping to get through as much of this horde as possible using only my fists and base building Eggsperience. A little over an hour into the horde, I'm starting to get a little overwhelmed, switching to the AK. You remember that hatch that I put down, questioning its usefulness? Yeah, it's broken. There's only 1 layer protecting me from zombies now. I switch back to my fists as often as possible, also pulling out the claw hammer to do a couple of spot repairs as the night wears on. Hello? Zombies? I guess this is the introductory horde. I'm not going to be seeing anything too crazy yet. The disadvantage to using my fist this much is that the zombies are definitely able to tickle me back. They lacerate me, they infect me, but I'm made of hard stuff. Just ask my girlfriend. Wave upon wave of zombie crash across my base, but this horde is mine. As the clock ticks over to 4 a.m., the morning sound chimes. The remaining zombies return to their daytime selves, just shambling about. I take a bit of time to clear them up, and now it's time for my favorite part of every horde. That was a lot of zombies, which means I have a lot of loot bags to get into. I clean up the last few items, and this is the loot that I got from the horde. It's nothing crazy, but remember, this was the first one. The next week is now mine to continue progressing. The horde also leveled me up 5 times, so I've got a couple skill points to spend. I spend 4 of them to bring my fortitude skill to 7. As you level up past 5 in the main skill of each tree, they start costing more points. This unlocks the ability to put a 4th point into Brawler though. This continues increasing my fist damage while reducing my stamina cost with punching. Professional Boxer also comes with another benefit. Anytime I finish a zombie with my fists now, I gain 20 stamina. Nifty! That's gonna help with this week's questing. I also decide to claim a few of the challenge rewards that I've been sitting on, which actually levels me up again. Well, I think I'm gonna increase my punching power even more, grabbing another point in Lightning Hands. My punching speed is now 17% faster. I can't wait to get swinging again. After a successful horde with a little bit of a late start to the day, I don't even think wrecked can get me down. During the night, I completed one of these Zombie Slayer challenges. Some challenges, on top of an XP award, will also give you a reward when you visit the next trader. I have my choice of ammunition here, 7.62 all the way, even though all the ammunition I really need is the pep in my punch, right? I grab the next quest, which just might end up being a bit of a reward for myself. It's time to get my dukes out, we're heading to the Rippers. Big buns. I wonder what awaits me inside. It's honestly a pretty uneventful raid until I get to the back half. No pun intended. In the infested clears, I'm now starting to see some radiated zombies. These zombies are another tier up from the feral zombies that we've been encountering more of. As I mentioned before, they will regenerate their health unless you have a way of preventing it. The only rat remover that I've found so far is sitting in my AK, but no worries, the other solution is to simply outdamage the regeneration. I made an honest attempt with my fists, but yeah, this is AK territory right here. These infested clears are definitely becoming more hectic by the day. There are also different tiers of loot bag. I already demonstrated the yellow ones, which are the lowest tier, and the second tier are the blue ones. The final tier of loot drop are red bags, which I hope I don't see for a while. The enemies that carry the red bags are a little above my pay grade right now. Higher tier loot bags, of course, have better loot and more of it. As I grab the main loot, I want to point out another great addition to the 1.0 release. In previous versions of the game, the highest quality that you were able to craft as a character was only tier 5, with 6 being the maximum. They've now added a chance to find these legendary parts, which you can use to craft tier 6 items. I feel this once again adds even more control to the player on how their loadout is structured. This was an S tier change. Granted, it'll be a bit until I can actually craft something with them. I continue on my merry way questing about, and a great thing about Wrecked is as the food vendor, I can buy a bunch of eggs from him. As fun as stopping and checking every bird's nest is, I feel this is a more effective use of my time. On top of finding them at the trader locations, you can also find vending machines spread around the world. They aren't always functional, but it's really nice when you're hunting for a specific kind of candy to be aware of more vending machine locations. These candies provide a suite of different buffs for the player, which are so helpful. Just in this vending machine, you can see skull crushers for melee damage, eye candy for looting, jailbreakers for lockpicking, rockbusters for mining, sugar butts for bartering, and atom junkies for explosive damage. These are 6 of the 11 total candy varieties available. Just like the trader stock, the vending machines will rotate, though I'm not sure what poor soul is in charge of restocking all of these. I make my way to the main loot, where I'm gonna show you why I typically avoid beating my way into the tier 3 caches. I am still out of lockpicks at the moment, so this is my only way to claim this loot. The only way I have available right now. I can also find timed charges later. For context, it takes me almost 40 minutes in-game to break my way into this chest. Despite the time investment, I do feel this was worth it though, claiming more legendary parts as well as a lumberjack outfit. It's a light armor, meaning that it will not impact my stamina, mobility, or noise while wearing it, and it also increases my carrying capacity by 3 slots. More capacity, more loot, more better. Down in the other Pine Forest town, I now have a quest at that book house that I was so excited for earlier, so I'm gonna clear it again. The primary goal over the coming week is to get myself a mini bike. All I'm waiting for are those last couple of books to unlock the know-how. Up at the main loot, I decide not to leave it behind this time, chugging back a coffee to help with my stamina, and excuse me for a moment. I mean, one cool little optimization is that I'm sorting out my inventory when I wait for my stamina to come back. I finally make my way in and oh, thank goodness. I'm not overly excited about the loot inside, but there's 5 lockpicks, and yes please, I am so sick of beating my way into these things. At the end of the day, back at base, it's time for my nightly education session. My efforts throughout the day netted me 4 vehicle books, so I am now able to craft a mini bike. I grab all the ingredients I need, and in a short minute and a half, I'm gonna be able to craft this bad boy. Once the handlebars are done crafting, I have everything I need. Another minute and a half, and I will have my mini bike. Let's pop this bad boy down, it's looking good. On top of being gas-powered instead of pedal-powered, it now also has 2 additional lines of inventory. This gives it 27 slots of storage as opposed to the bike's 9. While looting, there's a rare chance to find treasure maps. There are a few different authors to these treasure maps, but they pretty much function just like the buried supplies quests. It puts a marker on the map, which sounds like the perfect inaugural adventure for the mini bike. On the way there, I find myself facing one of the most intimidating enemies in the game. Just down the road is a bear. While there are alive bears in the world, this one is a zombie bear. These things are bullet sponges. I unload an entire clip into it and it's still coming. Fortunately, playing once again to the advantage of mobility, I can jump on my mini bike and go just far enough away that the bear loses me. Mo is kind of killing my vibe here, one sec. Instead of taking the bear head on, I try to go a little bit more stealthy. As you can see, despite the fact that I shot him and moved to the right, he doesn't know where I am because I'm sneaking. Of course, if I made too much noise getting over here, he would absolutely know where I am. Alright, back to the AK. Even more kiting, and another arrow, and finally the bear goes down. I move in to check him out, and this is the type of enemy that drops a red bag. Absolute bullet sponges. Could you imagine facing one of these things in a tight space? I continue towards the map and I encounter a second zombie bear. This map has actually led me into the wasteland. There are 5 different biomes in the world. You can see in the top corner, the wasteland is accompanied with 2 orange skulls. Every different biome has a different difficulty modifier. The pine forest, where we've been spending all of our time so far, has a 0 skull modifier, as you might have guessed. The burned forest for half a skull, the desert for a full skull, the winter biome for a skull and a half, and the infamous wasteland with 2 skulls. These are added on top of the difficulty of POIs, so you can get into a maximum of a tier 7 by the endgame. I move my way around the second bear. I don't have the ammo to spend on that, and it looks like the treasure chest is actually buried in the burnt forest. This should give me at least a modicum of additional safety while digging. The wasteland is like super scary. Just like the buried supplies, there is the yellow ring outline, and somewhere within this circle is the treasure chest. Unlike the buried supplies though, as you continue to dig and make the circle smaller, zombies will not spawn. The way I typically approach these buried supplies is digging down directly from the center. Once I hit the stone layer, I begin branching out, staying pretty much underground the entire time. After breaking a few blocks, the game makes a sound and indicates that I'm getting closer to the treasure. That just shrunk the circle, and the reason I start in the middle is because you can see where the circle is shifting as you dig. I feel this helps get to the buried treasure faster, maybe? The yellow circle is still visible underground, so once I hit the edge of it, it will show up. Cool, I'll pick another direction to dig. I eventually find the treasure chest, which is of course locked, and I left my lockpicks at home. Okay, let's start whacking this thing. The first metal on metal strike makes a lot of noise, and I've attracted a friend. I can hear him up there. Where is he? Oh my gosh, what the hell is this thing? AK, save me! Oh, because I love this game so much, I did not look at any content before playing the 1.0 release myself. That horrible abomination was one of the new dire wolves. I guess I'm still a little bit too close to the wasteland. If he'd taken one more nibble out of me, that would have been the end. Well, at least he was also nice enough to drop a red loot bag. Thanks, game, for making me eat my words and now encounter 2 enemies that have given me red bags. Oh, and I need a new pair of pants again. My gunfire has also attracted even more company. This is a mutated zombie, which, just like the cops, will spit at you. I need to grab this treasure chest before this hole becomes my grave. Luckily, one of those red bags had a first aid kit for my laceration. The treasure has a bit of ammo and some old cash. Thanks. There ain't no rest for this guy though, and I'm already back to questing. My wreck sent me down to the other pine forest town, so on the way down I'm going to divert and grab another quest from the other wrecked. I have just a little bit too much Trader Wrecked in my life right now. This does allow me to grab a second quest. Yes, you can double up with quests. The only caveat is that you cannot have 2 quests for the same POI. It's another day full of questing, leading me back to my wrecked next to base. He's got 10 lockpicks as a reward for me, which is going to be so nice. I have been beating my way into every single box today. I accepted a fetch clear quest, which was outside of my mapped area so far from the other wrecked. The infestation I just picked up from this guy is also even further outside of my currently explored area. Looking at this, I'm guessing there's another 2 pine forest towns in reasonably close proximity. While I do invite more diversified questing, I want to get out of here. I'm aiming to move myself to the more lucrative, although more dangerous biomes. Specifically for now, I'm targeting the desert. I also decided to grab the final upgrade for my dew collector, the water filter. Now it's going to give me just plain old water, not murky water that I have to boil. Instead of continuing to quest though, I decided to scout out the world around me a bit more. Because of those 2 quests from Wrecked, I know that the Pine Forest is likely continuing to stretch to the east. The treasure chest adventure of last night let me know that there's a burned forest to the north. I take a quick scoot up the highway and let's check out what this town has to offer. I find a town, and as you can see on the compass, I am heading towards a quest marker. Tearing up with your trader will also give you a quest that will reveal a trader in the next biome. Unlike the crusty old wrecked in the pine forest, the burnt forest features...
Hey there, cutie pie. Need a little healing touch?
Trader Jen. Wow. Unfortunately, even with Jen being the most, agreeable of the 5, I don't really want to spend time in the burnt forest. I want to skip straight to the desert. Because I've already reached the 3rd tier of questing, she immediately has the next level of opening trade routes available. This quest is going to lead me to Trader Bob in the desert. Sorry, Jenny girl, maybe next playthrough. My journey now leads me east along the highway. I cross the threshold into the desert and, ooh, hello my little deer friend. You look tasty. And now that I've been outsmarted by said deer, let's just move on and pretend that didn't happen. I make my way to the next desert town, and I'm feeling this is gonna be my new home. It looks like there's plenty of opportunity to get myself into trouble up here. It's the middle of the night, so I can't introduce myself to Trader Bob yet, instead doing a bit of scouting around the town. I think I might actually have to call this one an official city. It's a bit big for just a town. I find myself probably one of my favorite raids in the game, a crack-a-bookstore. Oh my gosh, it's been like several minutes since I last mentioned my need for books. I've been through this place roughly a million times in the past, so I feel pretty confident taking it on even though it's night. No trader quest, just a quest for knowledge. Just look at all these books. I'm so happy. It's a successful raid leading me to the next morning. I gotta say, it's not like I've been unproductive during the nighttime, but it feels really good to be at a point where I can start raiding at night. I can now go introduce myself to Trader Bob. While Rex specializes more in food, Bob specializes in vehicles. I, for some reason or another, was distracted at Jen's compound and forgot to mention that she handles medicine. Dr. Jen, calling Dr. Jen. Oh, right, yeah, I'm at Bob's. I decided to take a quick look at his inventory, and I want you to make a note of this. Right here, on day 10, I have a crucible available. I actually do have enough money to buy it, but I did not bring it with me. I want you to remember this moment because not getting this crucible haunted me for a long time. It unlocks the ability to craft steel in the forge, which I'm gonna need thousands of before the end of this playthrough. The crack-a-book last night was not enough books for me, so of course every single newsstand, mailbox, all of them, I am looting. This nets me Bar Brawling 1, which is actually the last in the series. You can hear a more celebratory sound effect play when I read it. It was a little muddled by all the other reading I was doing. I was just too excited, I'm sorry. Taking a quick look at what that gets me, I now deal 10% more damage with fists. Sprinting power attacks can knock down my enemies. I gain 5% damage with each kill, up to 15%. I do extra damage to knock down and stunned opponents. I recover health in combat with every punch. I attack and move faster after getting hit. Drinking beer no longer blurs my vision? But those are all what each individual perk book gets me. Completing the series gives me the 7th curse. Now I can unleash my inner chi with this ancient martial arts technique. The 7th strike that I land in a short amount of time will do 300% damage. My fists just got even stronger. I follow a different, more direct path getting back to the Pine Forest, and I'm pretty sure I know what my plan is now. I'm halfway through the week leading up to the next Horde night, and I don't feel confident in my ability to fully move and establish a new Horde base. Instead, I'm going to hang around the Pine Forest, preparing myself for that move. I'll move myself to the desert after the Day 14 Horde so that I have a little bit more time to establish myself up there. A problem that I'm facing right now is that I don't have a reliable source of gas. As you can imagine, if my mini bike runs out of fuel, I'm kinda stranded. I'm having to take just a little bit of additional time to wrench apart vehicles, which does provide the gas that I need. The desert biome is the only one that has oil shale ore. That, as well as a chemistry station, are the two things that I'm going to need to produce my own gas. The chemistry station being another workbench that I don't have the knowledge to craft. Yet. I've continued investing my perk points into my fortitude tree. Since I'm heading towards the desert, I think I'm also going to grab a point into well insulated, increasing my heat and cold tolerance. Heat and cold being another mechanic that you have to survive. If your character is not a comfortable temperature, there are a couple of negative side effects, such as not having as much stamina regeneration and moving slower. In extreme cases, yes, these can lead to death. Also, in preparation for the desert, since there's more loot potential out there, I'm gonna grab the first point in Lucky Looter. More loot, more things, more better. In the evening of day 10, I'm finally back to my hometown, and my questing efforts have tiered me up once again. Taking a look at these rewards, I decided to go with the timed charges. These are going to help me get into some of those locked chests while my lockpick reserves replenish. Step 1 that I'm going to be taking in preparation for the desert move is making sure that I have enough fuel. With the storage on the bike and what I can carry as a player, I still feel like this is going to take a few trips. I take a bit of time to break down all of the vehicles in my nearby radius. Then back at home, I spend a little bit of time upgrading my loadout, specifically my harvesting tools. I craft myself a tier 5 iron shovel, axe, and pickaxe. The next morning, my questing adventures continue, and I'm now able to do tier 4 quests. I'm gonna continue pretty much just doing infested clears as often as I can. I love these quests, they're so much fun. Aw, did you see that sick tail slide? Just wait till I get a motorbike. The level of intensity that I'm experiencing in these quests is definitely continuing to ramp up. I'm gonna have to be aware of that. I don't want to get myself into a sticky situation. There have been so many zombies in this place, and whoa! That one wasn't me. Oh, and it seems to have woken up all of the other zombies. Excuse me for one quick second. Ah, that's better. In an effort to continue growing my stash of lockpicks, I'm actually going to try out these time charges. Activating one will start a short timer, so I'm able to slap it onto the box, and sweet, you can see that took off the majority of the lock's durability, so it's only going to take a few more strikes with the pickaxe to open this up. There's nothing too fun inside, and oh my gosh, these inventory problems I'm having. Really though, it's just a problem I create for myself. I have to loot everything. I continue questing through the day, going to my first tier 4 POI, which is gonna be Butcher Pete's. On my way through, I find a gun safe, another locked container. Looks like another great opportunity for a time charge. After the first one, it looks like it still has around 2,000 hit points, so how about a second time charge? I'm feeling lazy. It contains pretty much nothing, to be honest. That's why you haven't heard about a gun safe until I was able to blow one up. At the end of the POI lies the next tier in loot cache, the hardened chest. On top of all of these caches above tier 3 being locked, these also have incrementally more hit points. They're no more difficult to get into with a lockpick, but using a pickaxe or timed charges, it can take a little while. 4 time charges later, and I can finally grab my loot. Something to be aware of with these time charges, though, is that you can stack multiple of them on at the same time. I choose not to do that because, as you can also see, if you overdo it with the time charges, you can actually break the cache and destroy the loot. I'm once again not too crazy about anything inside of the loot, but it feels good to loot the first tier 4 cache. On my way back to the trader, I decided to try my luck with another police car. I beat my way into it, setting off the alarm, and run away! Wait for it. Wait for it. Huh. Maybe I got away with this one. Even when the alarm goes off, there is a small chance that these zombies will not spawn. That or they're caught on some fence somewhere that I can't see. Either way, my loot. I quest and quest and quest all the way till the twilight hour. There's a cluster of zombies above me in the attic, and I don't have great access up to them without creating a bunch of noise. Time to bust out the handy-dandy building blocks again, building myself a little ramp up to where I can see the zombies' heads. Easy peasy, and I max out my quests again for the day, which has been an increasingly difficult thing for me to do. I break my way into the main loot, where an amazing book waits for me. The Great Heist Volume 5 has the ability Adrenaline Fall. As long as I'm carrying 5,000 dukes or more, I can fall up to 15 meters without taking damage. You've seen how dainty my kneecaps are. I need all of the help that I can get when dealing with gravity. Back at base, I now have the knowledge to craft the first tier of steel knuckles, the best knuckles in the game. Well, tier 6 versions of these would be, but I'll get there. While I haven't been able to craft any forged steel, I was able to harvest some from the world around me using my wrench. This allows me everything I need to craft the first set. Once I have some duct tape. 1 second. While those are crafting, I want to spend my next skill points putting them both into machine gunner. I haven't really been investing in it at all, focusing entirely on my fists. As these POIs become more and more dangerous, I want the ability to fall back on my AK to be guaranteed. The machine gunner perk provides more damage, more fire rate, more reload, and I now get a bit of stamina every time I hit a shot. Plus, I find more machine gun parts and 7.62 ammo in loot. All good news. I also swap out a couple of armor pieces that I've been finding, putting on a pair of biker gloves to increase my melee weapon damage. Since I found that perk book and I don't have to worry about gravity quite so much, I'm also swapping out my rogue boots. I'm gonna replace them with some assassin boots, making my sneak sprinting no longer make extra noise. Can't be too careful. My knuckles are now done crafting, so I grab all of my mods out of the old knuckles and let's stack these things up. It's once again the case that despite going from level 2 iron knuckles to level 1 steel knuckles, I'm still gaining an additional mod slot, now with a total of 3. I'm now only 2 days away from the next horde, and I haven't done anything to my fighting position to prepare for it. I start by upgrading all of the blocks around me to cobblestone. I then start carving away at the ladder scaffolding that I have protecting my kneecaps. I didn't mention it during the last horde, but you can sometimes get stuck to these things because they do act as ladders. I'd rather play it safe than sorry. I don't want to be stuck to my door here as these zombies try and nibble my face. Through my questing, I was able to find a little bit of concrete. Again, I cannot craft it for myself yet, but what I've found in the world should be adequate. I upgrade everything that I can, being mindful to keep some concrete around for repairs once the horde comes. My new knee and ankle protectors are going to be double-layered ballisters. I'm able to shoot through them but not reach through them, so I'm going to have to keep my top a little bit open again. For the top part, I'm actually once again going with the double pillars, but I'm going with the thicker version this time. I don't want zombies crawling over each other and coming through this gap. The next day's priority remains on questing, and man, these steel knuckles are a treat. With my pocket knife blade and corkscrews attached to them, I am ravaging these zombies. It's awesome. I may live to regret these words, but dogs got nothing on me now. A secondary feature to these steel knuckles is that I'm also able to use them as a harvesting tool. I no longer need to carry that knife on my toolbar. I'll figure it out eventually. While raiding today, I discovered that I'm really starting to get into things. These POIs now have a chance of spawning feral whites, which are among the most difficult enemies in the game. I definitely get a small reality check here, as my knuckles are amazing, but they're not quite good enough to cut it against these guys. I come out of it a little worse for wear, but don't worry, at this point I've got plenty of meds. I cap myself out on quests once again and spend the rest of the day harvesting vehicles on the northern highway. Once I get to the desert, I don't want to spend any time focusing on harvesting these types of resources. I want to quest and get my production dialed in. I don't know how you feel about it, but I love watching these little readathons that I have every night. There's just something so satisfying about it. Let me know in the comments what you think. I've also expanded my storage again. This is why I think the move to the desert is gonna take a few trips. My goal is to move everything to the new base. Speaking of reading, I take a quick second to check how my crafting skills are coming along, and pretty darn good if I'm honest. Somehow I'm already all the way up to 90 out of 100 in the armor category. In the workstations as well, I can now craft myself a cement mixer, which I am going to be doing. This will allow me to create my own concrete and continue reinforcing my fighting position. Taking a look at my perk books, they're also coming along really well. I've maxed out mining as well. That's going to be super helpful for my production endeavors. After all, I do need raw resources to produce things. It's another Wrench-a-Palooza overnight, and if you're curious as to where I got the forge steel, it's from broken vending machines. You can try wrenching a functioning vending machine. I'll just let you try that one out for yourselves. You know, it may be a post-apocalyptic world, but that's still no reason to park like this. Come on, man. There's even a sign here. Heh, now I don't feel bad about saving the tow truck driver some work. I have continued completing challenges as the playthrough has progressed. I feel like the majority of the ones that I've completed so far just kind of happen naturally through playing, so I haven't been covering them in super specific detail. I crafted a cement mixer. I got a challenge reward for crafting a cement mixer. Like I mentioned at the start, these challenges on the second page are definitely going to be where most of my time goes. Specifically, I felt like the hunting and healing rewards were going to be the most challenging. There is one challenge though outside of these categories that takes a massive amount of time. To be honest, it definitely snuck up on me, but I won't be noticing that for another few weeks. There are 3 challenges for surviving a set number of hours, and I've already survived 14 hours and 6 minutes. That one shouldn't be an issue as long as I don't die. With my skill points, I've also started diversifying a little bit more into the intellect tree, now grabbing a point in the daring adventurer. This is going to give me access to better trader items and 5% more dukes from quests, which obviously I do a lot of. The morning of day 13, I take on my first quest at a military compound. The outside of these places are littered with landmines, so keep your wits about you. I mean, I don't have to worry because of that glorious book I found on like day 2. I'm encountering a huge amount of feral soldiers in this place, definitely relying on my mobility to outmaneuver them. Mostly outmaneuver them. This place went from 0 to 100 real quick. I'm trying my darndest to kite and make my shots effective, but I actually run out of 7.62 ammunition. Come on, Knuckles, I hope I was able to thin these guys out enough. Things start getting real hairy, but my ability to outmaneuver and kite the zombies around while I heal is definitely saving the day. To make matters worse, all of that gunfire attracted a screamer to me, and she does what she does best. It takes everything that I have, but I'm finally successful, also clearing up the screamer horde. What an intense final battle that was. Wait a minute. I haven't cleared the area. There's still more in this POI. It took me a second to find, but there's also an additional underground bunker that I have to clear out. I bring them all back topside because I am not confident about fighting them in an enclosed space down there. And I punch, and punch, and punch, and punch, and punch, punch, and punch, and punch, and punch, and punch. You can see in that center section there that a couple of the zombies are actually hitting each other and going a little wild. Sometimes the zombies will get a little frustrated with your antics and go into destroy everything mode. They can shake back out of it, but it goes exactly how it sounds. They just punch and chew and eat on anything that's in front of them. This will play a larger factor once I get more towards the endgame hordes. Finally, at long last, I'm able to go back down into the little bunker down here, clean up the stragglers, and this quest is completed. What an ordeal that was. After all of that, the main loot has, well, nothing, really. That's fine, it's all Eggsperience. I continue questing my way through the day, finishing once again at Butcher Pete's. There's a bit of a sneaky final fight here after exiting the main loot area. Alright, no worries, I'll just run up this here ramp, get the higher ground, no worries. Oh, whoops, I don't have my AK loaded. Oh, wait, this is getting bad. Oh, I'm concussed and really slowed down. This is getting really, really bad. Run away, run away, run away. Wait, no, turn and fight, turn and fight, turn and fight. And there it is, the first death of the playthrough. That was equal parts bad positioning on my part and not having my gun loaded. What a silly mistake. So much for that survive 21 hours challenge. Another really nice feature added in the 1.0 release is the ability to spawn near your backpack. When the zombies get the best of you, you'll drop all of the items that you have in your inventory into a backpack on the ground. It's safe there for a little while, but you should probably go get it as soon as you can because it will despawn after a while. I pick my stuff back up, but that quest is now failed. I hang my head in shame all the way back to base. Oh, thanks, game. Apparently I didn't die there. It was a near-death trauma. Right. This debuff gives you a debt of experience that you have to pay off before you're able to continue leveling up. The tooltip reads, try not to almost die for a while. That would be great. Thanks, game. I drop another skill point into the Daring Adventurer for my questing, and a 4th point into Machine Gunner. Clearly I need my bullets to count for a little bit more. I've also unlocked the ability to craft a tactical assault rifle, the next tier of machine gun. Unfortunately, the tier 1 version requires 40 forged steel, and I have nowhere near that amount. With the fires of my forge roaring away though, I do have a reasonable amount of forged iron. So instead, I'm going to craft myself a tier 6 legendary AK. I just had to throw in the legendary for fluff there. I mean, it does use legendary parts. I get that bad boy on the craft, doing a few more upgrades to my fighting position. I'm gonna put some inverted ramps over top of it. This is to prevent zombies when they swarm me from climbing on each other and getting access to some higher point above me. With these ramps in place when they try to stack up on each other, it'll just push them off so that they have to run all the way back around. I also reinforce a strip at the bottom of the silo just in case the zombies get cheeky and want to dig their way to me. Remember, the point of the fighting position is to give them one access. If they see a better way, they will use it. After all zombies attended their structural engineering courses. With that, it's now the morning of day 14. The second horde is approaching. My new tier 6 AK is going to have 4 mod slots, so I spend a little bit of time in my mod chest just figuring out what I can actually put in it. I settle on a magazine extender, rad remover, retracting stock for hipfire, and cripple to increase the chance of zombie dismemberment. With all of these mods also passively increasing my damage. Horde schmord though, it's time to get my quest on again. I actually shouldn't say that. I'm just fairly confident in my horde base right now, considering how easily I repelled the last one. My fighting position and my character have definitely become stronger since then. For the morning's quest, I choose a reward of 250 concrete mix. That's going to be super helpful for the horde tonight. And I've also tiered up my quests once again. Tier 5 quests will now be available. That is perfect on the eve of going to the desert. Since I don't have the knowledge to craft one yet, I'm actually going to grab the chemistry station. That way, once I have some oil shale, I'll be able to start producing my own gas. Because my Rex quest will not update until tomorrow, I can actually scoot down to the other Rex to see what he has for tier 5 options. I'm gonna delete my other quest from him. You cannot have 2 quests from the same trader. Make that every individual trader location. Since there are 2 Rex, I can have 2 wrecked quests. Oh, that failed quest is such a blemish. Checking out the quest that he has, he's not offering any infested clears. These are all legit tier 5 POIs. I do not feel confident taking on a full tier 5 raid before the horde tonight, so I'm just gonna go back for another infested at tier 4. Ooh, yeah, the way station, that place was fun. You can watch it happen this time. The truck just starts shooting fire. Whew, there it goes again. I quest all through the day until about 6 p.m. when that ominous thunderclap reminds me it's time to switch gears. I start getting myself prepared and notice that I can craft myself tier 3 steel knuckles. That seems like a really good thing to do. There's no way I'll forget to grab them from the workbench. I once again spend time grabbing food, drinks, and most importantly, medicine and beer for the horde night. I swap my loadout to include as many guns as I own, also filling out my ammo, additional medicine, and repair materials for the base. I'm as prepared as I'm gonna be. It's time to get in position. Before the horde kicks off though, as promised in the intro, I am gonna be increasing the difficulty. For this first horde, I'm going to be doubling the number of zombies that can spawn from 8 to 16. Let's get into the action. In the first bit of the horde, I don't feel particularly threatened. That is until I start hearing the vulture cries above me. I don't have any air defense. I have to break position to go deal with the vulture, and that allows the zombies to start stacking up at the front door. With these incredible steel knuckles and that little bit of a buzz I've got going, I'm able to get things under control pretty quickly. These tier 1 knuckles are serving me so well right now. I actually don't need to fall back on my guns at all for the entire horde. That's even with the tier 1 steel knuckles. The tier 3 ones are still sitting in the workbench. I absolutely carve my way through the entire horde. The morning sound chimes, so it's time to break position and clean up the last of the horde. And of course, grab all of this fat loot. While collecting it, I actually run out of inventory space, so here's the first batch of loot, looking pretty good. And here's the remainder. I have a lot of material that I have to move to the desert. And, well, there's no time like the present to get started. For this first trip, I'm definitely focusing on bringing all of my crafting materials. The most important thing is going to be establishing some storage up there because my character and mini bike are packed to the brim. I also make sure to grab a bunch of ammunition, food, and drink. I'm going to trust in my ability to not get punched in the face too much, leaving most of my medicine behind. Alright, first trip, it's time to get moving. The first order of business once I'm back in the desert town is selecting a new building. Unlike my first base, I'm looking for something that's a lot taller and a lot more sturdy. I do once again plan to incorporate my horde base into my main base because I want all of my production to be as safe as possible. And yes, the plan is to ramp up production in a serious way. I really haven't even scratched the surface of processing raw materials. I end up in front of the fit box on the northern end of town, keeping me pretty close to the trader. This building is tall, made out of a bunch of concrete, and it has that nice stairwell on the right-hand side. You know what? I think it's perfect. Before I move into the building, I have to clear out the current residents. My inventory is way too full for that right now though, so I drop a couple of wooden storage crates out front just as a nice buffer. I clear my way up the building, all the while trying to get a bit of a mental image of what I want this place to be. It's actually really cool for editing me to see this place when it was just a blank canvas. I do a lot of work to this building. I clear out the last zombie and oh gosh, never mind, hold on. Somebody wasn't paying their roof maintenance bills. Alright, now all of the zombies are cleared out. I want this top level below the rooftop access to be where I establish myself. As I mentioned in the last base, I like keeping my resources as high off the ground as possible. This place is definitely a little bit of a fixer-upper. The stairwell is all broken apart to begin with, so I create myself a bit of a quicker access up to the top. Once again, I'm making sure that my character can navigate it, but these zombies will not see it as a viable path. I get my first bit of storage laid down, organizing all of the items that I've brought so far into the crates. Before the second trip, I want to say hi to my new neighbor. Hey, Trader Bob, you remember me from a couple days ago? Yeah, I just moved in. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to deal with Bob instead of Wrecked. Bob is so much cooler. And just look at all of these Tier 5 infested clears that are available. Oh boy, I cannot wait to get into these. I also buy a bit of gas from him because despite all of the wrenching that I've been doing, I don't think I have enough gas to make all of these trips. On the road again. I can't wait to set up my brand new den. One thing that I neglected to do before leaving is to empty out my forge. I'm not able to pick it up while it still has all of those melted resources in it, so I have to drain all of them before I'm able to pick it up. I know that in order to move all of my items, it's going to take at least 3 trips, so at least this thing can pump away while I do the next one. Holding down your action button, once again bringing up the radial menu, will allow you to pick up workbenches, cement mixers, forges, campfires, you name it. The only caveat to that is that you have to have an active land claim block in the area. I'm all loaded up and ready for the next trip, bringing the majority of my food and drink with me this time. I cannot wait to start farming. Trip 2 complete? No, Mr. Spider, you are not welcome. This is my house in the middle of the street. These long trips leave me way too much time with me, myself, and I to entertain ourselves. This trip I grabbed the dew collector, the cement mixer, the forge, which is now empty, and yeah, it's looking like not only a 4th trip, but potentially a 5th trip will be required if I want to move everything. The good news is that I'm quite safe making these trips. The mini bike can absolutely outrun the zombies. Oh, tree. Yep, I was a little zoned out there. Here's trip 4. And, well, at least for me anyway, at long last, the 5th trip. I'm gonna end up leaving behind like 2 items, but I'm fine with that. I'm so sick of driving back and forth. And there it is, sorting the final items into my new storage. Alright, sweet. It's time to make this place my own. I start by doing a bit of cleanup on the upper floor. I also clean up a bunch of the debris on the bottom floor because I want this stairwell to be my new fighting position. After a few hours of that, I'm starting to get a little bit itchy. It's been way too long since I went on a raid. I think it's time to check out my first Tier 5 infested clear. Immediately, I'm feeling the difference of the Tier 5 infested, plus being in the desert, adding that one additional skull. The first wave of zombies I encounter are all feral and radiated. Fists alone are not gonna cut it. I definitely have to fall back on my AK. The most intense part is the rooftop battle. Just look at all those red dots on my compass. Oh man, jumping in from the right is my first demolisher. Oh, make that 2. These are arguably the most dangerous zombies in the entire game. You'll notice his little flashing green button on his chest. If you accidentally touch that, it will start flashing red, and after a short timer, he will blow up to massive effect. I managed to take this one down before the explosion triggers, but that was close. Oof, what a great first raid in the desert. That was a lot of fun. The Tier 5 infested caches also start giving you these bundles. This one is a blade trap bundle, but I actually won't be using any trap mechanics for a little while yet. I'll be saving those for this playthrough's ultimate horde base. Because it's nighttime, I can't turn in the quest yet, so back at base, I'm checking out my armor options once again. Since I'm relying so heavily on my fists, I decided to go after the biker set. The most notable things that I'm after are the increased melee damage from the biker gloves and the full set bonus increasing my armor rating and making my mini bike and eventual motorcycle use less fuel. Plus, just like the tooltip says, I want to look and feel like a badass. I have just enough materials to craft myself the Tier 6 biker gloves. I have been wearing my Tier 2 biker gloves, giving me a 20% melee weapon damage buff. Once I swap over to the tier 6s, I get a 60% melee weapon damage buff. That's huge. The tier 6s also come with 4 mod slots, but all I have right now is that triple pocket mod. I search through my mods box, grabbing the few things that I think will be the most beneficial, and I can mention another amazing change to the 1.0 release. You're now able to put multiple pocket mods in the same piece of armor, however, you're not able to double up on them. In my gloves here, I can put a triple and a double pocket mod for 5 additional slots, but I would not be able to put 2 triples in. 5 additional storage slots, a bit of armored plating for more defenses, and a cooling mesh, just, because I'm in the desert, why not? In my skill tree, I have been refocusing on my fortitude ability. Bringing it up to level 10 is going to cost me 3 skill points, but that will unlock the final point in Brawler, Machine Gun, and Lightning Hands. Given how that raid today went, I want more damage. I spend the rest of the night tidying up here, as well as putting down a little bit of lighting. I really enjoy the lighting from the candles and torches, it's a very soft light. I get some of my workstations placed back down and get the forge melting a huge amount of iron and clay. One of my main priorities in the coming days is going to be finding myself a crucible. I mean, Bob had one for sale on the first trip out here. This shouldn't take too long, right? I start boiling a bunch of murky water and prepare myself for the first real day of questing in the desert. Oh no, I have less than 800 gas left. That's something I'm going to have to address pronto. Bob is just the best. A cheerful greeting, and he's offering me 5,000 gas as a quest reward? I struggled to think of a single reason why I wouldn't like this guy. He's so good. Stupid wreck. I may have kinda faked you out a little bit with my hunt for the crucible. He actually has another one available right now, so yep, that's mine. Once I install this in my forge, I can start crafting my own forged steel. That's going to enable me to do a lot of crafting upgrades. First though, I gotta get my raid on. The Judy Witch Farm has a ton of crops around it, so I'm once again going to be exploiting the double loot. I cruise my way around the entire place, grabbing all of the pumpkins, chrysanthemum, and dandelions, which there are lots of. Then I activate the quest and do it all again. Aw man, down in the basement there's a bunch of mushrooms as well. I wish I'd known about that before resetting the place. Oh well, I'm sure I'll have plenty of opportunities to come quest here again. The final loot is fairly heavily guarded, but with my loadout right now, I'm feeling real confident. Sure, I have to fall back on the AK, but with the ammunition I'm collecting from these infested caches, I have no problems. Most of these raids that I'm going on, I'm ending up with a net positive of 7.62 ammunition. My shenanigans inside have called in a screamer, so I have to come out and deal with her and her buddy before I do the main loot. Is there no one else? I have so many inventory problems, it's gonna feel amazing when I can start ignoring some of this loot. I don't feel I'm quite at that point yet, I still need all of the everything all the time. I continue questing throughout the day, and this is what I meant by being net positive on ammunition. This infested cache has almost 3 full stacks of 7.62 for me. I don't even think I used half a stack while clearing this place. And for good measure, there's a bit more. And even the main loot has just a little bit more. With the cash flowing in while doing these higher level quests, I'm also making a habit of checking the vending machines every day. I want to create a nice stockpile of these buffing candies, particularly the Rockbusters. At the time, I foresaw a lot of mining in my future, but I didn't know the half of it. Bob didn't have any additional tier 5 infested clears, so I decided to go back home and continue renovating my base. This includes finally grabbing the main loot from this place. I don't know why I put it off this long. Let this egghead be the first to tell you that deactivating a landmine by smacking it with an axe is not the best way of doing it. Ow. All of these holes in the roof are the first thing that has to go. I want to establish my farm on the rooftop. Now that I can craft my own forged steel, I had no problem using a bunch of it to craft myself a tier 3 steel pickaxe, the best pickaxe variety in the game. While you have a piece of equipment selected, you can roll over other pieces of similar equipment in your inventory. The game will show you the difference between the two and check out how much additional block damage this steel pickaxe is doing compared to the tier 5 iron pickaxe. These comparisons are between the base stats without mods, so it is a 1-to-1 comparison between items. I finished patching up the roof, which looks a little ugly right now, but don't worry, I can paint it later. I'm also clearing out anything up here that I feel is going to get in the way of the farm. The water tower, however, I'm going to keep. While it serves no functional value, I feel that aesthetically and thematically it makes sense up here. Using the game's structural integrity to my advantage, I'm able to carve out all of the bottom blocks on this little, vent thing. Breaking out all of the lower blocks causes the top ones to fall and become significantly weaker. That saves a lot of whacks with the steel pickaxe. I've had the knowledge to craft a motorcycle for a little while now, but I did not have access to the forged steel that I needed. The motorbike is far and above what the mini bike is capable of. Plus, you know, it just looks way cooler. I get my motorcycle chassis crafting, but I'm gonna have to wait on more forged steel for the handlebars. The forge is cooking that, so I think it's time for more questing. I spend most of my day doing just that, and I can point out that with the forged steel that I have, I also crafted myself that Tier 1 tactical assault rifle. I'm now rolling with both it and my Tier 6 AK on my toolbar. I would definitely recommend this. Sometimes a single clip just is not enough to deal with what's in front of you. Through also the day, I was also making pit stops back at the base to drop off all of my items, as well as keep my crafters crafting. You see that correctly, I'm dropping the mini bike off and it's time to grab my motorcycle. Just look at this thing. What an absolute unit. For me, getting the motorcycle is such a huge milestone in this game. Oh, just listen to it purr. My priority with questing rewards has remained on crafting skill magazines because, you know, I want books. With all of the effort that I've invested into finding books, I'm actually able to craft myself better gear than I'm able to find the majority of the time. I'm only 3 days away from the next horde, so while shopping with Bob, I decide to buy a generator bank and a battery bank. These are going to enable me to start using some powered options in my base defenses. I also picked myself up a second suite of dew collector upgrades. Why have one dew collector when you can have two, right? I've got more than the space I need on the roof. Using my chemistry station, I've also crafted myself a bunch of paint, so what do you say we get this place looking a little sharper? I continue renovating throughout the evening, getting rid of all these broken, scraggly looking blocks. I want my base to look somewhat presentable, even though it's pretty much just an industrial hub at this point. While aesthetics are nice and all, I feel the more important thing to be investing time into right now is getting my fighting position established. I'm gonna start by carving out a bunch of this stairwell that I don't think is very usable. This also removes my access to the base, so I'm going to be putting another ladder on the outside. While this was meant to be temporary, I don't want to admit to how long it was my only access to my base. Once again, using gravity to my advantage, I'm carving out all of the blocks on the perimeter of these intermediate floors. I'll be building up my own path for the zombies to take. I don't quite finish this level, but it's morning time, and with daylight burning, I want to get a few more raids done. My first quest of the day is going to be at Richard Munch's Plaza. This, along with the Favales Academy, which was the first Tier 5 infestation that I took on, are going to be quests that I do quite a few times. Particularly Munch's Plaza here, because the second half of it has a bookstore in it. I'm still a ways away from being over my book obsession. The main loot of this place is also a little bit tricksy. I did a quick look around to see if there was anything that was going to come and nibble my bum while I looted, and I didn't see anything until I approached the loot when a tourist, zombie dog, and vulture come at me from behind. Wicked, tricksy, false. Anyway, this infested cache has one of the bundles that I was really hoping to find. This is a turret bundle. While I don't plan yet on using them as my main base defenses, they will be great anti-air during the Horde Night. The second item from quest rewards that I'm most interested in are the armor crafting kits. At the time, I thought that questing and finding them in loot was the only source of these kits. I was wrong, and you can actually craft them yourself, but I won't figure that one out for another few weeks. After that quest, I decided to change directions for a little bit. It's time to do my first bit of mining. Spread around the world are ore nodes, which you can see above the surface. There are 5 different types of ore: iron, lead, nitrate, coal, and oil shale. Each of these different ore types can be found in any biome, with the exception of the oil shale, which is only available in the desert. I also spent some time digging around the ore node in order to grab myself some more clay soil and sand. Clay soil is going to be an ongoing need because I need it to smelt things in my forges. The sand that I'm collecting as well is going to be important for making concrete. Like I mentioned, at this point I pretty much just need all of the things all of the time. The ore nodes on the surface indicate that there's an ore vein underground. Before starting this process, I did consume one of the Rockbusters candies. While that buff lasts, I'm going to be getting 20% more materials from the same amount of ore. Definitely worthwhile, so I'm going to mine out this vein until my candy buff expires. Once I'm back at base, I do have a bit of a realization. There is in fact a minor set of armor. These are going to provide buffs like dealing more block damage with my tools, increasing my harvest count again, and reducing my stamina costs with mining tools. Now that I'm aware of this, I'm definitely going to be creating myself separate loadouts. One for mining, one for lumberjacking, one for farming. I'm actually going to be putting a bunch of these stone that I gathered into my forge. Melting down stone in the forge is going to allow me to craft cement. Cement in combination with more stone and sand in the cement mixer will create concrete. Concrete is going to be my primary building material for pretty much the rest of the playthrough. I'm also woefully low on raw iron at this point, so I head back out, pop another rockbusters, and with my mining outfit on, let's do some mining. This node looks just dandy, and as a quick tip, while you're mining, be sure to stay crouched as often as possible. Don't ask me how this works, but crouching down reduces the sound of your pickaxe hitting the ore. This will serve to keep zombies off your back while you're mining, particularly with iron ore, which is the most noisy and zombie-attractant variant of ore. I burned through another Rockbusters candy, then coming home for the next Rita-palooza. At this point, I've also found Tier 4 Nerd Armor, which gives a 20% chance for an extra skill point every single time I read a magazine. Ooh, that was a big one. I've also managed to craft a few farm plots heading up to the roof to get the first bit of my farm established. The first crop that I'm prioritizing is hops so that I can brew my own beer. I feel that potatoes and corn are the next most important because they're used in a huge variety of food items. All of these crops need to be grown in the farm plots with the exception of the mushrooms. They'll pretty much grow anywhere. Also, you might have noticed what I'm tracking on the right-hand side of the screen there. Those are the ingredients for a Tier 6 tactical assault rifle. All I need is for my forge to pump out that steel. Using water from my dew collectors as well as bones that I've been collecting on my adventures, I'm also going to be crafting some glue in the chem station. Now that I have my steel needs covered, my next big bottleneck is actually duct tape. Luckily, I am able to craft it myself using glue and cloth. I then also grab a bunch of the oil shell that I harvested to craft 3 stacks of gas cans, each with 5,000 gas within. All of this material processing is definitely chewing through my fuel stores. I spend a bit of time on the morning of day 20 chopping down trees so that I can keep those forges lit. The majority of that wood is going to be converted into more building blocks, which are A, useful for building, and B, have been my primary fuel source. My Tier 6 tack rifle is now done crafting as well, so it's time to kit this thing out. I haven't spent a lot of time looking down the scopes of my machine gun, so the foregrip mod and retracting stock I think are the best options. They improve your capabilities with hipfire and then of course a magazine extender and rad remover. And do you want to know what I'm seeing for the first time? I completely missed this, but I've also crafted myself a top tier pair of steel knuckles. Slowly but surely, I will be converting all of my gear to Tier 6. The morning's quest leads me to Coleman's Drive-In, where things get a little bit hectic. This was starting to feel a bit like that Butcher Pete situation where I got my face eaten off, but then I whip out my Tier 6 tactical assault rifle and oh man, it absolutely ripped through the zombies that were threatening me. This thing is amazing. And no, if you were wondering, this is not the top tier machine gun. I'll be going full on Rambo before long. After a quick pit stop at home to fix my hunger, abrasion, infection, fatigue, yeah, it's time for more. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. That's going to be the only quest that I do today because the horde is getting uncomfortably close and I am not prepared at all. Using a bunch of these stone and clay soil that I've been mining, I craft a bunch of cobblestone rocks while my cement mixer continues to churn out concrete. I carve out the final block that's holding up that intermediate level here, and there's just something satisfying about watching it all fall down. My production, as well as construction, or more specifically so far destruction, has called in another screamer. Having 2 forges, a cement mixer, a chem station, a campfire, and a workbench pretty much working non-stop has generated a lot of heat. The heat mechanic in this game is what attracts screamers to your location. The more fires you have roaring, the more production you have going, the more visits you're gonna get from these vocal vixens. Yeah, a second one just showed up and she brought a couple of feral friends with her. Don't they know I'm busy? Ugh, so rude. I carve away the other intermediate layer, which I just so happen to be riding right now. You can see that I take a little bit of damage, and this is from the blocks hitting me. This seems reasonable, and it's definitely something you have to be aware of while you're mining as well. One unfortunate cave-in and you might find yourself having a bad day. I hope that you can see this all right. It is a little dark, but I've now carved out everything from the first floor up to the fourth. I now need to get my fighting position ready, and I think I'm going to be taking advantage of this elevator. Just let me carve through the 10,000 hit point doors real quick. Just outside of the elevator, I want this to be my new fighting position. I start setting up some security gates as the path for the zombies to get to me. I chose the security gates because they are a full block for zombies to walk on, but will also allow me to shoot through them. I create a path to the other side where I'm gonna build a staircase all the way down to the bottom. I've never actually built a horde base in a stairwell before, so this is a new Eggsperience for me. I then start setting up the fighting position itself, which is feeling okay, but very cramped. Also, there's this giant open elevator shaft behind me. That's not gonna be good. I need to patch this up. I also want to make sure that this ladder that's leading up the shaft has no access to my fighting position. Remember, if the zombies are presented with two ways to get to you, they will choose the easiest one. Oh, cool! At the bottom of the elevator shaft is a hidden stash. I didn't know about this one. All it has is a book I've already read, but still, cool. I start reinforcing the fighting position, once again using the baluster blocks on the bottom. There's something about the shape of them that I just really like. I carve away the rest of the elevator entrance and close the gap that's in the floor so that I can feel as comfortable as possible while the zombie horde is bearing down on me. The reason I like attaching my horde base to my main base is because while my production is running, all of the zombies are effectively just gonna come to my horde base. We'll call that getting two birds stoned at once. Dawn has broken on day 21, the morning of the third horde. I've actually completely stalled in my horde base preparations because I am flat out of wood again. This time I'm making a more purposeful trip though, heading out to the burned forest. The trees out here, on top of providing wood, will also provide a bit of coal. As the playthrough progresses, I will definitely be using more coal in my forges instead of wood. This actually provides no additional benefit, it's only because coal is much easier for me to obtain in high volumes. And while I'm out here in the bush, I might as well dig myself a gigantic hole because I need more clay soil as well. On my way back home, I also decide that the side of this hill is irking me. Actually, it's because I not only need more clay soil, but I also need sand. I'm doing all of this digging under the effect of rockbusters, by the way, trying to make it as efficient as possible. I feel like I've got a pretty good stash of base materials right now, so let's get them working for me. More stone in one forge for cement, more iron and clay in the other forge for steel. And before resuming work on the fighting position itself, I want to get my anti-air established. I grabbed the battery and generator banks that I purchased earlier from Bob, also finally opening up that shotgun turret bundle that I found. The engines and batteries in my inventory are all from my wrenching adventures. I want this to be more or less exactly above where I'm going to be standing during the horde. I place down my 4 shotgun turrets and don't worry about which direction they're pointing, you can aim them once they're powered. For now, I'm just going to pop down my banks right beneath them on the rooftop access. I load up the battery bank with batteries, and I load up the generator bank with the 2 engines. You do not need both. I could be running these turrets directly off of the generator, but I enjoy having that little bit of battery backup. If I forget to fill up the generator with gas, I could run out and then I'd be cooked. I load the turrets with shotgun shells. I have so many right now, I never use them. I then place down a switch and I can start wiring everything up using the wiring tool. The switch also is not necessary for this, but I enjoy having as much control over my systems as possible. I turn on the battery bank and the switch, so now my turrets have power. I'm now going to aim all of these turrets to face the inside. My thinking here was that all of the turrets would be able to guard each other, that way there shouldn't be any blind spots. I'd love to see those vultures try to get in now. One thing to be aware of though is to make sure that if you're not using it, to turn it off. Otherwise you might find yourself in a position where the horde is coming and your batteries are completely out of juice. I then start clearing up all of that rubble that I've been creating on the ground floor. I want the zombies to have the easiest possible access to this staircase. I do not want them going into destroy everything mode and causing problems. I'm also going to be carving out another opening at the bottom here again, just to give the zombies the best shot at taking the stairs. I start reinforcing everything, also doubling up the staircase, again giving myself as much redundancy as possible. I then start reinforcing all of the walls that run parallel to my fighting position. If I make my fighting position too strong while these walls are too weak, they'll go through them instead. I then double up the walls at the fighting position with some plates, also reinforcing everything to concrete. While I'm definitely not winning any aesthetic competitions with this horde base, it should be enough to defend me. The fighting position is pretty much ready to go for this first iteration. I pop down a door to give myself easy access out, just in case things get a little bit hectic. Then it's time to start gearing up and getting myself ready. I fuel up and turn on the generator bank along with the battery bank so my anti-air is now running. Complete the staircase that leads up to the fighting position. I didn't want zombies nibbling on it while I was building it. And last but not least, I put some candles on the wall so that we can see what the heck is going on all night. As promised, before the horde kicks off, it's time to ramp up the difficulty once again. Just like the last horde, I'm going to be doubling the number of zombies that can spawn, from 16 to 32. Locked, loaded, it's time for the third horde. Part of the reason why I wanted a slightly wider path leading to me is so that I could get more clusters of zombies. This allows my power attacks with my fists to hit multiple of them at once. It also charges up my 7th curse ability incredibly fast, hitting all of them at once. Fists alone, though, are not gonna cut it through this one. I definitely need to fall back on my tactical assault rifles often. There are a noticeable amount of additional zombies in this horde, and they are absolutely swarming. By the end of the night, something that I was very worried about ends up happening. Just look at how much they've mangled the bottom of this base. They broke the staircase that leads up to the fighting position, and because they had no path to me, they're trying to tear down the building instead. On a plus note though, look at all these loot bags. Yummy! I finished off the last zombie and oh boy. While there still weren't any moments during that horde that I felt like I was in immediate danger, these things are getting intense, and they're only gonna get harder. This is the first load of loot that I'm bringing up from downstairs. These must have been some literate zombies. There's a lot of books in this. And here's the second load of loot, again, just chock full of books. And this time I even needed a small third load to get all of the loot back upstairs. If you were questioning me when I said that I've got a lot of ammunition, check out this ammo box. Yeah, I'm doing all right. With another successful horde behind me, the world is mine for at least another 7 days. To start this new week on an exciting note, my first crop is now ready. I slap on my farming gear, which by no means is outstanding, but it's still going to give me some benefits. The hat gives me an increased chance of harvesting a seed back from the crop. The gloves increase my rifle damage, don't really need those for farming. And the boots also help with my seed harvest chance. I'm going to be harvesting thousands of crops throughout this playthrough, so even these lower percentages are making a difference over time. To celebrate my successful harvest, I'm gonna do a little bit more questing. These groups of zombies that were a week ago a little bit of trouble are now no problem at all. One thing to remember though is that my knuckles are as good as they're gonna get at this point. While I definitely still have room to grow with my pew-pew arsenal, I feel compelled to remind you that I'm entering my 4th week. At minimum, I have to survive 10 to complete the Survive 10 Horde Nights challenge. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. My storage is getting so full, particularly the ammunition at this point, that I have to craft additional storage crates for overflow of each of the ammo types. I have to admit though, throughout the playthrough, I'm going to be throwing out thousands upon thousands of 9mm and shotgun ammunition. The only thing I'm really interested in is going to be the 7.62. I realize that I haven't shown you my skill tree since I maxed out Fortitude, so here's how it's looking these days. Fortitude maxed, the Brawler, Machine Gunner, and Lightning Hands all maxed. And now, as I approach the realm of Tier 6 infestations, I definitely want to start getting more defensive. Pain tolerance is going to be hugely helpful with that, but it is kind of a double-edged sword. More on that when I decide to go for my healing challenges. On my adventures today, I also found the last pieces of a biker outfit. This is the armor set that I decided to go with while I'm still relying primarily on my fists. I can also craft myself another Tier 6 piece of the biker set, going with the chest. Check me out now. The full set bonus gives me an additional 3 armor rating, as well as my motorcycle will now use 6% less fuel. Badassery achieved, but this is not going to be the set that I wear for the entire playthrough. As I continue ramping the difficulty, my fists are simply not going to cut it at a certain point. It's time for another readathon, and I'm definitely starting to finish off more of these Crafting Skill magazine series. I haven't done any mining outside of what I've shown you so far, really holding off until I can get myself an auger. I'm already able to craft a tier 3, so that might be happening soon. My machine gun tab is also getting up there at 90 out of 100, now able to craft tier 4 M60 machine guns. Feeling as powerful as I do right now, I didn't see the point in doing this until I can craft the tier 6 variants. I'm also working to craft additional farm plots to expand the crops upstairs and a tier 6 steel shovel. I get all of those laid down, planting a bunch of additional crops, and I think it might be time to start raiding again. After a touch more renovation, my farm is now too close to this hole. I turned in yesterday's last quest to Bob, and there it is. I have tiered up for the final time. As of tomorrow, I'm going to be able to start doing tier 6 infested clears. There are no tier 6 POIs. These will only serve to double the zombies within a tier 5 POI. Trust me when I say that's about as tough as it needs to get. I spend a long time humming and hawing about this decision. Ultimately, I decided to go with a baton crafting bundle. I have absolutely no intention to use a baton at all in this playthrough, but it's going to get me more legendary parts. All of the other rewards I'm pretty much able to craft or gather myself. Since the 6th tier of questing will not be available till tomorrow, I just keep doing infestations on the lower tiers. The tier 4 infestations I'm pretty much able to clear with my fists alone these days. No wonder I have so much stinking ammo. One of the main goals that I want to prioritize over the coming week is to expand the production as much as possible. With all the dukes that I'm earning from these quests, I buy a 3rd set of Dew Collector upgrades. I will be grabbing a 4th set as well once the trader restocks, but I really feel like I could have done more. I know it's a zombie survival game, but I really enjoy the resource accumulation aspect of it. I'm also now able to craft my own lockpicks, so I decided to craft myself a full stack of them. If I'm honest, I kind of feel like these resources went to waste because I never run out of lockpicks again. In fact, on top of this stack that I'm crafting, I end up with multiple stacks by the end of the playthrough. Using a bunch of the vegetables that I've been growing, I'm also now able to craft myself meat stew. This is among some of the best food that's available in the game, and while I will be using other food sources, meat stews are going to be a staple until the very end of the playthrough. The biker set that I'm now wearing is all classified as medium armor. On top of my parkour and run and gun perks in the agility tree, I'm also going to be grabbing 1 point into medium armor. This again follows with the goal of keeping myself as mobile as possible. I've been finding quite a few additional treasure maps through my adventures. That first treasure map, Eggsperience, kinda left me a little traumatized after that dire wolf. I am way more equipped now. Let's see what kind of trouble I can get into. Jennifer's treasure map has a decent amount of ammunition as well as 6,000 dukes, that's nice. Jen's always looking out for ya. Stefan's treasure chest, again a bunch of ammo and 15 silver nuggets, that's pretty much just good money. Sarah's treasure map is buried underneath the highway, that's rude. Somebody didn't take their ground disturbance courses. Inside, a bit more ammunition and a fat stack of cash, almost 7,500 dukes and 150 old cash, which can be sold for additional dukes. And Raphael's treasure map, which has a bunch of ammo and some gold nuggets, which again are only used for selling. There are diamond nuggets available, but I'm not ready to talk about those yet. The next morning, it's a lot of the same stuff, buying out everything I want from the vending machine, and more questing. The tier 6 jobs that Bob had for me were way too far away, so I just decided to hang around town doing another Judy Witch clear. See, I told you there'd be plenty of opportunity for me to come back to this place. By the way, these are the tier 6 quests available, the closest of which is 2 kilometers away. That's a fair jaunt for the motorcycle, and while possible, there is definitely a better vehicle for long trips like that. With as much questing as I cared to do today done, I decided it was time to renovate the horde base. While the last one didn't get too crazy, I definitely felt like it was starting to push on the upper threshold of what this base can handle, especially by the end of the night when the zombies had destroyed the only path up. Instead, what I'm thinking is that I'm going to create my own second level. There will be multiple paths up to this second level from the ground floor. Surveying the damage from the last Horde night, it's obvious the zombies were up here, so I might as well make it even easier for them to access the actual route that I want them to follow. Plus, I want to make everything as strong as possible, particularly on the bottom level. I don't want them thinking that chewing down the building is the fastest way to me. I'm building out an even thicker staircase for them to get to this second level. I then lined the second staircase that leads to the actual fighting position with even more material. Foolproof? Maybe. Zombie-proof? We'll find out. With the fighting position itself, I wasn't thrilled with how it was working out, so again, I'm taking a bit of time to tear down the old one and rebuild it. Try as I might to be as efficient as possible, it just isn't in the cards all the time. I'm feeling pretty confident with this design, so once again putting all of my eggs into this basket, let's solidify it all with concrete. I've also unlocked the ability to craft a 4x4 truck. While I won't end up using it a whole lot in the playthrough, this was pretty much just for my own edification. What can I say? I wanted to explore as much of the 1.0 release as possible, and I haven't seen the new model yet. As it stands though, I'm gonna need a lot more forged steel for that project. My Eggspanded farm is also ready to be harvested again, and ooh, yes! Gimme all of that hops. I want beer, I want food, I want it all. Seeing the amount of forged steel that I need for my truck though, I think it's time to start looking at that auger. I want to start getting into some serious mining projects. This also means investing a few skill points into the strength tree. I want to get as many points as I possibly can into Miner 69er and Motherlode. I'm pretty short on motor tool parts which I need for the auger, so instead I decided to craft a tier 6 steel pickaxe. It's definitely a step above the steel pickaxe that I crafted only a couple of days ago. I load up with meat stew, some Rockbuster candy, as well as Blackstrap coffee. Because of the Art of Mining Volume 3, I'm also able to get additional ore while under the effects of coffee. Today is going to be the first day that I fully dedicate to mining, and it won't be the last. Today my first target is going to be nitrate powder, almost instantly getting the challenge completed for gathering it. And this is exactly the reason why I didn't think that the mining challenges were going to come back to bite me. They're all so straightforward, except for the last one. I'm going to be using nitrate powder to craft additional farm plots, but the bulk of my nitrate powder is going to be combined with coal to make gunpowder. I gather around 10,000, but my buffs have run out, so on to the next mine. The next target is going to be iron ore to supplement my steel production, so I buff up once again and start swinging. I don't make it very far down at all before I have to resurface, cause I hear a screamer somewhere out here. Like I mentioned before, iron is definitely the most zombie attractant of the ores that you have to harvest. I deal with the screamer and all of her friends heading back into my pit. Just like with the nitrate, I've gathered around 10,000 by the time my buff runs out, so that should be good enough for now. The next target is going to be oil shale because I'm once again pretty low on gas. That definitely factored into me not crafting the auger this early. It, as well as the chainsaw, run on, yep, you guessed it, gas. I get all the materials that I can processing in the forge, and I want you to take a look at my inventory. Dawn till dusk mining has netted me 2 diamond nuggets. These are what I was talking about when I mentioned that one of the mining challenges took me by surprise. While playing, I was not aware of this quite yet, so we'll revisit that once I, realize how long this is gonna take. With the materials processing upstairs, it's time to continue working on the horde base. I start by creating another means by which the zombies can get up to this second level. The zombies themselves are able to climb ladders, although the dogs are not. Let's face it though, the bulk of the enemies that I face on the Horde Night are going to be zombies themselves, not so much the animals. I'm woefully low on lumber again, so this time I grab my lumberjacking outfit out of my gearbox. Unsurprisingly, there aren't too many trees in the desert, so I head back to the pine forest and get a swingin'. While chopping down the trees, I'm also making sure to replant a bunch of these saplings that I'm gathering. It would be truly egregious to chop down all of these trees without planting new saplings. With the materials that my production is churning out, I'm able to upgrade the majority of the horde base walls to concrete. I really don't feel there's such a thing as too much redundancy when it comes to facing the hordes. With the amount of heat that my production is churning out though, throughout the entire process I am getting visited by quite a few screamers. While somewhat tedious, it definitely helps me test out my pathing to make sure that they're going the direction that I want them to. Since I'm feeling pretty secure and my mining efforts are definitely outpacing my forges, I upgrade myself to having 4 forges. Like I said, production must increase. On the morning of day 26, I'm gonna let all of that process as I continue raiding. It's all about striking a balance in your life, right? Bob didn't have any Tier 6 infestations that I was too keen on, instead going for just a standard Tier 5 clear. The Last Sunset Nursing Home is going to be my first Tier 5 raid of the playthrough. On top of being absolutely packed with zombies, the Tier 5s are actually deceptively large. I would caution starting them too late into the day if you're not willing to continue raiding through the night. Rooms upon hallways upon rooms are filled with zombies. Speaking of raiding into the night, that's exactly the situation that I'm facing as the night tone chimes, and I have no idea how close I am to finishing this place. Ooh, but another Fireman's Almanac, and that was the last of the series. No, I haven't been showing every series that I complete. We would be here a long time if I tried to be that detailed. I make it down to the basement, but I'm pretty beaten up at this point. My leg and arm are both sprained. A tip that I can offer is that if you're in a similar situation, use some steroids. The damage and time penalties that you'll accumulate by using power attacks or sprinting on your sprained limbs will not happen when you're under the effects of steroids. The main loot is behind this fire trap, so I have to go track that down, and oh boy, I woke up a lot of friends. I think, though, this serves to illustrate how incredibly powerful I am at this point in the game. I don't need to fall back on anything. My fists carve through this crowd of zombies, despite how insane that was. I apologize for how dark it is, don't worry. I can't really see much either, and I'm just swinging away in the dark here. The final loot caches in the Tier 5 POIs are the hardened chests. Good luck getting into these things with a pickaxe or explosives. I'm gonna stick with my lockpicks. The quality of the loot is definitely improving, but I'm still at a point where I'm able to craft myself better gear than I'm able to find. By the end of things, I'm pretty beat up, I'm infected, I'm hungry, but you know what? First Tier 5 POI completed. Pat on the back. Back at home, I feel the perfect way to wind down from that raid is to harvest my crops. I quickly get the farming potatoes challenge completed, and just like the mining ones, I'm not going to talk specifically about all of them. It's pretty safe to assume that I will get all of them steadily over time. Don't worry though, I'll make sure to mention all of the nasty challenges that I'm going to face. Taking a look at my challenges, you can definitely see that I've been a busy boy. I've nailed off the majority of the mining ones, but I want you to take a quick look at the progress bar on that final challenge. The farming ones will come in time, the healing ones, well, we'll get to those later, and the zombie slaying ones, which, once again, I'm just kind of naturally getting as I play the game. On top of turning in my Tier 5 quest from yesterday, as a result of claiming a bunch of those challenges, I have additional rewards available from Bob. The books are great for the Advanced Survival Challenge, but for the Slaying Tourist Challenge? Oh baby. This is a genuinely difficult decision to make. All of these mods that he's offering are quite useful. In the end, I go with a Quad Pocket mod, another addition to the 1.0 release. I also have a reward for the Cop Slayer Challenge. For this one, I'm definitely grabbing the Super Corn recipe. Super Corn is going to supplement my glue production, as well as it's going to help me with some endgame elixirs. All of Grandpa's recipes require Super Corn as an ingredient. I continue questing, but it's a lot of repeats of POIs that I've already cleared, definitely coming back to Richard Munch's Plaza for the bookstore in the second half. No, I am definitely not over my book obsession yet. Speaking of books, will you just look at how many I've accumulated? This might be a slightly inefficient way of doing things, but my goodness, is it ever satisfying. I even take a moment to pause and check where my vehicle progress is. The truck is great, but like I mentioned, I won't really be using it. I'm aiming for the gyrocopter. Every day I get that little bit closer to truly unlocking this world. I'm also now able to craft a Tier 6 M60, the top tier of machine gun. I gather all the materials from my crates, and in 25 minutes I'm going to be holding this bad boy in my hands. That's going to be really useful for the horde tomorrow. Speaking of preparing for the horde tomorrow, I'm also using my chem station to brew a bunch of beer. I actually queue up a whole bunch of stuff: beer, glue, and some herbal antibiotics. Herbal? Herbal? Let me know which one is wrong in the comments. I spent a few hours in the evening harvesting a bunch more iron because, yes, my steel production is still feeling very limited. That M60 alone took 120. Then back at base, you can see in my inventory that I'm preparing a lot of crafting. I'm gathering materials for that tier 6 auger, as well as I want to upgrade my biker set to full tier 6 as well. I'm gathering materials to craft more chem stations, and speaking of tier 6 gear, the M60 is done crafting. Before checking that out, I make sure to get my auger crafting, as well as queuing up a second chemistry station behind that. I'm gonna want more workbenches soon too. While that's working, I continue upgrading the fighting position, upgrading the majority of the blocks around me to concrete. The blocks that the zombies will be in direct contact with, I've also upgraded to steel. Steel is, as I mentioned before, as good as it's gonna get, with 10,000 hit points compared to the 5,000 of concrete. The auger is now done crafting, and because I have zero patience, I cancel the crafting of the chem station. Canceling the craft will refund all of the raw materials back into your inventory, so I get my biker boots and biker helmet crafting, then re-queuing the chem station. That additional item sitting in the output of my workbench, by the way, is the chassis for the truck. I decided against fully crafting the truck right now. My steel is better invested in things like that M60, the auger, you know. I spent some time kitting out my biker outfit with mods, which is now fully tier 6, booyah. I then do the same with the M60, but there's one small problem with the M60. It's a bit more limited on what kind of mods you can put into it, so I'm only able to put in 3 for the time being. Even so, this thing is monstrous. Take a look at this loadout now, a tier 6 tactical assault rifle with a silencer on it. That's definitely going to help prevent me from waking up the entire block as I'm raiding. And that tier 6 M60. The magazine extender mod allows it to have 90 rounds in a single clip. I get my auger modded out as well, setting that aside for my next mining trip. On the morning of day 28, the horde is approaching. I get a warm-up going, continuing to do a bunch of tier 5 infestations. Pretty much just relying on my knuckles, not really using my shiny new guns, but don't worry, I'm gonna need them. Back at base, as is tradition, I have a bunch of screamers to deal with, which actually is a great thing. Remember what I said a few minutes ago about the screamers revealing any flaws in my horde base? I definitely have one here. The additional little wings that I built out at the fighting position are allowing zombies to go outside of my view. I definitely want to address that before the horde comes, but first, just a little more raiding. These little wings are definitely not helping, instead hindering my design. So they gotta go. Excuse me, Mr. Spider, I'm trying to do some work here. With those carved out, it's time to start preparing myself for the horde, where I have another little trick. I set up an additional crate right next to the fighting position that's gonna be my horde box. The point of this is to have everything that I need to survive a horde sitting, waiting, ready for me to use. That way, if I end up getting distracted at the twilight hour, I have everything I need ready right next to the fighting position. With everything ready to go, it's time to take on the 4th horde. Oh, wait, almost forgot. I increased the difficulty of the horde once again, maxing out the blood moon count. On day 1, 8 zombies were able to spawn at any given time, and now it's gonna be 64. Alright, let's get into it. The first bit of the horde doesn't feel too dangerous, being able to rely primarily on my knuckles once again. It might not be necessary, but I just have to try out this M60. Look at this thing, tear them to shreds. So much so that I actually opened my little side access door in order to start shooting them from way up high. You want to talk about being over-prepared for a horde night. Until I start hearing those vulture sounds. Whoops, I didn't turn on my anti-air. Hold on. No worries. The zombies didn't even make it to the fighting position. I am solid. The smarter decision might have been to fall back on my fists for the rest of the horde, but you know what? This M60 is just too fun. So fun that I end up chewing through all of the ammo that I brought down here with me. Good thing I have a whole bunch more in the horde box. The morning rolls around, and I gotta say, that was a really easy horde. As I mentioned before though, my loadout is as good as it's gonna get. And now with the blood moon count fully maxed, I'm gonna have to start increasing the difficulty in another way. I have otherwise been on completely default settings with my difficulty still set to adventurer. From this point forward, that is gonna be what I'm increasing. I gather up all of the loot, putting it into the wooden crates that are still sitting in front of my base. Not bad. But as a bit of foreshadowing, this is the last time that I feel completely secure in this horde base. But alright, it's time to see what I can get done in the 5th week. Last night gave me 2 additional skill points to spend, so I'm putting both into better barter. I've been slowly accumulating a bunch of items and gear in my sellables box that I have no use for. I want to sell it all, but I also want to make it as valuable as possible, hence the better barter points. I'm also going to bring some sugar butts from the vending machines and some Grandpa's Awesome Sauce. These will be giving me temporary buffs to further increase my bartering abilities. I get to Bob's and start selling, making sure to move the quest items I just claimed to the bottom of my inventory. The drum mag in particular, that is definitely going to be going on the M60. I also sell a second full inventory of items, and I'll point out that I'm doing this while holding a Magnum. Magnum Enforcer Volume 4 gives me 5% better bartering while pointing it at a trader. Sorry, Bob, it's nothing personal, just business. I sell off the last couple of items, and as you can see, Bob is sick of purchasing baseball bats. There is an upper limit to the amount of individual items that the traders will accept in each restock period. While I've got all these bartering buffs going and so much cash on my character, I spend a whack of money with him. I buy the 4th set of Dew Collector upgrades as mentioned before, some gas, and pretty much anything else that strikes my fancy, including a bunch of books. My crops are ready to go again, harvesting up all of that. And with my production fired up as it were, it's time to go do some questing. On top of the books that I get from Richard Munch's Plaza, I'm also making sure to harvest a bunch of the cloth. The first part of the POI is a carpet store, and my cloth supplies are definitely dwindling. Most of my cloth expenditure is going towards duct tape. This will be an ongoing process. It's time for another readathon because I just can't seem to get enough of these. Ugh, I love them. And with this recent batch of books, I'm now able to craft myself the gyrocopter. I hope you're not sick of me saying this, but I'm low on steel, so I definitely need to do a bit more mining. I'm even lower on clay soil than I am on iron, so add that to the shopping list as well, I guess. So I think it's time for the inaugural trip with the auger. While my weapons have definitely started shredding through zombies, this auger is going to shred through the terrain. The only disadvantage is that the auger is incredibly loud and produces a bunch of heat, which will call in additional zombies. I'm sure it's nothing I can't handle, though. I absolutely tear up the hillside, once again getting about 10,000 clay soil. The gyrocopter chassis alone is going to require 37 duct tape, so you can see why I chew through the duct tape so quickly. I get more glue on the craft to help me keep up with this duct tape demand, using my second chem station to continue producing gas. While everything is crafting away, I figured it was a good idea to move all of my electronic infrastructure down closer to the fighting position. That way I don't have to run all the way back upstairs to activate the roof turrets. The electronic components, just like the workstations, can be picked up, and if you're worried about losing all the fuel in your generator bank, it will drop it on the ground when you pick it up. I set it all back up right across from my Horde Night box in the elevator. I'm also tying it into a relay this time, so I can split the current across multiple paths. With the number of screamers that I'm attracting these days, I kinda want a turret watching my front door so that I don't have to all the time. I set up a temporary turret on the outside wall, but I do have plans for additional turrets on the inside. After an excruciatingly long wait, at least that's what it felt like to me, I'm ready to craft my gyrocopter. The last pieces are crafting in the workbench, and I'm also going to be queuing up a couple of vehicle mods. Just like your gear, there are a few mods that are available for vehicles. The one that I'm crafting right now is a fuel saver, which, I'm pretty sure you can guess what that one does. I'd really like to get superchargers in my vehicles as well, but I don't know how to craft them, and I have not found one yet. I get everything that I want queued up in the crafter, and I can't sit here anymore. I gotta go do something. All of this crafting has continued to decimate my stock of forged steel, so it's time to pull out the auger again. Using this thing is so satisfying. With the tier 6 steel pickaxe, I was able to get around 10,000 iron from a single candy buff. This auger has stepped that up a little bit to nearly 28,000 in a single candy. After that, I head back home to see how my crafting progress is going, and oh yeah, the gyrocopter is ready. Let's pop that bad boy down, just look at it. As a new player, the gyrocopter definitely takes a little bit of getting used to when you first start flying it. Probably the number one most commonly made mistake is hitting the E button while you're mid-air. That's the button that makes you leave the gyrocopter, and if you're up in the air and don't manage to climb back in on time, gravity takes over. I've definitely done that, more than once. But this is a glorious day. I'm up in the air, and the world just got a little smaller. My first trip out with the gyro leads me back to the pine forest, where I'm chopping down more trees. I really need to migrate to using coal as a fuel source for my forges. Now that I have turrets as a part of the base defense on my mind, I think it's time to start preparing for my, what should I call it, battery of turrets that I have planned. I start by carving out a bunch of the blocks on the inside wall that leads along the fighting position path. I'm going to be replacing these with a bunch more security gates so that I can line up turrets behind them and have them shoot through if I need it. This position is also going to replace that turret that's currently defending me on the outside wall. I choose to make this battery of turrets span the entire length of the bridge that leads up to my fighting position, also carving out an easier access from the fighting position itself. And I might as well make it look a little bit nice, adding a few of these arches to the corners. Why not, right? With the gear that I'm currently wearing now maxed out at tier 6, I thought it was time to start increasing my loadouts. I'm gonna start by crafting a set of tier 6 farming boots for increased seed chances. I do have to step away now and then though to scratch my zombie slaying itch. While all of the crafting and harvesting is great and all, I do want to continue raiding so that I can keep getting more Eggsperience. I'm level 64 at this point, and I still don't feel like I have anywhere near the skill points that I want. Now that I have the gyrocopter, I also decided to take on one of these long-range tier 6 infestations. The Navasgame Athletics Complex, about 5.5 kilometers away, is going to be the first tier 6 infestation that I decide to take on. There were others that were closer, but I haven't checked this place out yet. What can I say? I'm curious. What's that saying about curiosity and cats? I'm sure it's not important. I load myself up with ammunition and meds and embark on my first long-range trip with the gyrocopter. Taking a look from the top down of the city around me, this place actually is a bit smaller than I thought it was. From the ground level, it feels so big, but being up here gives you a different perspective. I point my nose south and fly all the way through the desert, the pine forest, finally ending up for the first time in the snow biome. I put my additional supplies in the gyrocopter's inventory, and let's get into the first tier 6 infestation. I search my way through the place for about a half hour in-game, and I'm getting a little worried. I haven't seen any zombies yet. Oh, there they are. Oh, and suddenly they're everywhere. And I do mean everywhere. There might actually be more zombies in this place than attacked me during the last horde. Holy moly, at least during the horde night there's a barrier between the zombies and I. Just like at the Sunset Nursing Home, I have no idea how big this place actually is. I'm really hoping that my meds hold out. I'm trying my best to thin them out before they all wake up, but there are so many. They just keep coming and keep coming. Where are they all spawning from? There's even demolishers. I really gotta keep my wits about me. I make my way through, somehow, and I now get to show you what rests inside of the Tier 6 infested cache. These now come with a Tier 6 piece of gear for me, and this one has a Desert Vulture. That is the best variant of handgun in the game. What an insane raid this was. At a certain point, I'm gonna have to admit that the fists are falling off. They're still doing great work for me at the moment, but that was starting to get a little shaky. Including travel time, that one raid pretty much took me the entirety of day 31. I'm not going to be making a habit out of big trips like this. I think I'm going to want a forward operating base at some point. Oh man, this gyrocopter sometimes, even with like 1,500 hours in this game, I still can't get it right sometimes. I finished the long trek home, touching down with all of the grace of a butterfly. Smack. Since I have an absolute abundance of 44 Magnum ammo, I think it's time to finally get rid of the bow. After slapping a silencer on the Desert Vulture, this is going to be my new stealth weapon. As I harvest the latest crop, I'm going to continue thinking about that forward operating base. I would love to do more raids like that, but I feel I need a little bit more preparation. The next morning, I just can't help myself and decided to pick up another Tier 6 infestation. This one's gonna be a lot closer though, back in the burned forest, you know, Jen's neighborhood. I'm gonna be taking on the Red Mesa military base. Restricted area you say? Just try and stop me. This raid should be a little bit more tame than yesterday's because I'm in the burnt forest and only have a half skull modifier, unlike the skull and a half from the snow biome, he says as his compass lights up with red dots. I continue my way through the POI, but because I'm relying on my fists so heavily still, I'm also getting punched in the face back a lot. This has resulted in me being infected pretty much non-stop. I've already chewed through all of the infection curing meds that I brought with me, and my infection is rising above 7.5%. This could be avoided by taking vitamins before the raid, but I also didn't have any of those on me. This place I am more familiar with though, so I know I'm approaching the end, but my infection is now rolling over 14%. Also, check this out. I unload an entire clip of M60 and the entire clip of my tac rifle, and there's still a wave coming towards me. Now that my infection has progressed to the second stage, I'm going to be suffering a 25% penalty to my stamina regeneration. If the infection continues untreated, this will worsen to 35%, as well as giving me a -1 to all attributes. At stage 4, you die. I'm able to clear out that wave of zombies, but there's still more. I open the door to the final room and, oh, hello. I hope I'm not interrupting your freaky I Am Legend gathering. Oh yeah, doors and the M60 are very good friends. This infested cache has a tier 6 machete for me, which I'm not too thrilled about, but hey, that's gonna make me some good money at the trader. I turned in my quest with Bob, and I've now also completed the tier 6 objective. There are no tier 7 quests, so there's no more goals to achieve from the traders. That does not mean that I'm done questing by any means. I head home, immediately jamming some antibiotics into my face before this infection gets the best of me. And to wrap up day 32, I figured I'd go and explore the world a little bit more. I do have another opening trade routes mission that's leading me to a trader in the snow biome, so let's go check that out. After what I can only describe as a perfect takeoff. I make my way out to Trader Hugh's compound. While Hugh isn't quite as salty as Recht was, I'm pretty sure he went to the same etiquette school. Just like Trader Jen, I don't intend to spend a lot of time interacting with Trader Hugh in this playthrough. The main reason I decided to come out here was to get the final opening trade routes quest, which will lead me to a wasteland trader. In my opinion, there's no place better for a forward operating base than the wasteland. I make my way out to the wasteland and the final trader that we're gonna meet. The wasteland is pretty foggy, but from the looks of it, this city is massive. Oh, don't mind me, Joel. I'm just taking a look through all of your books before I talk to you. I take a look at the quest that he has available, and wow. 5 tier 6 infestations, all in a range of about a kilometer. This is 100% where I'm going to be setting up the FOB. As night sets in, I do a quick flyover of the city, and wow. This city is huge. I cannot wait to get set up out here. Back in the desert, I check out my challenges, and now that I've met all of the traders, I can claim all of those challenges. This first tab only has a handful of things left for me to do. On the second tab as well, I have a couple of additional challenges to claim. And this is when I notice that, whoops, the challenge that I initially thought was going to take me the longest is surviving 10 blood moons. I swear I've survived 4 at this point, but the game only has me at 2. My prediction is that increasing the difficulty by logging out and logging back in at the start of the horde kinda messed things up a little bit. Moving forward, I'm gonna be a lot more diligent about this, but now it looks like I'm gonna have to survive 12 hordes. So be it. The next morning, Bob's got a couple of additional rewards for me for claiming more of the challenges. The Trader Quest one is alright, but for slaying 50 whites, I get my choice of 5 legendary crafting bundles, all geared towards melee items. I grabbed the baton one, and it might not be for the reason you think. The bundles also come with a couple of books that are associated with that skill. The baton I have no interest in, but there's something else in the Tech Planet skill magazine that I want to be able to craft. I start the day with a bit of a raid, again going for the Richard Munch's Plaza for books and cloth. I'm becoming very proficient at raiding this place. This was actually a quest that I picked up yesterday before going on my adventure, so after I turn it in, it turns out that Bob has another quest at Richard Munch's Plaza. Well, twist my rubber arm, why don't ya? I quest my way through the day, crafting myself a tier 6 farming outfit, and then also a tier 6 mining helmet. For my wasteland base, I don't intend to take over a building, instead setting up one for myself from the ground up. That's gonna take a lot of concrete. Only 2 days away from the next horde, I decided to continue filling out my battery of gun turrets. Also now getting rid of the temporary one that I put on the outside wall. I hook everything up to 2 separate switches. One is going to be responsible for my passive defense, aka screamers or any small thing that's coming at me, while the other uh-oh button is going to power all of the remaining turrets, just in case things get a little bit wild during the horde. I wire it all up and then get back to work reinforcing the walls. While I want concrete for the wasteland base, I feel like I should probably protect this one first. It's definitely time to start investing more and more time into mining itself, putting another point into Miner 69er, and because I'm going to start crafting my own ammunition soon, I start melting down a bunch of brass that I've found in the forges. All the while keeping steel producing because despite the thousands that I've crafted, I still need thousands more. I harvest the crops, I get some beer crafting in my now 3 chemistry stations, and it's time to head out again. After an early morning raid, I decided to fly out to another desert town. On my way out to the snow biome, I noticed that this town has a Bob's Boars. I don't have a quest here, this is 100% freelance because I know what awaits inside. As you can imagine, inside of Bob's Boars, there are a bunch of boars, so that's definitely helping me towards my hunting objectives. But what I'm after is actually on the Carl's Corn side of the POI. I solve a quick fire trap puzzle, and then I'm able to jump into a little research hydroponic bay thing. This is the first bit of super corn that I've found. I actually don't know if it's available anywhere else in the game, but I know that it's available at Bob's Boars / Carl's Corn. There's also a super corn stash in it, giving me a few additional seeds, which is going to kickstart my farm. Down in the basement, leading towards the end of the POI, is a little bit more super corn. I'm so happy I came here. And the end of the POI has one of these death drops. At least I can drop down onto these mattresses, so hopefully I don't wake up what awaits below. Oh, hi there, Gracie. Gracie is Bob's prized pig, and as far as I know, this is the only place in the game that you can find her. She's no match for a stealth shot from the desert vulture and a couple swings of my fists. Sweet, that's all I came here for. I do a little bit more raiding, enjoying the last bits of this difficulty. The horde's coming tomorrow, which means ramping up the difficulty again, which means my fists are gonna continue to fall off. Are you ready for another readathon? I know I am. I've also now found myself a tier 5 nerd armor, giving me a 25% chance for every skill book to reward me with an additional skill point. Magazine point, you know what I mean. That's also, if you were listening carefully, 2 more perk book series that I've completed. One step at a time, I'm getting closer. Taking a look at the perk book series as well as the crafting magazines, you can see that I am making amazing progress. I think at this point I've completed over half of the perk book series and over half of the crafting skill series. Once I fill all of these out, my book obsession will finally be over. But not today. I also decided to finally craft the final piece of the 4x4 truck. Yes, I am flat out of duct tape again, though it's kinda nice for duct tape to be my limiting factor instead of steel like it has been for the last week. Before even starting the morning of day 35, I decided to exit the game and increase the difficulty. I have no intention to allow any more hordes to not count. I increase it from adventurer to nomad, and let's jump back into the world. Because I'm wise beyond wise, I decided to test out the new difficulty by checking out another tier 6 infested clear. This one leads me over to Grover High School in the other desert town. That's another 10 out of 10 on the landing, so this is starting well. Let's just say that I was not prepared, falling back on the M60 almost immediately. This first battle in the POI gets incredibly intense. I make it through, but I've already consumed a concerning amount of ammunition and medicine. Suffice to say, it does not get any easier. I'm forced to try and start kiting the zombies more and separate them into smaller groups so that I can take them out with my fists. I mean, as best as I can anyway. Run away, run away! Patch my arm. Oh gosh, just kidding. Okay, patch my arm. Note to self, bring more ammunition and medicine next time. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that my character is still able to stand after the amount of beer I've consumed today. At long last, I see the quest complete, but that was an ordeal. The Tier 6 cache has Tier 6 knuckles for me. Well, that's not overly useful, but thanks, I guess. That quest really took it out of me, so I spend the rest of the day preparing myself for the night's horde. I was hoping to craft myself a second Tier 6 M60, but duct tape says no. Instead, I spend the rest of the day organizing myself and getting ready for the horde. I've also decided to start using some of Grandpa's learning elixir during the horde. This is going to increase the amount of experience that I gain by 20%. Like I said, I want levels so I can get more skill points. Alright, it's time for the 5th horde. I hope I'm ready. On top of buffing myself with beer, I'm also going to be buffing my melee damage with skull crushers. I have managed to accumulate a fair few from the vending machines. Not even 30 minutes into this horde and I'm already having to fall back on the M60. This horde is already way more intense than the last one. I managed to keep a pretty good handle on things until I realize a new problem in my design. I have solid blocks at the end of my horde path, which my bullets are actually breaking. Because I have this very sturdy steel piece in front of me, the zombies are actually trying to carve their way through the outside wall now. Because of this, I have no choice but to just hose with my M60 in that general direction, hoping that they don't bust through. This leads me to running out of ammunition again, so I have to run all the way back upstairs to my overflow boxes to get more. All the while, the zombies are accumulating in that spot, chewing through my outer walls, getting ever closer to eating me. I'm having trouble seeing things, so I have to turn on my night vision, which is a mod in my headpiece if you were curious, and continue to spray and pray. The zombies are now most of the way through the outer wall. I don't know if that's concrete or cobblestone that they're trying to chew through now. They just keep coming, and every single time I have to reload, it's just that little bit more horrifying as more stack up. As the morning approaches, though, I think I've made it. Somehow. I'm able to break position, and as the morning chime sounds, they did make it through. You want to talk about barely making it through a horde? That was as close as I've had in this playthrough so far. I need to make some serious changes to this place before day 42. On a plus note, look at all this loot. I actually almost filled up both of these wooden crates out front with the loot that I gathered. Despite how close to death I was there, there's nothing like a fat stack of loot to make you feel better. It looks like they also broke a part of the path here, which explains why they were so dedicated at going after that wall. There's nothing like an angry horde of zombies to reveal the problems with your structure. To give you a bit of insight behind the scenes, usually I tried cutting off the recordings at the start and end of every day. For this one, I was so panicked that I didn't dare do anything until I had some of these holes patched. I was expecting the increase to Nomad to turn things up a little bit, but wow, I was not prepared for that. I then do a little bit of farming as my heart rate comes back down to a normal range. Alright, brain, time to come up with something better for the next horde. So after such a harrowing horde night, what's the best use of my time right now? Well, heading back out to the burned forest for another Tier 6 infestation. I mean, obviously. This one is going to be at 2-Bit Tower, which is actually the first place that Miss Egg and I posted up when we were playing this game together. Before I start, I'm going to move my gyrocopter a little bit closer. That way, when my inventory inevitably fills up, I can come out and deposit some stuff without failing the quest for leaving the area. Alright, this one starts in the parking garage. I gotta say, while this silenced desert vulture is definitely louder than the bow was, it's also a lot more fun to use. These first few dogs got nothing on me. This place, particularly in this biome, can get pretty dark though, so I am going to be using my night vision a lot. Just in case you were wondering, this isn't some effect that I'm using in post. Let me just say too that the updated grayscale of the night vision is so much better than the awful green that it used to be. While sneaking around with the Magnum is a ton of fun, I don't have time for that. Wake up, everybody. Ah, yes, the trusty door, bane of the zombies. Oh, just kidding, they got through that quickly. Foolhardy as ever, I'm still trying to rely on my knuckles as my primary damage, and that's just not working anymore. This is the first major pull of the area, and I'm getting absolutely mangled, dropping below 50 health. I'm also very quickly back up to a 5% infection. Yeah, reality is knocking. I just apparently can't hear it very well yet. Fast forwarding to around 9 o'clock at night, I'm still working my way up the tower, but at least by this point, I've decided to start using the M60 a bit more. Oh, and my infection has now doubled to 10%. Fast forward again to 1 in the morning, my infection is nearly at 15%, and I'm on my last clip of 7.62 ammo. Yes, that does include ammunition that I've been looting on my way up the tower. If this wasn't a clear enough message that I need to rethink how I'm doing things, I don't know what is. Alright, so good news, bad news situation here. The good news is that I'm pretty much at the roof, which means I must be close to finishing this place, but the bad news is that now I'm flat out of ammunition. I only see one more dot on my compass. Oh no, never mind, there's a lot. I have no choice but to just beer up and hope that I can punch my way through this, or I guess I could abandon the quest. You may not know this about me, but I am bullheadedly stubborn sometimes, oftentimes to my own fault. I don't think the mic picked it up, but Miss Egg is behind me laughing in agreeance right now. Ooh, pile of ammo on the table behind me, and it's more Magnum ammo. Not helpful. Fast forward again to nearly 4 in the morning, and how are there this many zombies still? It's relentless. Dawn has cracked, and I think I'm at the end of this? My goodness. When you get down to the last couple of zombies, a yellow dot will appear on your map indicating where they are in the POI. Especially in a place this huge, that is so nice. I have cleared enough that the main loot is open to me, so please, oh please, let there be some ammunition in there. I don't think I've ever been so happy to loot an infested cache. 2 2/3 stacks of 7.62, my savior. I'm just gonna jam half of this back into my weapons, consuming like half of that. And I am so over this quest at this point, I'm just throwing out anything that isn't immediately valuable. The main cache has a little bit more ammo for me, but unfortunately no antibiotics because my infection is getting real bad. I'm over it, so I'm not even gonna try and go through the POI to find these last zombies. I'm just gonna chop down the walls. And that's that. There was one zombie left. Holy mackerel. Okay, reality check received. This is admittedly not my best play, as I then crash land into the trailer just outside of Bob's place. So now I have to deal with these guys real quick as my infection crests 20%. I think this is among the highest percentages of infection that I've ever had in this game. The gyrocopter is now stuck as well, so I try to empty out the inventory so I can pick it up and move it. But I don't have the inventory room to even do that. Oh my gosh, this is not good.
I'm prouder than a peacock that you got that job done. Good job.
Bob, you have no idea. I want to go home. All right, unload loot, smash some antibiotics into my face, and what's the next step? I think a nice leisurely time spent at the end of my auger. To go out and continue raiding would be extremely foolish at this point. My infection is not bueno. This lead mine that I decided to go after also seems to have a coal vein attached to it. Yes, despite there not being a node at the ground level, multiple ore types can spawn in the same vein. Or a better way of putting that might be that different ore veins can spawn right next to each other. I've already talked about transitioning over to coal as my primary fuel source, as well as I'm going to want to start producing some gunpowder, so coal? Yes please. For skill points lately, I have been investing a bit more into my intellect tree. I've grabbed a few more points in the Daring Adventurer, and now I'm sticking them into advanced engineering to make my forge recipes cost less, and definitely into physician to make my healing items have more efficacy. My 4x4 truck is done crafting as well, and oh yeah, I love this new model. This thing looks mean. Oh, and it sounds mean too. Me likey. And that concludes the 4x4's appearance in this playthrough. I go back to carving up hills in the desert for more clay soil and sand because production must continue. On top of wanting to be better prepared for more raids in the future, I also want to get working on that forward operating base. The difficulty is as high as it's going to get in the wasteland, but that also means that the loot is going to be better out there. My mining today, though, has called in a dog horde. At first it doesn't seem so bad with a couple of wolves cresting the hill, but then I see the dire wolf. Why, oh why, am I so attached to my fists? Now my leg is broken. I slap on a splint because that's the best that I have available right now, and I'm gonna have to be careful not to run, at least until I can get my hands on some steroids back at base. I get more clay and iron smelting down, while keeping 2 forges focused on brass and lead for bullet casings and bullet tips. I then grab all the materials that I need to craft a few more workbenches. Working out of one is feeling pretty bad right now. I then grab all of the bullet crafting materials out of my ammo chest, gunpowder, bullet casings, and bullet tips, so that I can start crafting my own 7.62 ammunition. It's pretty clear to me that I'm gonna need a lot more of it. With all of that crafting, it's time to expand my battery of turrets. While my fighting position was nicely defended during that last horde, this corner was not. I set up 6 more turrets pointing into that corner, also wired up to my uh-oh button. On the morning of day 38, I just can't help myself. I had to go raiding again, but I'm going to be avoiding tier 6 infestations for a little bit anyway. While raiding the Favale's Academy, looky what I found. Coming out of a yellow loot bag, this is the first drone that I'm finding. The drone is a passive entity that will follow you around.
Powering up. All systems go.
There are more uses in the future, but for now, it's going to act as an additional bunch of inventory for me. Being able to craft my own drone is what I was after with those Tech Planet books. I clear out the usual suspects, again clearing Richard Munch's Plaza. You know how much I love this place. And then I load up to do another massive sell to Bob. I level up during the process, grabbing another point into better barter, and keep selling. I sell everything that I was able to carry, noticing that these tier 6 steel knuckles are actually better than the ones I'm using. Hold the phone, Bob. I'm just gonna swap these out real quick. You can have the worst ones. Oh, he doesn't want them. Well, sorry. While all of my bartering buffs are going, I'm definitely gonna be picking up my first solar cell. While I don't have an immediate use for it, I will be installing these at the forward operating base. My first crop of super corn is now ready, and ain't she beautiful. I'm still desperately holding out on my knuckles, continuing to farm hops, but that's gonna have to transition out very soon. I'm gonna have to start growing a lot more cotton to craft cloth from. With all of the materials that I've been mining up, I decided it was finally time to fully expand this farm. After laying down all the farm plots, there isn't really a whole lot of room left up here that isn't being used. Perfect. In the food chest, though, I'm starting to have a bit of a problem. I have way too many mushrooms. On a personal note, I don't think that's possible, so I'm just gonna find a new place to store them. I now have the ingredients that I need to craft myself another tier 6 M60, so that's happening. And using the insane amount of raw food that I have, I start cooking up a bunch more recipes. Most notably, I think, is gonna be the pumpkin cheesecake, which will also serve to help me with bartering. On the morning of day 39, my second M60 is done crafting, and I think it's time that I craft a bunch of mods. To this point, I've only been installing mods that I found in loot, but I'm able to craft quite a few. After what I experienced during the last horde and in 2-Bit Tower, I want these weapons to be as dialed in as possible. I craft up some muzzle brakes to reduce recoil and some drum mags. The drum magazines will decrease the reloading speed of the weapon, but on the M60, it increases the clip size to 120. My goal here is to have enough M60s on my toolbar that I don't need to reload mid-fight. While all of that is crafting, I'm going to continue mining, going after coal first. Next, I'm going after more iron, and the way I'm doing this is pretty much just mining a vein until my candy runs out. Then I move on to the next vein. I like to have at least a little variety in my days. This iron vein also has a nitrate vein right next to it, so I'm going to be grabbing a bunch of that while I'm here as well. More coal and more nitrate equals more gunpowder equals more bullets equals a happy egg. Or at minimum an alive one. By the end of this mining trip, I've got a pretty impressive haul in my inventory, but I want you to look for the diamond nuggets. Can't you find them? Yeah, me either. I didn't get a single one. Again, I was not aware of this quite yet while I was playing, but editing me knows. The quest for diamond nuggets has only just begun. I think it goes without saying at this point that all 4 of these forges are running 24/7. All you need to know is that 2 of the forges are pretty much fully dedicated to pumping out steel, while the other 2 are focused on cement and bullet crafting materials. I then use a couple stacks of nitrate powder and coal to keep my chem stations busy crafting stacks of gunpowder. Just like these stacks of gas cans, crafting them in bulk like this is a much more efficient use of resources. I'm also making sure to split these crafts evenly between my 3 chem stations. On top of all the raw materials, it's important to remember that time is also a resource that you have to manage. The mods that I was crafting are now complete, loading each of my M60s with a muzzle brake, drum mag, rad remover, and foregrip mod. This should be pretty close to as good as it gets, but definitely not the final configuration. I then spent some time expanding my campfire situation because just like all of the other workbenches, having only one feels way too limiting at this point. With the exception of the beakers, which I've found plenty of at this point, I'm able to craft myself the cooking pots and grills that I need to fully kit them out. All of this crafting has really impacted my stockpile of a few resources. There are a bunch that I'm not able to craft myself, such as mechanical and electrical parts, so I decided to go out for another wrenching adventure. Make that a ratcheting adventure. I have upgraded from the wrench. I pop one of the hacker's candies that I've picked up from the vending machines, which increases my salvage amount by 20%. I feel the zombies of the world are scared enough of me. It's time to make all the inanimate objects also scared of me. I'm going to be doing this for the entire duration of not 1, but 2 candies. I'll see you in the morning. This was definitely a necessary restock. I'm going from 53 mechanical parts to almost 300 again. I also picked up a bunch more engines and batteries, which is going to help me with my electrical infrastructure in the Wasteland base. It's time for another readathon. You just gotta love it. And what's this? A second readathon? I did spend the majority of day 40 questing again, so these are the books that I earned. Nothing else really exciting. With that out of my system, I'm once again going to be heading out with a hacker's candy to do more salvaging. This is definitely me prepping for the Wasteland move. There's a lot more raiding opportunities out there, but I'm just not quite ready yet. By this point, it should surprise absolutely no one that I'm stopping at every magazine stand in between these cars. I think it may also be time to expand the concrete production because I'm queuing up like 3,600 at a time in this one. That load could definitely be shared. Day 41 starts off with some farming. I've expanded my crops to include coffee now, finishing off that challenge. I also, with the amount of mining I've been doing, want all of the blackstrap coffee. Later in the day, of course, I'm off raiding because that's just what I do all the time. I get itchy if I don't. Ooh, sorry, Feral White. He walked right in front of the muzzle there. Let's watch that one back in slow motion. That's unfortunate. At the end of the day, it's time to get more ammo on the craft, but I'm not crafting standard 7.62 ammunition. Instead, I decided that all of the ammunition that I'm going to craft is going to be AP or armor-piercing 7.62. While being more expensive to craft, they do come with a couple of benefits. They have a higher base damage than the standard ammunition, and they also reduce the target's armor value by 50%. As the name implies, they also penetrate, hitting the zombie behind the target that you're firing at. As the playthrough progresses, I will be getting a perk that will further increase this penetration, but I just don't have the skill points quite yet. I need so many levels still. At this point, I know that I'm crafting far more food than I think I will ever be able to consume, but I want to be able to bring out a big stockpile of supplies with me to the Wasteland. Food, drink, medicine, building supplies, I am making a stockpile of all of it. After all, I will be continuing to use this base as my primary production hub. I do not want to move all of this stuff down there. On the morning of day 42, the dawn of the 6th horde, I'm ready to start moving away from my knuckles. A big part of the reason why I chose the biker set is for the additional melee damage, so what do you say I try and find one that includes ranged damage? I shop through what's available to me at the moment, deciding to go with the commando set. While I have lesser versions of the entire set in my gear box, I am going to craft myself a couple of tier 6s. I start off with what I feel are going to be the most impactful pieces, being the gloved for exactly what I mentioned a second ago, ranged damage, and the boots, which are going to increase my run speed by 20%. I craft them up, but I'm not ready yet. I'm going to store them in a safe place for now. My storage is getting way too packed again, so I set up even more janky crates hovering up at the ceiling level. My storage is definitely getting more and more granular as the playthrough goes on. I'm now having boxes for buffing candies, prepared meals, prepared drinks. I just have too much stuff, but please don't take that as me complaining. I love it. I spend the majority of the morning organizing myself and moving more items over to the Horde Night chest. I've also decided to include some recog, increasing range damage, and some of Grandpa's moonshine, which I have never used before. It increases my melee damage by a further 400%, but it comes with a drawback. We'll see that tonight. For the first time since getting my gyrocopter, I'm gonna be doing a trader loop today. I have a whole whack of money burning a hole in my pocket, and I want to run around to as many traders as I can reach today to see what they have for offer. Of course I'm starting with Trader Jen. This playthrough obviously needs more Trader Jen. On top of looking for things like perk books that I haven't read yet, I'm also going to be grabbing some of Grandpa's Forgettin' Elixir. Consuming one of these is going to allow you to reset all of your skill points. Another great change that they've recently implemented is making these far less expensive to purchase. They used to be, I want to say, around 30,000 dukes a pop, and trust me when I say that I'm going to be drinking a lot of these throughout the rest of the playthrough. It's so nice that they only cost like from the elbow down instead of the whole arm and leg now. I visit Wrecked, making sure to also grab the vending machines along the way. Wrecked 2, buying even more books. Wrecked 3, buying even more books. And finally, a Bob that is not my Bob. I come out of it with a pretty good stash of additional knowledge and materials for my use. And before heading upstairs, I'm making sure to pick up my vehicles from in front of my building. I don't intend to do any more traveling today, and this is more precautionary than anything. I don't want the Horde getting mad and swinging their fists at my incredibly expensive vehicles. After a bunch more prep, I decided that I was as ready as I was gonna get, popping the gyrocopter back down to go and sell some things to my Bob. I might as well recoup some of that cost from today. I should also note that I could be making more profits from all of these things that I'm selling if I decided to put mods in them. Particularly with the tier 6 equipment, it can get incredibly valuable if you fully mod it out. I'm kinda just being lazy about it at this point. I haven't really found myself in desperate need of cash for, well, since the start of the game. As I grab the couple of perk skill books that I got throughout the day to read, you can hear that my base is putting off a lot of heat. You can't really hear the heat, but you can hear the turret going off dealing with the screamers that the heat is pulling in. 2 of those books were the last in the series again. Let's take a quick look. Oh yeah, just look at all those 7 of 7s. Okay, enough gawking, things are sounding a little hectic downstairs, so I'm just gonna get in position for the Horde. First, with all of the AP 7.62 ammo that I've crafted, I decided to load that into my M60s. I was really hoping for one last hurrah with the fists, but just in case, I wanted these guys to be putting out as much damage as possible. Loaded up and ready to go, I make sure that the Horde base is fully repaired, increase my difficulty from Nomad to Warrior, chug back some learning elixir, some beer, and some moonshine. This is where things get bad. Oh no, what has this moonshine done to my vision? I can't see a thing. The tooltip at the bottom indicates that I am wasted. Sorry, liver, I might have overdone it a little. I mean, I'm punching really hard and it seems to be working, but I cannot see a thing right now. This right here was the nail in my knuckles coffin. I do as much as I can with my knuckles alone, but it simply is not enough. The M60 has to save me. Things just continue to get more intense. These Horde Knights are now starting to spit out dire wolves at me. I mean, at least the M60 with AP ammo is shredding through the zombies fairly effectively, but every time I have to reload, the zombies stack up on me pretty heavily. For kicks and giggles, I decided to switch on the uh-oh button. This starts to illustrate a big reason why I want to move my horde base away from the city. My computer is fairly beefy, and it's starting to lag a fair amount during these hordes. The buildings around me, the massive zombies, the turret fire, it's a lot. A lot of satisfaction, that is. It's nice to know I can fall back on that button if I need to. I know, it's a switch, not a button. Let me do my thing. I'm so confident in it that I decide to abandon the fighting position, going upstairs to restock a little bit as the turrets continue shredding through the horde. Alright, turn that back off. It's my turn to have some fun. I continue blasting my way through the night, once again turning the turrets on because I can hear a vulture, but my turrets on the roof don't seem to be handling it. I head up to investigate myself, but I can't seem to find it either. Okay, back to the fighting position. 1 or 2 vultures pecking at the roof is the least of my concerns right now. Through all of that, I'm actually able to complete the horde before the morning chime sounds. From my Eggsperience, it is possible to slice through the zombies fast enough that they do stop spawning at a certain point. The point for me tonight was 5 minutes before dawn, but you know what? I'll take it. I get busy looting, where I'm now finding a bunch of red bags spread amongst the horde loot. For whatever reason, there's definitely a lower quantity of loot this time, but it's not always about quantity. Quality matters too. It's now time to abandon the knuckles. I start by swapping out all of my mods into the new Tier 6 commando gear that I crafted. As part of this, I'm also going to be respecking myself, grabbing one of the Forgetting Elixirs and chugging it back. I now have absolutely no skills, but 88 points available to spend. First order of business is getting my Fortitude maxed back out and absolutely Machine Gunner maxed back out. I also max out my Pain Tolerance, my Farming perk, grabbing 1 point and Well Insulated again. I max out Cardio, I max out Healing Factor. I then switch to the Intellect tree, grabbing a bunch of points there, going up to level 7 in Intellect. This opens up 4 points in Better Barter, 3 points in Daring Adventurer, 2 in Physician, 3 in Advanced Engineering, and 3 back in Lockpicking. It's definitely time to focus in a lot more on my mining efficiency, grabbing 7 points into Strength so that I can max out Miner 69er and Motherload. With my last few points, I'm going to be putting them into the Perception tree. I want to start gearing up towards a really powerful rifle. The Perception tree also allows me to grab a few points in Lucky Looter, yummy yummy, with 1 point going into the Penetrator, making my AP rounds even more effective, and the final point going into Animal Tracker. There's no time like the present to start going after some of those hunting objectives. I will make one quick note that I regret not going into Iron Gut. Iron Gut helps tremendously with food and drink retention, as well as making my buffing candies last longer. This is definitely something I should have considered as I grab my mining loadout and prepare for the day's adventures. Part of that preparation is going to involve a little bit of crafting. I've now unlocked the knowledge to craft silencers. I decided that any time outside of Horde Nights, I should have silencers equipped on all of my weapons, not just 1 or 2. I'm causing enough heat during the mining process with my auger, I don't need my guns calling in additional friends. I start off back in the vein that has both nitrate and iron in it. I spend the bulk of the day here amassing over 50,000 iron and 1 whole diamond nugget. It was at this point that I noticed just how much of an impact that Iron Gut perk has on my buffing candy duration. I headed over to Bob's to purchase a few things, and among them, another Forgetting Elixir. Forgetting Elixir. I fully respect myself, making sure to invest all 5 points into the Iron Gut. As my focus is primarily on mining at the moment, I will not be picking up the additional points in the Perception tree. Given that I'm going to be switching back and forth between a mining spec and a raiding spec, I'm not going to tell you every time I do it from this point forward. Just note that I'm always going to be keeping my Fortitude tree as stacked as possible. After I get a bunch of the iron processing back at base, I then head out for more coal. I harvest just shy of 38,000, and as I open my map to mark this vein, I want you to notice something. In the Perception tree, I did still take a point in Animal Tracker. When I'm crouched, I'm able to track animals on the map. You can see the little green rabbit here, which will also show up on my compass. Like I said before, there's no time like the present to start knocking off some of these animal hunting objectives. For those challenges, I'm gonna need to kill 50 of each type of animal. The first point in animal tracking allows me to track the smaller game, so bunnies and chickens, which I thought were going to be the most challenging. I was wrong. While I'm out here with my chainsaw, I'm also going to make sure to grab some wood. I'm really trying to future-proof myself here. Next, I targeted a bunch of nitrate, getting about 36,000. Nitrate and coal are used equally in gunpowder, but I'm always happy to have more coal because I use it in the forges as a fuel. Next, I target lead with another quick tip about mining. The perk book, The Art of Mining Volume 5, will allow you to craft stacks of ore. Especially on long mining adventures like this, it definitely helps with inventory management. Instead of each single stack having 6,000 ore in it, you can craft these 6,000 ore into one stack, which then stack to 5? Words are, hard sometimes. What I'm trying to say is that each inventory slot holds 30,000 of each ore type as opposed to 6,000. The entire day's mining ends up netting me 6 raw diamonds, on top of thousands upon thousands of other ore. I hope that this helps to illustrate the full gravity of the challenge that's going to require me to mine 50 of these diamond nuggets. I take the time to install all of my silencers, which are now done crafting, then moving out for a couple of smaller time raids. Well, they're still tier 5 infestations, but relatively small raids, using all of my newly silenced weapons. There's just something so satisfying about a silenced M60. Back at base, I make sure to get a ton more gunpowder on the craft using my now 5 chem stations. I was a little bit naive at this point in the playthrough, thinking, oh yeah, this is all the gunpowder I'm gonna need for the rest of the game. That is incorrect. With all of that cooking away, I decided it was time to start working on that forward operating base. I grab as many building materials as I'm willing to spare right now, and then start the long flight out to the wasteland. Is it just me, or is the transition into the wasteland always a little bit jarring? Suddenly, the music stops and I can't see anything. It's the price you pay for the best looting odds in the game, I guess. I want to make sure that I'm relatively close to the trader, but like I mentioned before, I'm going to be building this base from the ground up. I select a piece of land that's not too far away and looks to be reasonably flat. After all, I don't want to do a huge amount of terraforming. I start by clearing out a bunch of the trees and debris in the area, and then I can start thinking about what this place is going to look like. I start by laying out a bunch of basic frames so that I can get a rough scope of the project size. While I don't feel like I'm going to need a huge amount of space, I also don't want to feel constrained. I'm feeling pretty happy with those dimensions, and instead of simply laying down blocks on the surface, I'm actually going to be digging down piles. The structural integrity requires that you're attached to bedrock. Let's say that a demolisher just happens to blow up next to one of these supports. I can have the support column be steel, and it won't matter if the block that supports that steel column is destroyed. That's why I'm digging down these piles. I'm preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. Oh my gosh, though, this drone, as much as I love it, can sure get in the way sometimes. Get out of here. With my loadout fully silenced right now, I have no problem working through the night. Even with the inevitable few zombies that comes my way, my gunshots are not loud enough to call in more. Or at least too many more. In theory anyway, it seems that I've attracted quite a few. This is just life in the wasteland. I like this layout, so I'm going to solidify everything that I have so far to concrete. I start filling out the main platform so I can get an even better scope of how big this is going to be, making sure to put a few ramp blocks in the corners because although this place is purely functional, I do want it to have a little form. I then solidify all of this with additional legs, making sure once again to dig piles down into the wasteland earth. Given that these supports are going to be holding up the entire structure, everything has to be at minimum concrete. Despite the amount of resources that I brought out with me, I do run into a situation where I'm out of cobblestone rocks. Hey, at least it's not wood for a change. Because of this, progress is going to be a little bit stunted, but that doesn't mean I'm done out here quite yet. I start laying out what's going to be the first fighting position. Yes, there are going to be multiple. My M60s are always going to be my primary weapons, but for the Horde Knights with the shift to rifles, I'm going to go with a different ethos. Instead of maxing out the amount of damage I'm putting out, I want to max out the efficiency of every single bullet. With armor-piercing ammo as well as the penetrator perk, I want to make a long, single-file pathway for the zombies to follow. I have chewed through pretty much all of the materials that I brought with me though, so that's going to be a lesson for the next trip. The last piece of the puzzle is going to be carving out the center block so that I can lay down another land claim block. With the amount of resources I've already invested here, I definitely don't want to lose track of this platform. If you press the action button while looking at a land claim block, it will show you the radius that it's affecting. This radius is changeable in the settings, but again, aside from modifying the difficulty, in this playthrough, I'm going to remain completely default. That's about the extent of what I'm able to get done this trip, so it's back to the desert. I decided to mix in a quick bit of raiding because these infested clears are just too fun to stay away from. Also, at the end of the day, it's all Eggsperience. For the night of day 45 leading into day 46, while I babysit all of my production, I want to do a bit more house renovating. I want to close up more of these gaps in the walls, and as you can see, I've definitely expanded my concrete production. I'm gonna need so much more for that wasteland base. I keep myself busy while my production churns away, then stacking up a bunch of stuff to head back to the wasteland. As you can see, I have a lot of concrete, but not really a lot of cobblestone rock still. So far, all of the work that I've been doing, I've been laying down wooden shapes and then upgrading them from wood to cobblestone and then to concrete. I am able in my inventory to craft this concrete directly into blocks, skipping the need for the other resources. The downside to that, particularly in the design phase, is that if you place down a full concrete block and decide that you don't like it, you then have to carve away that entire concrete block. I'm not going to admit that that's something that happens to me during this build, but it will. I try my best to be efficient, but I'm human. I'm not quite ready to head back out to the wasteland, but I am making sure to have all of these materials set aside. In my workbenches, I am going to be crafting a bunch of those concrete blocks, but they're so wrapped up in ammo production as well that I'm going to have to re-split all of the crafting between the workbenches that I have. Yes, even now with 4 workbenches, I still don't feel like I have enough. The best possible thing that I can be doing right now is keeping this production running, which means getting more raw materials. I mine another 40,000 coal, then around another 38,000 nitrate. This nets me a whole nother 2 diamond nuggets, woohoo. Then I mine around 42,000 lead, and around 40,000 iron by the time I run out of gas. I'm not out of gas, but that's all I brought with me on this expedition. Oh, and the lead and iron did not provide a single additional diamond nugget. While keeping the production running is definitely my top priority, I can't help but just continue raiding. I can only mine so much before I start going a little bit cross-eyed. My clearing speed of these raids is actually incredibly fast at this point, especially now that I'm not bothering with the fists and going full M60. I think it goes without saying that throughout all of this process, I have also diligently been tending to my farm, all the while organizing and amassing resources that I'm going to be taking back out to the wasteland to continue developing that base. Thousands upon thousands of wood, cobblestone rocks, concrete, and now steel are being prepared. I'm also at this point going to be crafting myself a couple of drone mods. I still only have a tier 1 drone, so I'm limited to a single mod slot, which I'm gonna fill with a cargo mod. This, as you can imagine, is gonna give the drone additional cargo space. With the sizable amount of resources that I've gathered, it's then time to head back out to the wasteland to keep working on the new base. I start by upgrading all of the main supports to steel. This platform, after all, does me no good at all if it doesn't have legs holding it up. I then finish building out the zombie path that's going to lead to my fighting position. Before I complete said path, though, I do want to make sure that the fighting position is established. After all, I want to start creating some storage here, and I don't want to give the zombies the opportunity to nibble on it. This fighting position is going to pretty much mirror the fighting positions that I've made this entire playthrough. I definitely am a little stuck in my ways. What can I say? If it ain't broke. I then continue building out the path itself, and for this, I have no problem going straight to concrete blocks. I know beyond a doubt what I want this to be. I may be slightly overdoing this, creating a large concrete pad with concrete stairs that lead up to it, but I want there to be as close to 0% chance as possible that the zombies will not find the path. The pad has 3 staircases that all converge on a single point, leading to another staircase, which then leads to my fighting path. I then add more reinforcement to the fighting position itself, making sure to upgrade all of it to steel. Having this established makes me feel way better about being out here. I now have a space that I can get to, but the zombies cannot without chewing through a bunch of steel first. With that done, I think it's time to start setting up some walls. I am making sure to leave plenty of gaps though. I want this place to have more security gates as windows. Or I could just say that I want a more open concept. Yeah, sure, that sounds more interior decoratory. Do you remember what I said about placing down concrete right away during the design process and then regretting it later? Well, as I'm starting to put a roof on this thing, that's exactly what happens. And no, I'm not talking about simply putting down the odd errant security gate. I'm laying this all out from the top side, and once I see it from the bottom, I absolutely hate it. Just look at this. The point of the security gates is to help with visibility to the outside, and all of these full blocks are, well, blocking that. Because of the amount of effort it would take to fix this, I'm gonna leave it for many weeks. Don't worry, I will fix it eventually. I then start replicating the fighting position that I already have built out on 2 more sides. I want there to be a total of 3 fighting positions available, so if one gets destroyed, I can move to the next. For now though, I'm not going to be building any more paths to these fighting positions. After all, right now I can't control which of the 3 paths zombies will take. But don't worry, I have ways. The fighting path that I do have right now needs to be fully reinforced though, so I'm upgrading it all to steel as well. Speaking of things that I don't like built out of concrete, I carve out one of the support pillars at the staircase. Why, you might ask? Well, I'd like these blocks to be round instead of square. Well, aesthetically nicer, I think it also helps with the zombie pathing because there aren't any hard corners for them to get stuck on. But maybe that's all just in my head. I fill out all of my windows with the security gates that I mentioned, and then I create a little bit of a backstop for my fighting position using plates. I want the inner part of this base to be kind of like a sanctum, and these plates are going to serve to protect any of the items that I have behind them from cop vomit. A zombie bear decides to come check out what I'm working on, and this is a big relief. Even the most cumbersome of animals follows my path to the letter. With the amount of resources I've invested in this so far, it's good to know that it, works. Next, I set up a bunch of crates behind the plates so I can start storing items here. I store the remaining items that I brought with me, including a bunch of medicine, food, and drink. Slowly but surely, I'm getting my foothold established out here. I did not have enough room to bring out ammunition with me though, so I'm gonna have to head back to the desert once again. Throughout this playthrough, I would say that this is one of my biggest regrets, is having my forward operating base be so far away from my production base. I mean, I guess that's kind of the point of the forward operating base, but it takes about an hour and a half in-game every trip. It sure is nice though coming home after all of that and seeing that all of my forges are still lit and the turrets are still defending my base. On the morning of day 49, it's time once again to increase the difficulty. I go from warrior, which says now you're starting to impress, to survivalist. Kids, don't try this at home. I start the day by testing out the new difficulty, going on a raid at, Richard Munch's Plaza once again. Can I just say, oh boy. While I am in total control of these 2 zombies, they take a fair amount of bullets, and it's only 2 of them. This makes me a little worried about what's coming tonight. Just to get myself more accustomed with the difficulty, I do spend the majority of day 49 raiding more tier 5 infestations. While the amount of damage my loadout puts out is something, confidence goes a long way. Given that the Wasteland base is still pretty much just a reinforced shell, I figured I would take on the Horde here. What could possibly go wrong, right? I spend the last few hours of the day preparing myself, making sure to take these silencers out of my M60s. While reducing the amount of noise that your weapons make, they also come with an effective range and a damage penalty, at least until you fill out your perk books. Either way, I would still prefer the reduced recoil from the muzzle brakes. I load myself up with supplies, making sure to have all of the recog. Recog, like I mentioned before, is going to increase my ranged damage by 50%. With that, it's time to face the 7th horde. I make sure to stack up some vitamins before this one because vitamins will prevent infections. I should also mention that consuming multiples of buffing items will increase the duration that they last. There are diminishing returns though. The first vitamins that I consume gives me a buff duration of 25 minutes, whereas the second one only increases it by a further 18. I consume 3 recogs because I think that 27 minutes should pretty much get me through the worst of it tonight. I then buff up with Learning Elixir, increasing my experience gains, and let's hope I survive the night. As it stands, I have one of my M60s loaded up with standard ammunition while the other one is loaded with AP. I do want to try and rely on a single firearm as much as I can, only falling back on the second one if I absolutely have to. This actually happens fairly quickly as I'm forced to repair one of my M60s. I did swap the second one out for standard ammunition because so far the standard ammunition is doing very well by me. Remember, on top of the recog that I'm running this Horde night, I'm also wearing my commando gloves, which are increasing my range damage by 60%. A little further in, and I do mean a little, it's only 11:18, I swap out my main M60 to AP ammo. Despite that entire back wall being made out of steel, it's already the case that the zombies are going after it instead of the fighting position. Thankfully not all of them, but it's already a concerning amount. I continue shredding through the Horde as much as I'm capable, but by midnight, only 2 hours in, I've consumed over 1,000 rounds of normal ammunition and about half of the AP that I brought down with me. I mean, the 50,000 experience that I've earned is nice, but this is getting a little hectic. Fast forwarding to around 2 a.m. and the full might of the Horde is bearing down on me. This is definitely the last time I'm going to be doing a Horde in this base. It simply isn't cutting it. Again, on the plus note, that's another 113,000 experience. I continue firing and firing and firing, going through thousands more rounds of ammunition. The Horde even continues well past 4 a.m. because so many zombies have spawned in. The good news is that I've survived another Horde, but the bad news is that the Wasteland base has to be ready by day 56. Despite my best efforts, the Horde was even able to chew through a part of my fighting position that was made out of steel. While it's under control, this was definitely the upper limit of what this base could handle. That's been a common theme here for the last couple of Horde nights. Oh, and I didn't mention, the uh-oh button was active all night. I pop out my side door to clean up the last few zombies, and look at this loot. I collect all of it, and these are the results. Well, more or less the results. I did read all of the magazines in series that I had already completed. They don't really sell for much, so it's all just a little bit of added experience. I do a quick post-Horde night readathon, maxing out a few more skills, then spending the 6 skill points that I got last night. Just like in Stardew, Grandpa was definitely looking out last night with his elixirs. Those couple of points that I invested into rifles got me all of the books that I need. I'm now able to craft tier 6 sniper rifles. That weapon is going to be an integral part to the next Horde base. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the skill points. With all of the points that I want invested in fortitude, strength, and intellect, I've definitely been sinking them all into perception. I'm focusing primarily on the Deadeye perk for rifle damage, Lucky Looter, because obviously, and the Penetrator perk. Because my focus has remained primarily on mining, I have not invested any more in animal tracking, but that will be changing soon. After all, at a certain point, survival is going to become secondary to getting all of these more difficult challenges done. I harvest and replant all of my crops, then loading up with as much ammo, medicine, food, and other essentials that I'm going to need because I'm heading to the Wasteland. It's funny that I just talked about those skill points that I spent because I chugged back another Forgetting Elixir. I reached back into something that's a lot more raid-focused. I skip all of the points in strength, instead investing a bunch into agility for run and gun and parkour. While raiding, especially at this difficulty, I want to be as mobile as possible. I've also in the perception tree made sure to max out my points in Animal Tracker. This will allow me to track all varieties of animals because those animal hunting goals are definitely on my mind. Like I mentioned earlier, I figured that those as well as the healing challenges were going to be the most time-consuming. That's part of the reason why I really enjoy making these videos. Hopefully, all of my mistakes can be leveraged for your benefit. Speaking of, if you've made it this far into the video, you must be enjoying it. Since I'm not punching things anymore, if you could give that like button a quick punch, I would really appreciate it. Before heading back out to the wasteland, I'm also making sure that my commando set is as upgraded as it can be, upgrading the chest to tier 6. I do not quite have the armor crafting kits to make my headpiece tier 6, but remember what I said before. At this point in the playthrough, I was still unaware that I could craft my own, thinking that I had to get them from quests. Like I said, my mistakes for your benefit. Fully loaded up, it's time to head out to the wasteland. This is also where I got that super cool looking shot of myself in the gyrocopter during the intro. I try my best to stay humble, but sometimes I just have to pat myself on the back. I make it back to the wasteland with another 10 out of 10 landing. Dropping off and beginning to organize all of the things that I brought out with me. With the amount of emphasis that I've put into mining and establishing this new wasteland base, I think it's time to finally use it. I wanted to dip my toes in a little first, going for a tier 5 infestation instead of a tier 6 right off the bat. I head over to CD Manor, hitting the quest marker, and good lord, what have I gotten myself into? Look at all those red dots. To conserve a little bit of ammo, I did spec back into my fists just to clean up a few stragglers. The M60s are 100% going to be my primary raiding tool. By the end of the raid, I'm a little infected, a little abraded, but overall not too worse for wear. The unfortunate bit of using the M60 as my primary weapon is that I am going to be calling in a lot of screamers, especially with the amount of rounds that I'm letting off to clear these places. Overall, I'd say that the first raid went pretty smoothly, but while I'm out here, I definitely want to finish working on this base. The next step is going to be establishing my anti-air once again. The complicating factor right now is that the roof is also doubling as my gyrocopter's landing pad. Instead of being smart and building myself a second landing pad, I'm just going to try to not hit these turrets every time I land, with varying degrees of success. I get all of that set up, then realizing that I don't have a respawn point out here. With my gyrocopter out here as well, if I happen to die and misclick spawning on my bedroll, I'm gonna be spawning many kilometers away. I quickly harvest up a bunch of plant fiber to remedy that, placing down a new bedroll. Here, sure. Very Spartan. With that, it's time to take on my first tier 6 infestation in the wasteland. The Poppin' Pills factory, now with 7 skulls of difficulty, is going to be my target. I chose this place because I am fairly familiar with the POI, so let's see what kind of trouble I can get into. Ooh, just look at that lag spike as it loads everything in. The first pull in the lobby does not disappoint. I am in for some pretty intense raids out here. I will quickly point out that this parkour skill is so good. As long as I have the room to maneuver, I can just hippity hop all around the zombies. That's gotta be frustrating for them. I clear my way through the building itself, having to take the occasional break to come out and clear the fence line. Even with silencers on all of my firearms, I'm definitely attracting a lot of friends. The cities, particularly in the wasteland, are littered with zombies. I make my way to the underground section, but I am in full control here. I know exactly what to expect. The only room that gives me any pause for concern is the main pole next to the loot cache. This allows me to illustrate perfectly why I'm carrying 2 M60s with me. I completely drained the first one, and then switch over to the second one. My positioning at the top of the ramp, just like Obi-Wan taught me, gives me all of the advantage I need. This raid has given me a huge boost in confidence at this new difficulty level. The POI isn't completely cleared yet, but I can invite myself into this main loot. The infested cache has another tier 6 M60 for me. gosh, I love raiding in the wasteland. Just give me a moment here as I sort out all of my inventory problems. I crack open the hardened chest, and while it isn't too thrilling, it's more ammunition, it's more cash, it's all good things. I hope this helps to illustrate why I love the infested clears and those infested caches so much. I hunt down the last couple of zombies with no issues at all, and it's only 12:30. I turn in the quest, and yes, crafting skill magazine bundles are still my number one. I grab another infested clear, this time at Vanity Tower, and get myself stuck into that raid. The Vanity Tower raid I feel is very similar to the 2-bit tower raid that I took on in the Burn Forest. This time though, I'm coming with a lot more ammunition. I can be taught. Fast forwarding to just before 2 a.m. though, I am at the top of the tower, but there's still the final pull to handle. I prepare myself as best as I can because even though I'm not out of ammo, I'm definitely getting low. I make sure to take some fort bites, which is going to increase my damage mitigation by 50%. This absolutely saves my life. I start the pull, but they are coming at me from all directions. I run my way back into one of the corner rooms, hoping that the choke point will give me the advantage. I bust out the M60, emptying the clip into the zombies that are bearing down on me. Did I even make a dent there as the second M60 comes out while they swarm me? Oh boy, I managed to sneak my way out along the outside balcony, but that's a lot of zombies. I try my best to find a good position, but my second M60 is now broken. Ammunition or not, these guns are useless unless I find some repair kits. I start kiting all of the zombies along the outer balcony, relying entirely on my Magnum of all things. Thanks to my outstanding maneuverability right now, I'm able to outmaneuver them, taking out the majority with the Magnum and then finishing off the last couple with my fists. There are a couple of zombies remaining, but instead of trying to track them down right now, I'm instead going to be opening up the main loot, hoping to find one of those repair packs. No dice, but the little bit of time that I took looting actually allowed the zombies to find me. Good enough. I'm able to clean them up with the Magnum, and let's see what's in this infested cache. Among a huge amount of ammunition, a Tier 6 tactical assault rifle. You won't hear any complaints from me about that. But no repair kits, so that's another lesson learned. While this raid was quite intense, there are definitely POIs that I feel are going to be even more so. Specifically, I'm thinking about Dishong Tower and the Penitentiary. That's all she wrote for this place, and it's late enough in the morning that I can head straight back to Bob. Wait, no, Joel, I'm in the wasteland now. Apparently, I'm slightly sleep-deprived though, because this flying is on point. After a quick pit stop repairing all of my gear, it's time for another Tier 6 infestation at the Crack-a-Book HQ. This is another POI that I'm quite familiar with, but this one gets the better of me. The first pull gets pretty hectic, which is par for the course in this place. Unfortunately, in my efforts to not die, a bunch of the zombies spill over, waking up even more zombies on the second floor. The most concerning thing is the amount of ammunition that I've already spent. Yes, even with all of the additional ammunition that I'm bringing on these raids, I'm still running out. The difficulty scaling is definitely turning all of these zombies into bullet sponges. I quickly give a hand to the zombies on the second floor, helping to carve out one of the bulletproof glass tiles. But really, this is just helping myself, because they can't squeeze through that gap while I now have a shooting window. Like a bunch of zombie fishies in a Crack-a-Book barrel. With the first pull sorted, despite the fact that it did pull in a few extras, there's a lot more in this building to go. The third big pull on the rooftop also gets a little bit insane, but that's not the part that sinks me. I continue my way through, making it back to that second floor that is already cleared. Do you hear that though? All of this M60 fire has called in multiple screamers. This is the part that I was not prepared for. I have no choice but to deal with all of these because the Crack-a-Book HQ's final loot is in the basement, meaning that all of these zombies will make their way to me if I don't deal with them. I do manage to clear them all out, but I'd like you to take a look at my ammo in the bottom right there. I'm currently loading my last 55 bullets into my M60. There's still the main level pull and multiple basement pulls to do. I finished all of the zombies on the main level, but that does leave the basement. Come on, blue loot bag, give me some 7.62. No luck. Alright, I'm gonna take a stab at it, but I'm not feeling great about my chances. Especially as the first wave lights up my compass with red dots. Oh boy. I make my way outside so I can have a better time kiting the zombies when I discover that there are even more friends outside. This includes bears and all other manners of screamer horde zombie. I do my darndest, but zombies are everywhere. At this point, I felt like there were only two options. Let them slowly cut me down or run. I choose the latter. That's another failed quest on the roster. While not escaping with my dignity, at least I still have my life. I run home to lick my wounds, and I'm also starting to fill up my drone with a bunch of additional ammo. Over the next few weeks, my drone is going to transition away from being additional storage and transition into being my lifeline. It's going to be carrying ammunition, meds, food, repair kits, anything and everything that I'm missing on these raids. To bring my confidence levels back up, I think I'm going to be grabbing a tier 5 infested clear. The right residence is going to be right up my alley because there's a library on the top floor. I'm getting so close to being over my book obsession, but I'm still not there yet. Like I mentioned before, reading all of the books is not a challenge that exists within the game, but it's one that I set for myself. I'm also taking this time to contemplate my next moves. Once I'm back at base organizing everything, a zombie decides to pay me a visit. He follows my zombie path to the letter, which does fill me with some level of confidence for the next horde. I then spend the rest of day 52 organizing myself for the next push. I have 3 days to prepare myself for the next horde, so I decided that heading back out to the desert to keep the production rolling was the way to go. Once I get back home, I deposit all of my sellables and start working at my loadout. After finding that third M60, I am 100% going to be rolling with 3 on the hotbar from now on. I've unlocked a lot of knowledge, so I'm also crafting myself a few more mods, including 2 more rad removers. Make that 3. In an effort to condense my inventory, I'm also going to be getting rid of the Magnum. I'm swapping it over for the sniper rifle so that now I don't have to carry any ammo types aside from 7.62. Because this Magnum has definitely saved my bacon a couple of times, I am going to be keeping it around in the sellables box. It's going to remain my, persuader from now on whenever I'm trading. I get my forges roaring again, and since I'm out of raw brass, I'm actually going to be putting some dukes into the forge to melt down. Brass is the only of the ores for bullet crafting that you're not able to mine from the ground. Well, obviously, it's an alloy of copper and zinc, but you know, none of those are available in World. Instead, brass is renewable by melting down dukes. I take all of my sellables over to Bob, making sure to have my persuader in my hand. Thank you, good sir, for providing me even more materials for my bullet crafting. You may also notice that I'm currently tracking the recipe for a tier 6 sniper rifle. The best I have at the moment is actually a tier 3, and of all things to be missing, it's rifle parts. If only I could craft those myself. I will be keeping an eye out at the traders whenever I see some. I finished selling everything, grabbing a few more odds and ends, including a second tier 5 solar cell. All of my focus has definitely shifted towards that wasteland position. I do a little bit of raiding because it's just too much fun. I mean, check this out. Why am I even bothering to make such an elaborate horde base when I can just stand on top of a tent and the zombies can't seem to do a thing about it? Anyway, back at base, you can see that my ammo supplies are pretty robust at the moment. I have gunpowder falling out of my ears, which is exactly why I'm melting down a bunch of dukes and lead. While I'm here, I'm also making sure to get a big stockpile of materials ready to bring back with me to the wasteland. This includes grabbing a whole bunch of the batteries and engines that I got on my ratcheting adventures. I'm also swapping out some of the batteries at the current base because I won't be using this place as a horde base anymore. I have plans to incorporate more electrical traps out at the wasteland after all, so all of this has to come with me. I get a whole whack of additional food and drink cooking as well, then heading right back out to the wasteland to make sure that all of this is set up before the twilight hour. I take a little bit of time to redo and rewire all of my electrical traps that I already have established. My idea was, for now anyway, to have 2 separate generator banks. One will be powering all of the anti-air rooftop turrets, while another is going to be powering another battery of turrets that's going to be facing my horde path. I hope I don't have to use this one, but it's going to be my new uh-oh button. Switch, whatever. With that completed and a couple more days before the horde shows up, I want to continue investigating more of these Tier 6 infestations. The next one is going to lead me to the Minotaur Theater, another POI that I have never cleared before. As I nail another landing, you're just going to have to believe me that I am a competent pilot. Every time I mess up flying this thing though, it's just too funny for me. The first part of the raid is pretty much as you would expect, with just hordes upon hordes of zombies coming at me. Once again, leveraging my mobility to my advantage, I'm able to outkite the zombies and even mix in my rifle. It's a little cumbersome, and with a scope on it, it comes with the danger of not seeing anything in the peripherals, but you know, it's still a lot of fun. Anytime I find myself with a long corridor facing the zombies, I'm using the sniper rifle. Unfortunately, with this number of zombies coming at me, I can only do that so long before the M60 has to come save the day. And the second M60. And then the third M60. Alright, am I gonna have to start carrying 4 of these things? Holy guacamole though, I gotta be more careful. One of the zombies just punched me and I'm down to 9 health. Alright, maybe I can get back up to the rooftop using this staircase. Oh, I've trapped myself. I could sneak through this gap, but oh, my positioning, oh, it's so bad. No! Minotaur Theater. Not to be trifled with. That's the third death of the playthrough, and now I'm finding myself with a bit of a situation. I'm naked in the wasteland on the second highest difficulty, and I somehow have to try and get my backpack from inside of this building. Maybe I can rely on my mobility and just run there? Oh, shoot, that's not the way, and there are definitely zombies after me at this point. Think, but keep moving, keep moving. Oh gosh, they found me. Think. What was the path through this place? Maybe a bunch of zombies have chewed through parts of the building and I can get back in that way? Oh gosh, they're everywhere out here. Oh, lovely. And all of these sleeper spawns are back inside of the building. Okay, maybe I won't go that way. Just remembering my 5 Ds of dodgeball here. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Maybe if I chicken out and fly away with the gyrocopter, a bunch of the zombies will despawn? Not the ones inside the POI, obviously, but maybe all of my friends on the outside will go away. To heck with it. I pop back to the base to see if there's anything here that I can use. Unfortunately, I just took all of my sellables back to the other base, so I'm pretty skinny on items. Aw man, this is just gonna have to do. Alright, flying back in, things aren't looking too bad. Oh, come on! Right, of course. I don't have any of my gear, I don't have my cash for my perk book to work, so of course now my leg is broken. Yeah, Mr. Spider, I'll be back. Alright, Droney, what kind of meds do you got for me? Like I mentioned before, the drone has definitely become my lifeline. I got bullets, I got repair kits, but I don't have any casts. Stupid. Okay, back to the base, gotta get some more meds. There's no way I'm outrunning the zombies in there with a broken leg. Alright, cast, I'm bringing some fork bites for damage mitigation, sure, what the heck, water, food, get it all. Alright, third time's the charm, right? And the good news is that it looks like the majority of the zombies on the outside of the building have meandered on. Or despawned, whichever, it doesn't matter, they're not a problem anymore. Alright, the path was down this way. I had to look this up quickly because I wanted to make sure that my facts were straight. Your backpack will despawn, but it takes an hour to do so. This whole song and dance that I've been doing has chewed up a good chunk of that hour, but I should still be okay. Even as I'm just running through this place, not firing my weapons at all, there are zombies outside that are starting to take notice. I turn the corner and oh gosh, 22 meters away, come on. Oh, sweet relief as I grab my backpack. While I feel like I could have recovered if I'd lost all of these items, that would have been a devastating blow 2 days before the horde. I take a moment to steady myself, getting everything set back up the way I want it to be, and I decided, despite failing the quest, to see just how much of this place was left. I take the fight back outside, which I should have done in the first place, and yeah, those are the last few zombies. I was so close. I mean, the good news is that despite failing the quest, the infested cache still spawned, so I will be getting the loot from that. This one has a tier 6 lever action rifle. Not bad at all, but I'll stick with my sniper rifle, thank you very much. I'll be crafting myself a tier 6 one in no time at all. While I was having my little bit of an issue there retrieving my backpack, I did notice a Crack-A-Book cafe. I tossed a quick marker on it, and I'm gonna be revisiting that. A little bit of reading will definitely lift my spirits back up. I clear a couple zombies on the outside, and as you can see on my compass, there's a snake nearby. With my animal tracker perk, whenever I see them on the compass, I am making sure to pick off wild animals. The hunting challenges are definitely a marathon, not a sprint. Speaking of, let's take a quick look at where my challenges are standing. I actually completed one on the first page for placing down a wooden door. This is typically something that you would get very early on, but hey, don't judge me, I got there in the end. On the second tab, I grabbed the last couple of farming challenges for harvesting aloe and yucca. As you can see on the top row, my gathering challenges are all completed. Those were no problem, but that final challenge for silver, gold, and diamond nuggets is maybe a little over half done. My healer challenges aren't very filled out, if I'm honest. Another regret that I have in this playthrough is leaving those for much later in the game. They would have been much easier to take on before I ramped up the difficulty. I'll break that down a bit more for you once I actively start pursuing them. I've completed nearly all of the survivor rewards pretty much just by playing the game. The final one, like I've mentioned before, is for surviving 10 Blood Moon hordes, or in my case 12 because I was mucking about with the difficulty. At this time, the hunter challenges are definitely the least filled out. That's probably going to turn into priority number 1 after the next horde night. On the bottom, the zombie slaying challenges have again just come with playing the game. The last one that I have to complete is for 50 demolishers, which have definitely been showing up more frequently as time goes on. All I can hope for is that I'm able to get done these other challenges before that 10th, aka 12th Blood Moon. It's approaching nighttime on day 54, but at this point it doesn't really matter if I raid during the day or at night. It's a rare thing to find any normal zombies in these places, so they're all gonna be running anyway. I already cleared Grover High back in the desert, so at least I have some idea of what to expect. It's all just dialed up a little bit because I'm in the wasteland. Because of all the hard lessons that I've learned so far, I am definitely well prepared for this raid. It does take me all night to do, but I never find myself in any really sticky situations. This infested cache has a tier 6 auto shotgun for me, the best shotgun in the game. And while I don't intend to use this weapon, I can't help but wipe a little bit of drool from my lips. That auto shotgun is a fun weapon. I make my way back to base, unloading everything, and as I open up my drone's inventory, you can see that I used the majority of the supplies that I brought out with me. A really nice thing, though, is that I was able to find myself a tier 5 sniper rifle, so it's a slight upgrade before I'm able to craft myself a tier 6. I swap that into the loadout and get ready for the next raid. I do want to take a slight breather, though, only going for a tier 5 infested clear at Pine Balls Bowling. Wow, the first pull has 3 whole zombies. Those tier 6s really are something else. I finish off that quest, then heading to the next one, which just so happens to be a tier 4 infested clear at the Fit Box. Well, would you look at this, I'm fairly familiar with this place. You know, since I'm living in one back in the desert. I spend the rest of the day raiding, and while I regroup back at base, I want to show you my magazine skills. On this first page, I only need 2 more books in bows, 5 more in spears, and 6 more in explosives. That's it. Taking a look at my perk skill books, every single series is complete except for Magnum Enforcer. I only have 2 left to find in that series as well, so the hunt is almost concluded. Yes, the second tab is fully filled out as well. Oh, it's a beautiful sight. And finally, because my brain was slightly scrambled, let's check out the Crafting Skill Magazine's second tab. 5 more in robotics. That's it. I am incredibly close. Speaking of being disorganized, I decided to once again fly back out to the desert. This week from day 49 to 56 was definitely my most discombobulated week. I'm wasting a lot of time traveling back and forth. I gotta keep that production rolling along, and I also want to grab even more items to bring back out to the wasteland with me. I definitely want all of this buffing candy as well, including eye candy, which increases loot bonuses. Now with all of that loaded up, I turn tail and fly right back out to the wasteland. Very, very inefficient. Do you see that though? Look at this takeoff. That is textbook. I told you I know what I'm doing. At the start of day 56, it's time to exit the day and increase the difficulty once again. On top of my Blood Moon count being maxed out at 64 zombies, the difficulty setting is now also maxed out. Insane difficulty, which comes with the description, "Your one brave mother." You know it. What better way to get myself accustomed with the new difficulty on the morning of the 8th Horde than to take on one of the POIs that scares me most? A Tier 6 infested clear of the Novice Game County Jail. This place is wild. Alright, everything looks clear. I load up with some learning elixir, and let's get into this place. The first couple of pulls are relatively straightforward because I am able to bring them all back outside, and once again, I hope you're not sick of me saying it, use my mobility to my advantage. Also, I should note that while the difficulty is maxed out at this point, I still have ways to make things more challenging. My ability to outrun zombies is going to be the next thing to start getting more difficult. The reason this place scares me so much is because there are so many really tight areas within it. I definitely have to keep my wits about me. I make my way to the main loot, and are you ready to see this place really kick off? It's a death drop situation where I'm forced into a place that I don't have an easy escape from. I drop down and the compass lights up in every direction around me. You've got this. Remember what I said about M60s and doorways? The really nice thing about the county jail is that its doors are very strong. I'm able to cut through the majority of that final pull safely from behind a door. Mostly safely. They do break through, but that door gave me enough time to thin them out. I clear out the last stragglers, a lot of which are just kinda stuck in their cells, which is very nice for me. And one of the Tier 6 infestations that I was most worried about is completed. Not just that, but also completed on the hardest difficulty. Good job, me. I grab all of the loot, and this infested cache has, oh yes! Who needs to craft a Tier 6 sniper rifle when you can just find one? I could not have asked for a better lead up to the Horde tonight. Speaking of, it's already 6:30, so I gotta get myself back to base and prepare. After all, this is gonna be my first Horde in the Wasteland. I spend the next few hours getting myself organized and ready for what's to come. The most important thing is after swapping all my mods to the Tier 6 sniper rifle, I am 100% going to be using only AP ammo with it. The whole point of this base layout is penetration. Woohoo, I'm going to get myself in trouble. I absolutely stack my inventory with ammunition, thinking that the drone could act as my medical inventory. There's just one problem with that as the Horde kicks off. Do you see how my drone is just kinda hanging out in front of me? Excuse me? Okay, I guess the drone is just gonna hang out in my line of fire all night. That's so annoying. I'm relying as much as I can on the sniper rifle. The penetration that I'm getting not only from my ammunition, but also from the penetrator perk is allowing me to get multiple headshots at a time. Add to that my 60% range damage buff from my gloves and the 50% range damage buff from my recog, and these zombies are not holding up long. I only occasionally need to swap over to the M60s, and that's usually only when I'm missing shots. This style of Horde base with this weapon is incredibly powerful. Throughout the night, I siphon off a little bit of my inventory at a time so that I can finally pick up the darn drone. Ah, that's a relief. I can actually see the zombies now. With the drone out of the way, it's very clear how powerful this setup is. I shoot once and you can see multiple zombies being affected by each shot. And this right here, this is pretty much what the Horde looks like all night. This Horde-based configuration has turned Horde Nights into an XP farm. Even the mighty demolishers that are showing up have no chance. I didn't even use the full durability of my sniper rifle, nor did I consume very much ammo if I'm honest. I mean, it was a fair amount of AP ammo for sure, but nowhere near what I consumed last Horde Night. I popped down to gather all of the loot, and wow. Okay, there's a fair bit of damage down here. Despite how secure I felt up there, this almost went very badly. There's even still a spider stuck down on one of the piles, chewing away at it. Alright, fair enough, not quite as secure as I was originally thinking, but that shouldn't really be a problem because my mind is already whirling away with solutions for the next horde. I get everything repaired so that my base is no longer standing on half of its legs. This is why redundancy is so important. And alright, that Horde Night gave me 6 more skill points to play with, so I allocate them primarily into the intellect tree, which is now max level 10, and I put the last ones into agility, once again increasing my mobility. Have I mentioned that that's important? Before I get myself into any other projects, I want to make sure that the Horde base is as good as I can get it for now. Given the amount of damage that these legs sustained, they're going to be the top priority. This was the plan from the beginning, although I didn't quite get there before this last horde. I'm going to be using a bunch of the cube 3-meter round blocks. When combined together, they're going to make a 3x3 round pillar of blocks. Again, I'm going with the rounder blocks to try and avoid any hard corners that the zombies might get stuck on. I'm also not going to bother to dig these any deeper into the ground since I already have the piles established in the main blocks. These additional blocks that I'm laying out are pretty much just acting as additional armor cladding. This does reveal a slight flaw in my build. I'm not going to be able to completely surround the exterior legs, but that should be fine. After all, these are going to be some meaty legs after I upgrade everything to steel. I also make sure to thicken up all of the corner supports, rounding them as well on the inside edge. And I upgrade everything to concrete, but I've run out of steel. Good thing I've got 7 days to go and produce some more, eh? I load up the gyrocopter with all of my sellables, and make the long trek home once again. I don't think it's really that long, but I've made it enough times at this point that it's really starting to feel longer than it is. I sell everything that I can to Bob so I can keep my brass flowing, get the forges sparked up, still relying on 2 for forged steel and 2 for ammo production, and pop another Forgetting Elixir. It's time to respec for mining. 120 points available, oh yeah. I harvest the crops, queue up a bunch of food and drink, and with all of that roaring away, it's time to grab the mining loadout and get busy. I spend the entire day mining, grabbing about 168,000 iron, around 42,000 oil shale, and a very disappointing 4 diamond nuggets. One bite at a time. I get oodles of additional AP 762 ammo crafting, and I should point out here that I'm crafting it individually when I should be crafting it in boxes. Just like the stacks of gas and gunpowder, crafting ammo by the box is more resource efficient. Speaking of stacks of gas, I get the chem stations fired up, producing a bunch of that, and load up to do my first purposeful animal hunting trip. I fly a little ways away from base just so I don't have to deal with any screamers. Then I drop down the motorcycle so I can stay ground level, and let's get moving. With the animal tracker perk, while I'm crouched down, I'm able to see the animals on my compass, and with this sniper rifle, I'm able to take them out from a fair distance. I might be slightly overqualified to be hunting chickens right now, but I have to. And such begins the first of many long days, driving a little ways with the motorcycle, getting off, crouching, seeing if there's any animals around, taking care of them if there are, and repeating. As I mentioned before, I figured that the rabbits were going to be the most annoying to find. That's because they're so tiny and they love to run off, but the animal tracker perk locks me in on them. I cover a bunch of ground throughout this process, and right now I'm back in the pine forest. Chickens and rabbits both spawn in the pine forest, but they're also available in a couple other biomes. What I was hoping to find along with these little critters are a bunch of deer. I spend a long time looking for deer. They were the most difficult for me to find, but that's only because of a lack in my game knowledge. Through this first day of hunting, I figured that I would straddle the border between the pine forest and the wasteland. I was thinking that that was going to be the best of both worlds, since the little critters will spawn more frequently in the pine forest, while more dangerous animals like bears and rattlesnakes will spawn in the wasteland. Throughout this process, I'm also making sure to harvest all of the animals that I take down. With the insane amount of hunting that I'm having to do, I thought I might as well have all of the meat that I'm ever going to need. After traveling along for a while, I end up straddling the pine forest and snow biome border. The snow biome will primarily spawn wolves, mountain lions, and bears. Rabbits and chickens can also spawn here, but those are the main three. To this point on my hunting adventure though, I have not found a single deer. I figured this was a pretty successful first day of hunting, so I hop back in the gyrocopter to head home for the night. This was my mistake, because I'm going to find out that deer only spawn at night. That is a key piece of information that I really wish I knew before going on these hunting adventures. While playing, I actually won't find that out for a little while yet. I forge, I craft, including crafting additional workbenches to expand my production even further. I farm, and take a look at my progress on the hunting challenges. 47 out of 50 chickens, that's feeling pretty good. 18 out of 50 rabbits, okay, it was only one day. 21 out of 50 coyotes, which only spawn in the desert. 33 out of 50 snakes, those are in the burn forest, desert, and wasteland. I shouldn't have an issue with those. 6 out of 50 mountain lions, but I haven't really spent much time in the snow biome yet. And while those were the only ones I checked into specifically, you can see how low the deer progress bar is. On day 60, I start by straddling the pine forest and burn forest border. The burn forest, as far as I know, is the only place that will spawn boars, but I have another solution for them. And pretty early into the day, I complete the chicken challenge. This comes with another benefit. The tracking buff that you get while crouching will actually fade if there's nothing around you. Being able to ignore a certain animal type will allow me to keep that buff going a little bit longer while I ride the motorcycle. I venture my way deeper into the burn forest, taking out all of the rabbits, snakes, and I even start finding a couple boars. While cruising through the burn forest, I happen upon another Bob's boars. If you remember from before, this is where I went to grab my supercorn initially. Littered throughout the POI are a bunch of boars, so that's gonna be a nice boost. I am, after all, only at 21 out of 50 boars so far. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 boars. Just upstairs lies 5, 6, 7, and 8 right next to each other, and finally 9 in the form of Gracie. Bob's boars definitely saves some time on the boar hunt. And here's what I mean by the buff remaining active. You can see that there's a chicken on my compass. Since I have no need for chickens, I can just ignore it, but my tracking buff is remaining active. I can then ride the motorcycle until I start tracking the next animal, a snake, just ahead. This little trick made the hunting process so much faster. And this is what I do all day, pretty much following the exact same route as I followed yesterday. I straddle the wasteland, eventually once again straddling the snow biome. Ooh, that's another rabbit. Kill the wabbit. And I decided to stay out even longer today. Notice how it's nighttime and there's now a deer on my compass. That's right, me. Keep hunting through the night. At this point, too, I had so much raw meat that I'm no longer harvesting the animals. I just didn't see the point in investing the time anymore. I hunted all the way through the night, returning home to make sure that my forges stay lit. Taking a look at the day's progress, I now only have 1 more rabbit to find. Woohoo! 24 more coyotes, 33 more deer, but there's definitely been some progress. 16 more boars, 23 more wolves, 42 more mountain lions, but again, I haven't spent much time in the snow biome yet, and 18 more bears. Chickens and snakes are both complete. Sweet, time to head out again, this time sticking to the desert, going after those coyotes. I just have to make one quick aside here. I am a big-time animal lover. I had to continuously remind myself through this process that these are only pixels, they're not real animals. The little yelps that the coyotes make definitely break my heart just a little each time. I find myself down in the other desert town where the first Bob's Boars was. As you saw a few weeks ago, I have already cleared this place out. After enough time has passed though, the enemies within a POI will respawn. That means that there's once again a nice cluster of boars waiting for me here. I continue my way through the desert landscape until I find myself once again at the border of the snow biome. Sure, what the heck, I could use a change of scenery. It's then a whole bunch of the same, but in the snow biome there are also a huge amount of lumberjack zombies wandering around. I decided to pick them off as I go along because, why not? It's all Eggsperience. Oh, Mr. Giant Kitty, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh, you're a tanky kitty, aren't you? Objects in scope may be closer than they appear. Oh gosh, M60. Oh, and now I'm back to feeling bad after the M60 deletes it from existence. Sorry, buddy. I'm gonna have to go give my cat some cuddles now. Out in the snow biome is also where you're gonna find the majority of the wolves. As I've continued through this process, I also discovered another trick. While appearing on my compass, the animals that I'm tracking will also appear on my map. I've noticed that the animals on my map I'm able to see from a further distance. This also allows me to see in all directions around me instead of just in front. I continue hunting all through the night once again, going after deer in the pine forest. In the morning, I return to base to continue processing the thousands and thousands of materials that I've harvested. I continue tending to the crops, and through my adventures, I have found a couple of additional books. In the crafting skill magazines, I now only need a single spear magazine. That's gonna be it for crafting skill magazines. Using this knowledge, I decided to also craft myself the best possible drone that I can get. I start gathering the materials that I need, and 90 duct tape, oh man! And despite having over a stack of cloth, I don't think that's enough to craft the duct tape that I need. Okay, I can craft 35, but that's just barely enough. Okay, I'll start farming more cotton, I guess. On top of the drone itself, I also want to give it a few mods. First, I want to craft the morale booster. That's going to be another 100 cloth. Oh my gosh. I'm now flat out of cotton as well. But the morale booster, while installed in your drone, is going to give you a passive boost to your stamina regeneration. I then craft up another cargo mod, and once that's all done crafting, it's time to kit out my new drone. I stick in the morale booster, 2 cargo mods which can be stacked, as well as the medic mod. As long as the drone has the appropriate medicine in its inventory, if I get banged up, it will heal me. You want to talk about this drone being my lifeline, eh? I was pretty over hunting at this point though, so I decided to go raid another Crack-A-Cafe. There's that last spear book that I need, still the 2 Magnum Enforcer books, and a handful of schematics. Actually, not even a handful of schematics. I need the supercharger recipe and the quad pocket mod recipe. With that out of my system, it's back to the snow biome again to continue the hunt. By the way, I did find the last spear book, but no dice on the Magnum Enforcers. I hunt all through the rest of the day and the night until the morning sound chimes on the morning of day 63. The 9th horde is approaching. I make sure that all of my forges have plenty of fuel and plenty of work to do, sell a bunch of stuff to Bob, where I'm also chugging a Grandpa's Learning Elixir to increase my experience gain. Yes, you do get Eggsperience from trading. Chug back another Forgetting Elixir, 124 points to spend now, not the most productive week experience-wise. Load myself up with materials, and yes, that's another 2 Tier 6 M60s you see at the bottom of my inventory. Can't be too careful. And make the journey back out to the wasteland. Get everything sorted and put away, and it's time to finish upgrading this horde base. Well, for this week anyway, I still have many plans. I start by reinforcing all of the remaining blocks on the legs to steel, and then I start building out the paths for the 2nd and 3rd fighting positions. While I'm not going to be completing the paths today, it's nice to lay down this groundwork. After all, I still want the zombies to only have a single path to me. For now. I get it all laid out in roughly the same configuration as the first one, then breaking apart the 2 blocks that connect to the fighting position itself. This breaks the path so the zombies will no longer see it as a viable option, and I'll leave it there for now. I don't quite have the materials to fully create my redundant fighting positions. I build out the rough bones of the 3rd fighting position, but it's 8:30. I gotta get myself ready. Before the horde starts this time, I'm making sure to empty out and pick up the darn drone though, so it's not gonna hang in front of me all night. I store all of that away in a safe place, then grabbing boatloads of ammunition. Before things kick off, it's time to increase the difficulty. With insane difficulty and the max blood moon count, the next thing that I'm going to be increasing is the zombie speed. I increase the base zombie speed during the day to running, No more shambling zombies in this world, and then I increase the night speed, feral speed, and blood moon speed all to nightmare. This definitely takes away from my mobility because the zombies are supercharged. Alright, let's get into that horde. I make sure my sniper rifle and all 5 of my tier 6 M60s are all loaded up with AP ammunition. Also, I think it goes without saying while I'm respecking for the Horde Knights, perception is 10 out of 10 with 5 points in Deadeye. This was the case in the last Horde as well, I just forgot to mention it. Alright, chug back some recog, chug back some learning elixir, turn on the air defense, and let's get into it. As I mentioned in the last Horde though, this configuration has pretty much turned the Blood Moon Hordes into experience farms. Every time I have to reload coming out of the scoped view, I can see more and more experience stacking up. These hordes are no problem at all. By the time the durability on my rifle gets to 0, I'm at 184,000 experience earned. I don't even bother switching over to the M60, just sitting and waiting for the rifle to finish repairing. I pull it back out and I'm back in control in no time at all. The only gripe that I have with this Horde Knight is the fact that I still have my weapons silenced. That's it. It doesn't really affect me that much. This Horde stood no chance. I finish off the last of the zombies, turn off my electrical systems. Whoops, didn't mean to shoot my generator. I'm sure it's fine. And because of the amount of heat that my generators and my gunfire produced last night, I have a wandering horde coming at me. Guys, the Blood Moon Horde just kind of bounced off of me. You really don't want to pick this fight. I dispatch them real quick, and it's time to get lootin'. On the way out the door, I pop an eye candy, increasing my loot chances, and do a quick survey of the damage. Not a single floating pillar this time. Excellent, but there's still a bit of work to do here. Because I don't have the greatest storage options out here yet, I'm just kind of depositing the loot as I find it. I hope you can forgive me, I will be showing the overall loot in the last couple of hordes. I gained another 5 levels overnight, more than I made in the last week, and I'm edging ever closer to the point where I no longer have to respec every time I decide to switch tasks. All good things in time. I restock my drone and let's see what I get into in the 10th week. Because my spec is definitely still more damage and rating focused, I decided to continue doing some tier 6 infestations. Before getting into it, I decided to do a quick check of my challenges, just in case I'm getting ahead of myself. My hunting efforts before the horde completed rabbits, chickens, coyotes, snakes, and bears. I also only need 2 more deers, 3 more boars, 5 more wolves, and finally 16 more mountain lions. Honestly, with the few days that I've dedicated towards hunting, these really didn't take as long as I was expecting them to. Cool beans, that's good enough for me. Let's check out the residence of Dr. Karen Higashi. This place definitely gives off some Hive vibes from the first Resident Evil movie. The first part of the raid is a pretty posh mansion on the surface here, and there's a few zombies spread around, but nothing too crazy. I'm actually almost dealing with as many zombies from outside of the house as I am from inside. I make my way down to the basement, and this is where things start getting interesting. There was a switch upstairs that opened up this door, which leads down to the research lab. Honestly though, this place does not have anywhere near the amount of zombies that some of the other tier 6 infestations that I've gotten into have. I have cleared through the majority of the ammo I've brought, but I kind of forgot to restock the drone. Hey, at least it still has all my food and meds. I start the final pull, but honestly, I'm a little disappointed. All I have to do is run down the hallway, which chokes them at this door so my M60 can do its good work. In order to clear up this pull, I barely even have to dip into the second M60. Even now, with the majority of the zombies running at insane speeds, this just felt underwhelming to me. I used my sniper rifle to clear up the last stragglers. As you can see, even the base zombies are now running. But really, at this point, that is no cause for concern. The infested cache has a tier 6 stun baton for me. That's interesting. I won't be using it, but you know, it's interesting. And the main loot, while having nothing too incredible, has a good number of supplies for me. Honestly, if you're a bit newer to the game and are looking for a decent tier 5 POI to check out for the first time, I'd say this is one. I turn in the quest with Bob, and because of the skill points that I have invested in my intellect tree, I can now choose 2 quest rewards. Since they reworked the quest rewards in the 1.0 release, this is definitely less overpowered. Imagine what it was like before when he would offer tier 6 equipment as rewards. That quest just wasn't the challenge that I was looking for, so what do you say we take on one of the most infamous POIs in this game? Dishong Tower. This place is massive. I mean, as I fly over to it, just look at it towering above all the buildings around it. As I come in for a super smooth but kind of strange landing maneuver, I have a little bit of trivia for you. Dishong Tower is actually named after Robert Dishong, a programmer from the Fun Pimps, the developer of this game, who passed away in December of 2023. I love how his name is now immortalized by one of the most terrifying POIs in this game. Let's get into it. There are 15 floors in this place that I have to clear through. I start by employing my usual tricks, running around the lobby to wake up as many zombies as possible. I then scurry my way out the front doors to get as many of them lined up as possible as they run towards me. On top of bringing more ammunition to these raids, I'm also making sure to be more effective with it. The spray and pray is fun, but it's not exactly a recipe for long-term success. I managed to pick off the first few zombies with my sniper rifle, but the disadvantage of coming out to the street is that I'm also attracting a bunch of other zombies to me. Alright, maybe I'll try and stick inside of the building a bit more. Also, it looks like I forgot a few items in my gyrocopter from the last raid. Whoops! Though this place is so massive that I don't really see a lot of motivation to come back down and deposit things in the gyrocopter. I'll just call my inventory as I go. Even inside of the building, I'm still calling in quite a few zombies from outside. Ooh, at least the vending machine has some learning elixir for me, yes please. I clear out all of the zombies in the main lobby, including a bunch more that came from outside, but I can now start heading up to the second level. After clearing out this second level, I'm not going to be faced with a lot of zombies coming in from the outside. The reason is that my access to the third level is going to be up this elevator shaft. This starts to confuse the zombie pathing a little bit, plus as I get higher up the tower, I'm going to be making less noise. Well, less noise that's audible from the street level anyway. On top of being one of the largest raids in the game, this place is also incredibly diverse. The first few floors are going to be primarily office space. Ah, look at that. Beautiful view. You have to keep your wits about you in this place because a good deal of the interior doors are locked. While I could carve through them with a pickaxe, where's the fun in that? There's always a path through. This one leads me just outside to the canopy that overhangs the entrance of Dishong. It has a really convenient ammo crate for me, yes please, and then I'm right back into office space. Since I'm mostly in office space right now, the majority of the zombies that I'm encountering are the businessmen. I'm going to continue leveraging doors and the sniper rifle as often as I can while I clear this place. Ammo conservation is going to see me through. Probably. The path to the next floor is a broken-in section of route, so let's keep going. The good news is that if you keep your eyes peeled, you can find a few hidden stashes of ammo as you go up the building. I guess I didn't need to open this one with the bullet, but hey, I got 30 back. I'd say that's worth it. I clear out the floor, and I'm making sure to keep an eye out for working vending machines. This one has another 3 learning elixirs for me, and with the amount of zombies in this place, yeah, why not? The path to the next floor is going to be up the stairwell, and as you can see, the lower stairwell is broken. I find that the way this POI is laid out is really clever, the way that you're constantly going back between broken staircases and broken ladders in the elevator shafts. What can I say? I just feel it's a really fun raid. I'm now coming up to the construction floors. The construction floors are going to feature a whole bunch of janitor and, well, you guessed it, construction zombies. If I felt the need to harvest them, there are also a ton of pallets of materials. There's oodles of wood, pipes, stone, cement, you name it. I really am trying to be as ammo conscious as I can be. While they're tempting me, I'm not going to be harvesting any of these pallets though. I have plenty of materials back in the desert, and my inventory is going to be full enough by the end of this place. The path to the next floor is actually going to be through one of the elevator cars. The emergency ladder is down so I can climb on top of the elevator, just like every Hollywood movie ever. And just look at how much further up this goes. I mean, I'm a fair ways off the ground already, but there's a lot of Dishong left. The next level is going to be the pool level, and yes, this building is so massive that it even has a pool in it. And I find another vending machine that has 5 more learning elixirs for me. I actually only have enough money for 4, and okay, noted, I can't do any giant leaps through this POI. Remember, my perk book increasing my safe fall distance by 15 meters requires me to have 5,000 dukes in my inventory. I clear out the pool area with one of the most buoyant-looking lifeguards I've ever seen, and the path leads back to the exterior of the building along some more construction planks. I don't know who the health and safety officer was at this build project, but they need to be fired. Right, fine, it's a video game, I can't help myself sometimes. If you're feeling lost in a place this size, remember what I said earlier about the lights always guiding your path. Well, for the most part anyway. This lantern leads me to the next staircase segment, which takes me to the next floor. I continue up to the next level, checking out a bit more office space, and oh boy! Alright, I forgot about that little surprise. Run down the hallway, get the sniper rifle out, and do my work. Just kidding, run back into the room that they all just came from and pull out the M60 to use this door to my advantage. This is definitely one of those cases where it is better to be smart than lucky. As you progress up the tower, there are definitely more of these crumbling floors to watch out for. As I climb higher, you'll even notice that there's an entire corner of the building missing at a certain point. The next part of this floor leads through a really cool restaurant, lounge, club type place. Very exclusive. And the other side of this floor features a bar, kind of wine tasting place? I don't know, I'm not refined enough to know the name of these places. A winery, I guess? Anyway, the path up is another caved-in section of roof as the morning tone chimes. I'm so thankful for these night vision goggles that I have, but I'm so relieved that I'm going to be able to see the world in color again right away. The next floor is another one that's under construction, and ho-ho, look at that snap shooting. That was with the sniper rifle too, no less. That was awesome. The pulls thus far have been pretty manageable, honestly. They feature a few zombies, but nothing that's too crazy. After clearing most of the floor, I'm missing one zombie trying to track them down, and I accidentally fall through the floor. Oh! Maybe I'll find him on the way back up. As it turns out, though, he's actually a little ways down. Going back to what I said about this building kind of breaking the zombie pathing, he has no idea what the best way to me is. The best way that he could see is chewing through this steel barrier. His loss, my gain. Okay, time to head back up. The next floor is accessible by this super sketchy little ledge that I have to tiptoe over. That brings me to another ladder, another sketchy ledge, and the next level. I always refer to these levels as the lawyer levels. It just feels very lawyerly to me with all of the conference rooms and bookshelves all over the place. These bookshelves are playing a bit of a joke on me, giving me not one, but 2 Magnum Enforcer books, both of which I've already read. Yeah, I'll keep looking. The path leads past another set of cubicles, but first, look at this jump height. I don't feel I've properly shown what the max level of parkour will get you. It adds another 2 meters to my jump height. Yeah, I can do some pretty impressive acrobatics at this point. After making my way along another super sketchy plank area, I clear out the zombies inside, but I want to make sure to keep them inside. If they just so happen to fall off the building, I'm gonna have to go find them. Massive fall distances don't really seem to impact the zombies that much. And remember, this is an infested clear to clear all of the zombies. It would really suck to have to jump down with them to finish them off. I'm now at the bottom side of that corner I mentioned earlier that is completely collapsed. That rubble is going to lead me to the next floor. This leads to more lawyer levels and more bookcases, yes please. And glorious day, I just found the supercharger schematic. That's a vehicle mod that I've been searching for a long time, and among the last books that I have to read. I keep making my way along. Oh, pardon me, ladies. And after continuing to get teased by more bookshelves, the path is once again going up the broken corner. I am getting closer and closer to the penthouse section of Dishon, but I am infected. It's not affecting me too much right now, but I am out of medicine to cure it. This floor has a bit of a mini hospital clinic type of thing going on. At least, I hope it's for helping people instead of something more nefarious. But this is great for me because it features all kinds of nice, tight little gaps for the zombies to weave through while I pick them off with the sniper rifle. As you progress through, there are going to be a few doors that are locked that don't actually end up going anywhere. Behind this one, for instance, is just a small little patient room. Inside of it, there's a medicine cabinet that actually has some honey for me. Hooray! My infection isn't a problem anymore. Alright, being smart is good, but getting lucky is always appreciated. I follow the path around, leading me back to another intact section of stairwell. I've got to be getting close to the end of this place. Taking a look above me, 2, 3 more floors to go, not bad. I continue along through more of the lawyerly levels, and I just have to thank Dishong once again. A lovely little ammo stash just waiting for me to come grab it. This place, while being fairly difficult, does give you a fair amount of ammo, meds, and food as you progress through. I'm making it further up that destroyed corner where having a bit of parkour ability is 100% necessary. Not the skill points parkour, but your ability to jump and land accurately, which I am clearly a master of. I'm into the penthouse section of the tower, but before I can make it to the final loot, there's gonna be a rooftop battle. There's another Magnum Enforcer book. It's another one I've already read. Just look at these swanky apartments. Just, ignore the holes in the wall. That's the apocalypse's fault. And here we come to one of those nerve-wracking moments as a gamer. Right next to each other is a large ammo pile and a munitions crate. I feel this is one of the less subtle ways that game developers let you know that a big fight's coming, by providing you with a bunch of stuff that you're about to need. I make my way up the stairs to the rooftop, chugging back a learning elixir on the way. I'm crouched down, making as little noise as possible, and I see 3 yellow dots. These indicate the last 3 zombie groups in the entire POI, all of course on the roof. I can't seem to get a good angle on anything, so maybe I'll just put down a cheeky cube and jump up. Oh, hello everybody! No time like the present to kick this off. Alright, things are getting a bit chaotic, but it's fine, I think. Then I realized it. I may have just accidentally discovered the best way to clear the Dishon rooftop, at least with an arsenal of M60s. Having used my little cube there to pop back up on this rooftop, they're all coming at me via this pathway. Nobody's attacking me from the side, they're all coming right down the path towards me. I do have to bail out and jump back down, but there's only a couple of stragglers left. A sniper round for the cop up top, and based on my compass, there's only 1 zombie left. Aw, buddy, what are you doing over here snoozing? Come on, get up, and sit back down. And there it is, the Tier 6 infested Dishong Tower in the wasteland on the hardest difficulty is done. I've actually never done that before. I'm very proud of myself. Remember, the lights will guide you, and as I jump down through this skylight, the main loot is mine. This infested cache has another Tier 6 M60 for me. Part of me started asking, is there such a thing as too many M60s? Well, the other part of me was like, heck no, man. This is also what I was talking about when I mentioned earlier that I throw away thousands upon thousands of 9mm shotgun and 44 Magnum ammo. With the loadout that I'm rocking, all I need is 7.62. The main loot cache is, well, fairly lame. Bye-bye a bunch more ammunition. But that marks the end of Dishong Tower. I'm not gonna bother going back through the whole place. I'm just gonna jump down using these ledges on the outside of the building. Back at Joel's, I think it's time to celebrate by picking up another infested clear, oh yeah. Gonna tackle a Tier 5 though this time at St. Mo's Cathedral. I take a moment back at base to get myself organized and re-equipped, heading right back out. The reason that I chose St. Mo's is because I know that there's a bunch more bookcases within this place. But I might as well be checking all these magazine stands as well. No dice, but there's a fair few chances inside. I clear out any of the zombies in the immediate area, and there's a couple more newsstands over here. Let's go check those out. I open up the first one, and there it is. Magnum Enforcer Volume 7, the last perk skill book that I have to read. The fanfare plays, and let's check this out. Every single series completely filled out, and all of my crafting skill magazines are also completely done. After finding the supercharger schematic in Dishong as well, there's only a single book in the entire game that I have not yet read. No surprise though, it is the most rare book in the game. At least as far as I know, it's going to be the schematic for the Quad Pocket Mod. Well, no time like the present, let's go check out the Cathedral's library. I looted all, but there's nothing waiting for me here. As a quick spoiler, I do hit a point while playing where I consider giving up on finding it. The quest is of no consequence itself, grabbing the main loot in the steeple. The Crack-a-Book box had nothing, and the infested cache doesn't really have anything. This is only a tier 5 after all. Throughout the night, I do one more tier 5 infested clear at Gold Rush Station, but there's nothing we haven't seen before here. I haven't cleared the Wasteland version of it, but I have been through this place before. I am well familiar with the positioning I need to just cut through this place with no problems. On the morning of day 66, I'm grabbing everything that I want to bring back to the desert with me. I definitely want to bring along all of these parts, which I've found a handsome amount of. I also grab all of my sellables, making a quick pit stop at Joel to sell as many as I can. I buy a few knickknacks, including more Forgotten Elixir, I might as well while all my buffs are running. And it's time to fly back to the desert. Priority 1 back in the desert is definitely going to be getting those forges lit. While being well stocked in all of the ore varieties, including dukes for brass, I'm incredibly low on clay soil. A little unfortunate, but definitely resolvable. It was finally at this point in the run that I realized I could craft my own armor crafting kits. If ever you're questioning the usefulness of an item while it's in your inventory, you can press the A button to look at what recipes it's used in. Oh hey, armor crafting kits. No wonder I have almost 3 stacks of these armor parts. I've never used them. Unfortunately, once again, duct tape, and more specifically the cloth required for duct tape, is going to be my limiting factor. Alright, fair enough. I craft up some cotton seeds because I want to pretty much convert the entire farm over to cotton to get more cloth. But before going upstairs to harvest that, I want to chug back another learning elixir and bring back my farming perks, as well as speccing back into mining because it's time to go hunt some diamond nuggets. 135 points to spend. That feels pretty good. Before heading out, I want to make sure that as much of my production is rolling as possible. Queuing up lots of tasks in my workbenches, including boxes upon boxes of AP762 ammo. Using the duct tape that I had, I was able to craft just over 50 of the armor crafting kits. I grabbed them and a bunch of legendary parts to try and max out my farming and mining loadouts. I'm actually pretty much out of forged iron, so I head over to one of my forges, canceling all of the steel it's crafting in favor of forged iron. The first piece of tier 6 equipment that I craft is going to be a ranger hat. This is going to be for the benefit of my bartering, giving an additional 20% bartering power. Unfortunately, with my shortage of forged iron and cloth right now, that's all I can really do, so everything goes away for the moment. I get a bunch of glue going in the chem station, so once my cloth situation is sorted, I can craft it all to duct tape, then heading upstairs to work on the farm. I kinda shot myself in the foot a little bit, crafting too much of my cotton into cloth. Because of that, I only have 13 seeds, so instead of crafting cloth with the first couple of harvests, I'm gonna be spending it on filling this farm out. I definitely could have planned that one better. I grab all of the water, learning elixir, and blackstrap coffee that I was cooking up in the campfires. And with my newfound knowledge from the wasteland, I'm also going to be crafting up a few vehicle superchargers. Oh yeah! I felt like my production was doing all that it could for the moment, so I headed out to continue with those hunting challenges. I make a quick check at Bob's boars just to see if any of the boars have respawned. They have not. Then proceeding back into the snow biome to try and get more mountain lions, which are definitely the most lacking right now. This motorcycle is just too fun sometimes. I'm just ripping over these mountains. Whee! Ahem. Right, enough of that. We're here for serious stuff. I continue hunting throughout the rest of the day, making my way slowly back to the pine forest in preparation for nighttime to try and get those last couple of deer. Of course, I'm still picking off any zombies that I find along the way, because why wouldn't I? I take a quick look at the hunting challenges, and oh, would you just look at it. Every single challenge is complete aside from 3 more boars. I hop on the gyrocopter, heading over to the burned forest to hunt down these last few animals. I knew the location of a second Bob's Boars, popping in there real quick, no dice again. So I pop back on the bike and start hunting in the same way I have this whole time. 2 boars left, 1 boar left. And it actually takes a little bit of time popping in and out of my map, checking constantly to see where this last little piggy is. My motorcycle huffs and puffs, and then I blow away the final boar. For a little bit of style, I didn't claim any of these animal hunting objectives. The final one there was for harvesting. I got that forever ago. I also took a quick look at how that mining challenge is coming along. Silver nuggets, no problem. Gold nuggets, definitely getting there, but those darn raw diamonds, 22 out of 50. All right, the hunting objectives are done. It's time to head home. My cowboy hat, ranger hat, is now done crafting, so I also pop in a cigar mod. This mod gives it another 10% bartering. Along with the better barter skill points and all of the buffing candy and drinks available, the bartering buffs are a little bit ridiculous if I'm honest. I'll make sure to investigate those a bit further once I have another stockpile of stuff to sell. Speaking of Bob, I haven't visited him in a while, and I'm also going to mention that yes, I have been diligently checking the vending machines every single time I'm around them. More learning elixir is great, but I'm definitely keeping an eye out for rockbusters. I decided to chug back a learning elixir and then claim all of my challenges. I wanted to see if the learning elixir and the mod in my helmet increased the amount of experience I was getting from claiming these challenges. The answer is yes. Okay, noted for next playthrough, definitely claim as many of these challenges as you can under the effects of learning elixir. I claimed them all, then talking to Bob to get all of my additional rewards from him. Then back at base, I now have enough forged iron to finish upgrading my mining set. The gloves are really the only piece that I cared to upgrade, which are going to increase my block damage. The other important bit is the headpiece, which is going to increase my harvest count. This pretty much means that I'm getting more ore more quickly, and hopefully that also comes with a higher rate of finding raw diamonds. I head out to my little patch of mines that I've been using in the pine forest, also chopping down a few trees, because my lumber needs, like my love of this game, are never ending. I actually have a little bit of trouble here. I can't determine whether the chainsaw or the axe at this point is faster. I'm sure it doesn't matter too much because I'm still cutting through these trees like butter. Target number 1 is going to be nitrate, collecting just over 48,000, but not a single raw diamond. Then getting around 56,000 additional coal with 2 diamonds. My next candy nets me just shy of 63,000 iron and 1 diamond. Then diverting from ore in order to mine 36,000 clay soil. The silver, gold, and diamonds will only drop from ore, so the clay soil has no chance to drop anymore. I just needed this clay in order to craft things from my forges. After the clay soil, I had a bit of time left on my candy, grabbing 18,000 lead, and no additional diamonds. Ugh, finding these diamonds is gonna take so long. I fly back to base, putting an excessive amount of clay soil into my forges. I doubt I'm ever gonna need all of this. And also, since coal is no problem at all, I queue up all of my chem stations with a huge amount of gunpowder each. Each of my now 6 chem stations is going to be running for 4 hours straight. That's real time. I get more ammo crafting, I get more food and drink crafting, 50 more steak and potato meals, why not? In an effort to stay as organized as possible, I've been storing everything that I want to take back out to the wasteland with me in the gyrocopter. Do you think this is excessive? I sure don't, especially as I pop back down with even more materials. Just look at all of these stacks of boxes of ammo that I have. I am in such a good position as far as materials go. Before I commit to the trip back though, I'm making sure to grab some resources to craft powered steel doors. Oh, would you look at that, there's even more boxes of ammunition sitting in the workbenches. These powered steel doors are the method that I was talking about earlier that will allow me to choose which of my 3 fighting positions back in the wasteland the zombies will come to. Technically, I could have done this with standard doors, but that can get messy. I feel it's a lot easier to hit a switch inside of the base than try to reach through whatever crowd of zombies is standing on top of the door I'm trying to open. With impeccable timing, my farm is now ready to be rotated, and I'm able to craft myself back up to 29 cotton seeds. While nowhere near what I need, that's over double what I started with. All of that food and drink that I was crafting is done, pretty much filling my inventory with prepared meals. Sweet! Time to head back out to the wasteland, where I'm clearly a little bored. After pointing myself in the direction I needed to go, I pretty much spent the entire flight down trying to find more cool camera angles. I'd say the one I found earlier is still the best. Despite everything that I brought out with me, I did end up forgetting my mining loadout. I want to do some terraforming around this base, and unfortunately I'm going to be doing it with the pickaxe instead of the auger. I guess I can't complain too much because my tier 6 steel pickaxe is one-shotting all of these blocks. As I continue along, the one that I can complain about is carving through these steel blocks with my pickaxe. I almost feel that flying all the way back to the desert to grab the auger would have been worth it. The point of this is to make the entire ground level area at my base concrete. That way I will know beyond a doubt that my base supports will be safe from undermining. I do a lot of terraforming. This project extends well into the afternoon of day 69. Nice! I then start building out the path for the second fighting position. This makes me realize that I want to implement those steel doors, so it's time to finally set up those solar panels. Yes, this is going to add even more clutter to my roof. I bought a solar bank from the trader a while ago, and then these solar panels are installed into it just like batteries or engines into the other banks. The next part of the puzzle is getting these steel doors installed using advanced rotation to lie them flat. I'm doing this on the closest possible point to my fighting position. That way, if things get dicey, I can just open the door and all the zombies that are standing there will just fall right through. I then wire up a switch on the inside to the door itself, and wait, gotta turn it on. Now, with power going to it, I can hit the switch and control whether that door is open or closed. I'm going to be doing this 2 more times at the other fighting positions. The position that I want to be the active fighting position is going to have the door closed, while the other 2 remain open, breaking the zombies' pathing. Pretty clever! Unfortunately, at the fighting position that I've been using thus far, I do have to carve through more steel blocks with the pickaxe. It's all in the name of progress. I then set up the 3rd fighting position and zombie path, also doing all of the terraforming that I did on the other 2 sides. This project carries me well into the morning of day 70, the 10th horde. On the inside of the base, I'm also going to be setting up a few more plate barriers. They'll serve a little bit aesthetically, but it's also going to give me a corner to put some workbenches in once I remember to bring some. Next, I start reinforcing all of the areas directly around my support columns into steel. As if these legs weren't tough enough already, eh? Finally, I upgrade a bunch of blocks on the inside of the base to steel as well. While not providing any additional resistance from the zombies, the steel has a higher structural integrity than concrete. I want this base to be as formidable as possible. Now that I'm a little tired at being at the end of a pickaxe, I decided to do a quick tier 5 infestation at the tower construction site. Wake up, everybody, the horde's coming and I don't have time to muck about. That was the most eventful part of the raid, by the way, and I spend the rest of the day getting myself ready for the horde. I want to make sure that my weapon mods are optimized, including getting that barrel extender mod as opposed to a silencer on my sniper rifle. That is definitely going to remain my weapon of choice. I load up with supplies, then chugging back a bunch of recog, and realize I gotta increase the difficulty again. This is going to be the final difficulty increase. I honestly don't know how to make things any more challenging at this point, only more grindy, which I have no interest in. All zombies, all the time, are now going to be at nightmare speed. And just because that felt a little underwhelming, I decided to also turn on the zombie feral sense to all the time. Feral sense just dials up the zombie's ability to perceive you. This pretty much eliminates any ability that I have to be stealthy. Pretty much any zombie that spawns anywhere near me will automatically start coming for me. I did a quick poke through the rest of the options just to make sure there was nothing else I could increase, and yep, looks good. Let's get into the day 70 horde.
Incoming enemies. Prepare for conflict.
I finished buffing up, also slamming back a bunch of learning elixir. And like I mentioned during the last horde, this configuration with this weapon, particularly now that I've got the barrel extender on it, is pretty much just an XP farm. Don't get me wrong, I'm being careful, but I once again pretty much don't have to fall back on the M60s at all night. The sniper rifle with AP ammo and a maxed out penetrator spec absolutely dominates. This horde was over before it began. I buff up with eye candy, then heading outside to survey the damage and get looting. The loot itself holds nothing that we haven't seen before, and since my storage is still a little lacking, I was just sorting it out as I got it. Alright, by the next horde I should have my storage sorted out so that you can actually see the full scope of what I'm looting. There's definitely a nice cluster of red and blue bags, both of which offer a fair amount of books. Every single one gives me another chance at that last schematic, but not this time. The damage to the base is also quite minimal. It takes me 4 concrete blocks and maybe somewhere around 80 steel to fully repair it. In the grand scheme of things, that is a negligible amount of material. The horde last night has granted me 7 additional skill points. Even fully spec'd into damage output and rating, I still have the points to max out my mining perks in the strength tree. My need to respec and constantly be chugging back forgotten elixirs is pretty much gone at this point. Well, that's fantastic. Let's see what I get into in the 11th week. With only 2 weeks remaining before I can finish the Complete 10 Blood Moons challenge, it's time to get laser focused. I start off day 71 by trying to get a game plan established. The last 3 challenges on the first tab are going to be really easy to clean up. It's the second tab that I'm most worried about. 2 more Blood Moons to survive, we already knew about that. 3 more Demolisher zombies, that's just gonna come with playing the game. But now I'm up to 25 out of 50 raw diamonds. That's with all of the mining that I've completed to this point. I've harvested hundreds of thousands of materials, and I'm still only halfway done the diamonds. Some of these medical challenges are actually going to be really fun to hammer off. I'll show you what I mean soon. Curing dysentery and broken legs specifically are going to be the most fun. Somehow, through this whole playthrough, I've only cured a single broken arm. That's going to be the most challenging. I've only cured a single concussion as well, but that's because of my pain tolerance perk. With it dialed up, I'm not actually able to get concussed, so I'll have to do some shuffling of skill points again. I head back out to the desert base, and while I fly, I think. I get my forges lit up again, pretty much just out of habit at this point, and as I continue to think about what I'm gonna do, I want to organize this base a little bit. In preparation for that, I'm gonna be picking up all of my chem stations. I then get busy breaking down all of the gross, kind of pre-broken blocks around the place. This type of renovation is well overdue in the desert. I repair the railing that runs around my balcony, then sealing off one of the doors that leads to this balcony for a nice little chem station corner. Along that outside railing I just repaired, I stick all of my campfires in between the 2 benches, then tidying up these other entrances with a couple of arches. Yeah, these look a lot nicer. I get some new, non-dead flowers planted in my little flower boxes here, reinstalling my now 4 cement mixers in a nice, newly renovated cubby, then tending to the farm, which I'm now able to expand to be nearly half cotton. Alright, the cloth production will be rolling again very soon. I also run around with a paintbrush, making sure that everything looks as snazzy as possible. Well, maybe not snazzy, but at least on purpose. And finally, after all this time, I'm putting in the new way into my base, which ends up being kitty corner to the temporary one that I installed 6, 7 weeks ago, whatever it was. I get as much ammo as I can on the craft, and it's time to get busy mining. I mine all the way through until mid-morning on day 72. This nets me nearly another 40,000 lead, but only 1 diamond. I decided to change my approach because mining is not the only way to get diamonds. Throughout my adventures, I've accumulated a bunch more treasure maps, and the treasure chests have a chance to yield diamonds. No luck in this one, but at least it has some gold nuggets. Bad news on this first day of treasure hunting, I don't find a single one. That's enough of that for the moment. I do want to try another Tier 6 infestation. US Army Post number 7 sounds like a good time. I clear out the vast majority of the place, but I'm woefully low on ammo, and I don't know how many zombies are left. I've been sinking a lot of time into just hanging out on top of these hangar roofs and firing downwards with the sniper rifle. This raid inspired me to pick up a couple more perk points in the perception tree eventually for explosives. I'm finding myself facing a lot of giant clusters of zombies, and some frag grenades sound like a good time. The end of this raid has another Tier 6 M60 for me, so I can't complain too much. Yes, at this point, I have more M60s than I will ever use. Before investing in explosives, I'm gonna need more mechanical parts, so I actually instead add a bunch of points to salvage operations. I then craft myself a pair of scavenger gloves, which are gonna increase my salvage harvest count by 30%. I then grab some hacker's candies for another 20% boost to that, and go for my final wrenching adventure of the playthrough. This time, instead of hanging out in the city, I target all the vehicles going down the highways. There aren't many left in the city after my last adventure. Also, yes, before heading out, I did craft myself a Tier 6 impact driver. This is the highest quality of the highest tier of this type of tool. The thing I was most focused on were mechanical parts, grabbing 820 on this adventure. On top of my inventory and the drone's inventory being stacked up, the motorcycle's inventory is also full of radiators, batteries, engines. That's gonna be enough of that. For kicks and giggles, I then also craft myself a Tier 6 rocket launcher. Hey, if I'm aiming for explosives, might as well, right? I then decided to upgrade my armor set to its final configuration. I feel I was a little bit too married to the set bonuses, instead going for a more mixed and matched approach this time. I'm gonna be swapping back over to light armor. I would like to regain some of my mobility. I go with a rogue hood for a 20% loot bonus. Initially going for a lumberjack outfit, but I'm going to be swapping that out right away. Creature gloves, which instead of increasing ranged damage, increase undead damage by a flat 60%. And enforcer shoes, carrying over that 20% run speed bonus. My commando boots also had this, but they were medium armor, where the enforcer shoes are light. I then decided to swap the chest piece over to a preacher outfit. Whoops, looks like I accidentally crafted 3. The preacher outfit is going to give me a flat 15% damage resistance to all undead. I take a little bit of time configuring all of my mods, and this is what it looks like. This will be my primary armor set for the rest of the playthrough. Using a whole whack of the springs and mechanical parts that I just harvested, as well as forged iron and gunpowder that I've been crafting, I craft a whack of grenades. I'll be keeping these as well as that rocket launcher on my loadout for any future raiding. By the way, I feel that the standard grenades are far more useful than the contact grenades. I tend to the farm once again, which is now fully cotton. All surplus from this point forward goes towards cloth production. After crafting all of that, I fly back out to the wasteland because I had a theory. I was curious if my loot stage, which is higher in the wasteland, is going to have an impact on finding these raw diamonds. As you can see in the wasteland, my loot stage is 587. It was around 300 back in the desert. Having brought my mining loadout with me this time, I get a diggin'. I mine a lot. I'm into my 3rd candy here. I have not changed my location at all, so my heat is through the roof, and I have a huge amount of friends on the surface. And because I've dug so much, I actually can't find my ladder to get back out. Instead, I simply dig myself a ramp that leads back to the surface. Since I was so close to my base anyway, I'm actually able just to run back over to it and deal with all of these zombies there. Alright, so I wasn't able to find any actual literature on this. That one quick little spell of mining has netted me 5 more raw diamonds. It definitely feels to me at this point that my looting stage is impacting the chance of finding these raw diamonds. Further testing is definitely required. With this most recent trip, I've also finally expanded my storage out here. I have a little mining box set aside, so we'll see how full that gets before I give up on mining out here. As I get ready to start digging in the next wasteland location, this is what my drone loadout looks like these days. Pretty much anything and everything that I need is in this drone. This includes my bartering hat and magnum, my salvage gloves and candies to go with all of the above, stacks of gas. If there's a chance that I'm gonna need it, it's in the drone. I then do a silly amount of mining. This nets me over 108,000 iron, 33,000 coal, and another 5 raw diamonds. Okay, this is definitely feeling better. I'm again quite close to base, so I pop home depositing all of this and head right back out. By the time I'm done this excursion with another 118,000 iron and 30,000 nitrate, I've netted another 4 diamonds. Alright, while this feels like I'm getting more diamonds more consistently, there is one argument against it. My mining loadout is as good as it can be right now. Because of that, I'm able to mine much more quickly. So is it a question of there being an increased chance in the wasteland, or am I simply harvesting more effectively? I drop it all off back at base, and wowza. That's a whack of materials that I've already collected out here. But also observe the ratio between diamonds, gold, and silver. They're actually pretty close, which has not been the case in my other mining adventures. Take whatever information you can from this, but I'm still not 100% convinced that loot stage affects the chance to get these nuggets. I am, however, very thankful for the additional 14 so far. That's enough mining for now though, and I felt it was time to get revenge on one of the places that bested me. I want to redo the Crack-a-Book HQ because I will not let my defeat stand.
Master,
By the way,
we are not
this is
alone.
what the world with feral sense is like. Street-level zombies just keep pouring towards me. As such, I am investing more points into the agility tree. Hidden Strike increases the stealth damage that I do, while From the Shadows increases the effectiveness of my stealth. With Feral Sense on, I feel that's definitely worthwhile. I'm definitely a lot smarter about how I'm taking this place on this time. My parkour ability does not let me down. I'm able to just jump up on this little center ornament thing and rain chaos on the zombies from above, including mixing in a few of these grenades. On top of being effective at dealing a lot of damage in an area of effect, that's just fun. Using these types of tactics, I'm able to carve through this place with no issues this time. What a great redemption arc I've begun. Crack-a-Book, though, I only ran from. The Minotaur Theater killed me. I quickly grabbed the infested cache for another tier 6 sniper rifle, booyah, then heading straight over to that Minotaur Theater to continue my redemption arc. Same tactics, different venue. I should also mention that I'm not really running with a whole lot of standard ammunition anymore. Since I have so stinkin' much of it, I'm raiding with primarily AP ammo these days. Does this staircase look familiar? It sure does to me. This is the pole that got me last time. I'm much smarter and much more prepared this time, leading the zombies back outside where once again I have no problems picking them off. It still takes a fair amount of time, especially with the amount of additional zombies that are walking in off the streets, but the Tier 6 infestation at Minotaur Theater belongs to me this time. The Tier 6 stash has a Tier 6 steel shovel for me. Whoop-de-doo. I know it's great loot, but I don't need it. And I wrap up this adventure with one final Tier 5 infested clear. At Hybrid Energy, I'm once again just jumping on top of stuff and picking off zombies as they try to get to me. Whichever method I'm employing, be it creating distance by running from them or creating distance by being on top of stuff, this is a very effective way to do these raids, though perhaps a little cheesy. Here I'm finally able to confirm that the only way to progress towards that diamond challenge is by mining. Inside this hardened chest lie 3 raw diamonds. Before picking them up, I double-check my challenge. I am at 40 out of 50 where I left off after mining. And after claiming them, inventory issues. After claiming them, I still have 40 out of 50. Okay, good to know. On the morning of day 77, the 11th horde, I did a touch more raiding. I came back to the Poppin' Pills factory for another Tier 6 infestation, and in this hardened chest lie another 2 raw diamonds. The game is just teasing me at this point. Fair enough, so I'll head back to my mining hole. By this point too, I was almost completely out of rockbusters. It would be a shame to continue mining without that buff, but if I have to, I will. I may have gotten a little overzealous with the mining, consuming my last Rockbusters candy, but it's 9 o'clock. There's a horde coming. I scoot my way back to base, and this little mining adventure netted me another 75,000 iron, 16,000 nitrate, and 4 more diamonds. Whether the looting stage is helping this or not, I'm definitely collecting diamonds at a much quicker rate recently. Since the difficulty is now as maxed as I can possibly get it, I don't really have much to say about this horde. I fire a whole bunch of bullets straight down my zombie path, and I win. The base is barely damaged, I have a whole whack of bags to loot, so one moment. And here is the loot that I collected from said bags. Minus, of course, any books that I've already read, which were all of them. Throughout the night, I finished off the Zombie Slayer Challenge for Demolishers, the final one in that line, leaving me with 6 more diamonds to find, one more horde to complete, the healing challenges, which will be a priority this week, and the last couple on the first tab, crafting 20 pipe bombs and harvesting 5 jars of honey. Those two, at least, I know are going to be no problem. Before flying back to the desert, I grab everything that I can sell and head over to Joel's. Let's see just how silly all of the bartering buffs stacked together are. For context, I have 5 skill points in Better Barter in the intellect tree. I consume sugar butts and Grandpa's awesome sauce. I also consume the pumpkin cheesecake, which only affects buying, not selling. I have my ranger hat, which is giving me 30% instead of 20 because of the cigar mod installed. And finally, I have my magnum in my hand for that final 5%. I sell everything that I have, and for me, the craziest part is not when I'm selling, but when I go to buy. Like I mentioned before, I've played this game for a while, and these Forgetting Elixirs used to be exorbitantly expensive. With all of these buffs, I can buy one for 1,199 dukes. That is genuinely incredible. I love this endgame. I buy a bunch of stuff just cause why not, and head back to the desert. I brought all of the materials that I mined in the wasteland back with me, and this is what that looks like. There are more resources in this chest than I think I've used in the entire playthrough to this point. And as you might have noticed, I've used a lot. I harvest up all of my cotton, and this is the last time you're going to be seeing the farm in the playthrough. I will harvest it twice more, but there's nothing left to show. All of this is reinvested into seeds to keep the farm filled out, and then it all goes to cloth. I decided to do one final test with the mining back out in the desert. Let's see if it was the loot stage or my rate of mining that really made the difference. Just look at the size of this hole that I create. This was a whole lot of mining? How many diamonds, you may ask? 2. Yeah, I really feel that the loot stage is having an impact, so I'm gonna finish the last of the mining back out in the wasteland. It's time to nail off the other challenges though, starting with crafting 20 pipe bombs. That's no issue with the amount of resources I have. Then I fly over to the pine forest to collect the honey. These tree stumps have a chance to yield honey when you harvest them, that's one right there, and I polish that off in no time flat. For the medical challenges, the first thing that I'm doing is giving myself a bunch of dysentery. I'm gonna jump down into this little sewer here, and with an empty hand, you're able to drink directly from water sources in the world. I continue doing this until I get the trots, then sucking back a goldenrod tea to cure it, and this is the dysentery process. I can't help but feel a little bad for my character. This can't be pleasant. Next, I have to respec myself in order to get rid of my parkour ability. It's currently preventing me from breaking my legs, so that's gotta go. And now starts the hilarious process of jumping off of the building, breaking my leg, then patching it with a cast. I do have skill points invested in physician, so casts heal broken limbs instantly. Climb back to the top of the building, and jump off again. Like I said, I kind of feel bad for my character. Throughout the process too, I'm also running back to the storm drain to continue giving myself dysentery. The things I do in the name of progress. For the concussions and broken arms, I'm just kind of standing in front of my fighting position, letting the zombie hit me. This is iteration 1 of trying to get concussions and broken arms. It's not very successful. This process is starting to eat through my medicine though, so I do have to start crafting myself a bit more. I think this is the first time ever that I've crafted myself first aid kits in this game. Taking a look at the challenges, I'm now done with dysentery and broken legs, leaving only broken arms and the concussions. Of course, the last horde and diamonds, but we already knew about those. I did a little bit of research and discovered that the meanest animals in the game are likely the best way to get broken arms and concussions. They have a fairly high chance of inflicting critical injuries. I'm gonna find a lot more of them back in the wasteland, but before heading back over there, I want to grab a bunch of these traps. After all, there's still a little bit of renovating that I want to do to the horde base out there. I load up, making sure to bring any of the electronics I need, a whack of batteries, engines, and I'm finally crafting myself a few workbenches to have out there. I then find myself a direwolf to come hit me at the fighting position, and this is an interesting interaction. Scary puppy? Are you okay? Buddy? Nothing. This must have something to do with the configuration of my fighting position, so I'm gonna have to find another way. My solution is to pop down to Doggo's level and just let him chew on me. Unfortunately, at this difficulty level, that hurts a lot. I am not gonna have the first aid supplies to get this done. The good news is that he does break my arm, so that's one more ticked off. While I continue pondering a better way of getting that done, I'm gonna nail off these last few diamonds. I decided to start tracking it as I mined, and I only need one more. This last diamond feels like it takes an eternity to find. But finally, at long last, there it is. All gathering challenges are now completed. Excuse me as I spaz out a little bit here. I was so excited to finally have this done. Now it's time to do the last bit of renovating to this horde base. I start by terraforming the backside of the base to match the level that the rest of it sits at. I then start laying out what will finally be a gyrocopter landing pad. Well, it'll be more of a strip if I'm honest. I get that put together and it's looking great. I install a quick railing because safety first, and then I get the gyrocopter parked in its new home so I can renovate the roof. I start by painstakingly carving out all of the concrete from the old roof. I told you I'd get back to it eventually, because it's not just connected around the perimeter but also to the center post and my storage chests. I have to carve away a lot. I then start rebuilding everything with slanted blocks so that they'll be the same thickness as the security gates, then reinstalling the security gates around the perimeter. I then reinstall the rest of the roof using plates so it's all nice and low profile. This allows me to start building out another little room on the top of the building. I want this to be where all of my electrical systems are because I am expanding them. It's nothing fancy by any means, but I get it all built up, finishing off the roof with more security gates. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of generators running in here, so it just kinda makes sense to allow them a place to vent. Not because of any game mechanic, just because I think it makes sense. I then get busy setting up my new electrical system. I want as much of the control as possible to be available inside of the main building. Then, on the new roof, I re-establish all of my anti-air turrets. It all takes a little bit of time, but it's nothing that we haven't seen before. Then it's time to start setting up the new traps that are going to be running off of all these new generators. I'm going to be lining all of my support pillars with blade traps. These things look mean, and once they're powered, they're going to start spinning. While based on the last couple of hordes, this is completely unnecessary. There's just something satisfying about it. Any zombie that I can't see from the fighting position is going to be subject to these whirlwinds of zombie destruction. I get them all wired up, and as you can see, each one says that it requires 20 watts. This is why I needed the additional generator banks, because each one is only able to output so much. To run all of these, I need 2 generator banks fully stacked with engines. Oh yeah, these are looking great. And I would be remiss if I didn't test them before the horde. Given that there's only one volunteer available... Ow, 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 ow. Okay, that's enough. They work. Right then, back to the medical challenges. I'm back out in the snow biome where there's a bunch of mountain lions and bears that can whack me. While I've been able to sprain my limbs fairly effectively, no matter how many times I power attack this stump, I cannot seem to break my arm. I am just struggling with finding the best method to do this. I'm also trying this in combat with lumberjack zombies, but I'm just getting too mangled without actually breaking my arms. This is why I said earlier that I really wish I'd gone after these objectives before turning up the difficulty all the way. While trying to figure this out, Miss Egg was even kind enough to join me in a test world. We were trying to see if we could inflict critical injuries on each other, but instead it just kinda turned into us killing each other a whole bunch of times. Okay, so that's not the answer. And I hope you can forgive me here. I quickly turned my difficulty down to Scavenger, the lowest difficulty. Based on the information that I could find, the difficulty only impacts two things: the amount of damage that you take and the amount of damage that you deal as a player. Critical injuries are not affected by this, so I spent the rest of day 83 and 84 on the lowest difficulty, getting punched by zombies. I would like to note a really annoying something that I found. I don't know if it's a bug or a result of one of my perk books, but I get a broken arm here, and then it fades instantly. My guess is that it had something to do with one of my perk books, but when this happens, I don't get credit for healing that broken limb. I had to be very careful anytime I got a broken limb to run away and not get punched again. If I took additional damage, it seemed to be triggering this bug, perk, whatever it was. I think it goes without saying that throughout this process, even on the lowest difficulty, I died a few more times. Finally, though, at just before 7 o'clock on day 84, I get my final concussion. My goodness, I feel that was far more difficult than it needed to be. With that completed, I crank my difficulty back up to insane, and what do you say we face the final horde? Aside from the difficulty, all other settings remained at max. As one final measure against the horde, I also decided to throw down a bunch of spike traps around my supports. Necessary? Not at all, but hey, why not, right? I buff myself up, kicking off the horde. And after a couple quick minutes, I realize I didn't turn my traps on. I activate these two little switches on the inside and you can hear them whirl up. This final horde is a touch disappointing though. It goes just as well for me as the last several have. The sniper rifle absolutely dominates. I have not once even had to consider falling back on either of the other two fighting positions I built. Before the end of the horde, I abandoned the sniper rifle and moved to the M60s, not because I had to, but just because I could. I finished off the last few zombies with my sniper rifle, and that's it. I have now completed the 12th horde. But I do have something that's super exciting. Buried amongst all of this loot that's lying on the ground, I find it. Do you see it? The last book in the game that I have not read, the Armor Quad Pocket Mod Schematic. Like I mentioned earlier, I was ready to give up on finding this, but the game rewarded me in the end. And you know what? After such an anticlimactic final horde, I've got one more thing planned. Here is all of the other loot, by the way. While impressive, the only thing that I really wanted was that schematic. I couldn't believe that I got it right at the end. I claimed the last 3 challenges, and I have now completed every single challenge in 7 Days to Die version 1.0. Before moving on to the finale, I do a quick check of my player statistics. I'm level 171 with a game stage of 622 in the Wasteland. I've killed 17,467 zombies, dying 3 times in the process, and then another 8 for a total of 11 while I was trying to sort out those medical challenges. A little disappointing, but I got it done. There's a couple of other cool statistics here, like the fact that I crafted almost 275,000 items, and overall, I'm very pleased with this playthrough. But there's one more thing that we need to do. Before getting into that, I think that this base needs a little bit of a facelift. I brought a massive amount of paint out with me, so give me a few minutes here. I want to make this place look a little bit better. I'm also glad that I ended up bringing out around 20,000 paint in total because I changed my mind a few times throughout the process. I usually find that I struggle with things like this in games. I am very much a function over form type of guy, if you hadn't noticed through the last almost 6 hours in this video. Because I called this place my forward operating base so many times throughout the playthrough, I thought that a little bit of camo might make sense. It feels pretty appropriate, especially with the yellow guide paths that lead towards the fighting positions. This definitely demonstrates just how much paint I wasted. From a single or only a couple of blocks, I have a really hard time envisioning what it all looks like, so I'm painting the entire surface multiple times. I'll get there in the end. Yeah, this'll do. I of course want to paint a landing strip for my gyrocopter to follow. That feels like it makes sense. And of course all of the railings need to be red, because safety first. The exterior is coming along, but the interior cannot be forgotten. Though I'm not really sure which is more important. Maybe neither? Both? And I'll finish off the ceiling with some drop tile textures. I think this is looking pretty good. The lanterns really give a very nice ambiance. And with the facelift completed, there's one more thing I want to do. Just in case, instead of only having spike tracks around the supports, I put them all through the bottom of the base. While I get those set up, I do want to give one quick shout out. I feel it's important to recognize the people who inspire me. In this game, there is one that stands above all others, Jawoodle. If you're looking for more 7 Days content, his channel is definitely worth a gander. It's hard for me to say which I've put more hours into, playing this game or watching him play it. The most dangerous horde that I faced during this playthrough was day 84. Taking a page out of Jawoodle's book, I'm going to be advancing time to day 7,000, just to see how this horde base holds up. In order to do this, I'm going to have to enable creative mode. Looking back at everything, I don't think it was necessary to go into creative mode, because really what I'm trying to do is get into debug mode. On PC, while you're in-game, you can hit F1 to open your console. By typing in DM, you enable debug mode. This mode gives you so much control over the game. I then hit Q to enable God mode so I can fly. Before getting into anything else though, while I have the ability to fly, how about a few glam shots of this base in its final form? All this weather is super gross though. In debug mode, if I go into the pause menu, I can manipulate the time of day. That's looking much better. F7 to get rid of my HUD, and let's do the glam shots. Beautiful. Okay, on to the main event. Again, opening up my console, I can type in set time, one word, space 7000, space 20, space 00. This will set the time to day 7000, hour 20, and 0 minutes. 2 hours before the horde shows up. I hope that that's good enough to get ready. And the reason that I hope that that's good enough is because it's all the time I'm giving myself. I'm popping back out of the game to set everything back to where it was at the end of the playthrough. Turn creative mode off, max difficulty on everything. Let's get into it. I do a quick scoot around the base just to make sure that everything is as good as it possibly can be. I did not give myself any additional materials, levels, nothing. The only thing that's changed since the day 84 horde is the coat of paint and having a few more spike traps down below. Alright, I'm ready to go, so I buff up and I have a little bit of unfortunate news. In the real world, a couple of weeks had passed between when I filmed the final horde and filmed this one. Because of that, I forgot that the drone wants to hang out in front of me all night. Drone, why? I try to scoot around the corner to encourage it back inside, but it just goes right back in my line of fire. I'm gonna have to deal with this, hold on. Oh, the zombies aren't holding on. Gosh, drone, get out of here. All right, deposit the ammo. Come back, shoot the zombies. Grab the drone's inventory, grab the drone itself, continue shooting zombies.
I will defrag my HUD.
Store all of that away, re-grab all of the ammo and supplies. And now, 45 minutes into the day 7000 horde, I'm ready to continue. Goodness, I don't know if I should be blaming the drone or myself for forgetting about that. This horde presents a good news, bad news situation for me. The setup that I have right now is, once again, just so dominant. Even the insanity of the day 7000 horde doesn't seem to be giving me too much strife. On a plus note, I do have to fall back on the M60 multiple times throughout the night. Okay, so at least that's nice, but I honestly don't see hordes getting any more challenging than day 7000. Especially because I didn't give myself any additional resources or levels. For a little bit of context, if I wanted to reach this horde without using the debug menu, instead investing all of the real time to get to day 7000, on these settings, that would take me 9,333.33333 repeating hours. That would be just shy of 389 days of active play. Converting it one final time, that's about a year and a month of active play. No sleeping, no eating, no nothing, just 7 days. As much as I love this game, that's a little excessive. Because I'm falling back on the M60s, I am burning through a huge amount of AP ammo. You can see in my inventory just how much I've consumed, but you can also see that I have plenty remaining. Even at the peak of the horde, when the full might is bearing down on me, I don't feel super threatened at all. And can you hear that? Me either. I forgot to turn my blade traps on. Whoops. That would be another consequence of coming back after 2 weeks to do this. I make it through to the morning with just the tiniest bit of sweat on my brow. Nothing too crazy. And check this out. You can in fact aim the M60s. This is among the first times I've done that this playthrough. Anyway, let's take a quick look at the loot. It looks like the loot is pretty standard from what we've seen from the last few hordes, and the damage is honestly not very impressive. For an absolutely 100% maxed out horde, that was not too bad. Oh, but there is this hole over here that's from demolishers blowing up. I think that's the most damage this base has sustained in, well, at this point, many years, but you know, at least all the horde nights we've seen recently. Cool beans, here's what that loot looks like. And as I pull my camera out of my character's face to give the outro, I still am not satisfied. After all, it seems like I really over-engineered this base. As I finished up producing this video, the 1.1 update has landed. I checked out the patch notes, and among them it says, new explosion particles for propane tanks, barrels, and vehicles. What do you say we end this with a bang? As I set this up, I want to give a massive thank you to those of you generous enough to support the channel financially. Your support has kept me motivated through the hundreds of hours that it took for me to tackle this project. I hope that you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed creating it. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like and a comment about why 7 Days is such an amazing game. Or heck, let me know why I'm awesome. I'll always take an ego boost. If you want to keep up with my future releases, be sure to subscribe. All of these things are free for you to do, and it really helps me out. Without any further ado, it's time for me to put a button on this playthrough. Until next time, take care everyone.